Chapter 606. On the morning of the 6th day of the 12th lunar month, a layer of frost had already formed on the ground of the courtyard. In the central room, Ting Qingshan and his family were having breakfast. However, the others had already finished eating. Only Ting Qingshan ate slowly. Creak! Honglin opened the door of the central room. Immediately, a chilly air rushed in from outside. "Father, eat quickly. Today we have to go to the Thousand Island Lake in Yuzhou and watch the fight between Pei San, the sovereign of the Heavenly God Palace, and Huang Tianqin of the Emperor Yu's Hall." Honglin couldn't help but urge her father. "I have heard many disciples of the Xing-Yi sect talking about Huang Tianqin, but I have never seen him fight. Let's see who he is this time. Father, you should eat faster." Honglin looked unhappy. However, Ting Qingshan was still leisurely eating his porridge. "Qingshan, the children have finished eating." Li Jun stood up as well. Today was the day of the first fight of the Three Summit fight. Currently, countless warriors and ordinary people in the land of the 9 prefectures were already on their way to the Thousand Island Lake. Ting Qingshan looked up and smiled. "Little June, you, Hongwu, Linlin, and Little Ru will go. Ride the undying phoenix, Little Blue. I won't go today." "You won't go?" Li Jun was shocked. "Father, this is a good chance to watch Pei San's strength," Honglin said hastily. "In the future, you will have to fight against Pei San. I know Huang Tianqin's strength. He won't make Pei San use his trump card." Ting Qingshan smiled faintly. When Pei San fought against the monk of the Mani Temple, Ting Qingshan had observed carefully. He also had some vague speculations about Pei San's cultivation method. However, he just couldn't believe it. As for Huang Tianqin, he wasn't qualified to make Pei San use his trump card. Therefore, it was meaningless to go and watch. "Go and take a look. Just tell me when you come back," Ting Qingshan said. Li Jun, Honglin, Hongwu, and Lei Xiaoru couldn't change Ting Qingshan's decision. They could only leave together. Honglin was still mumbling, a battle between insightful emptiness realm experts. I missed such a rare opportunity." After a while, the undying phoenix carried them and left the great Yen Mountain, flying toward Yuzhou. Huang Tianqin. Ting Qingshan walked out of the central room and raised his head to look at the sky. With Huang Tianqin's strength, he would be courting death if he fought with Pei San. So we can't fight to the death. However, after this battle, the next battle will be between Pei San and Qin Shiqi. After Qin Shiqi, I will fight against Pei San. No matter what, he had to give it a try. 5 more years, 5 more years. Ting Qingshan's eyes were like 2 sharp swords. At this moment, in Emperor Yu's hall, Lu Xia and Huang Tianqin were already riding the wind-splitting dragon falcon and flying toward the Thousand Island Lake. Phew, the wind was as sharp as a knife. Huang Tianqin sat calmly on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. Lu Xia said uneasily, "Martial uncle, you must be careful this time. Pei San is too powerful." "Of course I know he's strong. Don't worry." Huang Tianqin smiled faintly. "As a martial artist, if you fall into a situation of certain death, or if the difference in strength is not that great, of course you have to fight to the death. However, Pei San's flying speed isn't as fast as mine. Moreover, I have no chance of winning at all. Unless I'm a fool, why would I fight to the death? With the speed of an insightful emptiness realm expert, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see him clearly. I'll just lose beautifully." Lu Xia heaved a sigh of relief. It was rare for Emperor Yu's hall to have an insightful emptiness realm expert. If Huang Tianqin became hot-headed under the gazes of millions of people, he would be in trouble even though he knew that he wasn't a match for Ting Qingshan. At the moment, at the Thousand Island Lake of the Yuzhou Prefecture, countless people of the 9 prefectures had gathered. In the great Yen Mountain of Yangzhou, it was drizzling at this moment. The cold rain was falling freely. Ting Qingshan sat in the pavilion. There was a pot of wine on the table in front of him. He held a wine cup in his hand and watched the rain quietly. Occasionally, he would drink from the cup. Life and death. Birth, growth, old age, death, in Ting Ching Shan's mind, moves after moves of fist arts constantly appeared, but he kept rejecting them. Different from other people, Ting Ching Shan comprehended Tao through fist art. He used fist arts to demonstrate Tao. Suddenly, Ting Ching Shan's eyes brightened. He immediately raised his head and drank all the wine in his cup. His entire body was like a leopard as he suddenly leapt out. This leap was no less than 20 zhang, 50 meters, away. He landed on the spacious training field in the distance. Although the surroundings were drizzling, Ting Ching Shan immediately began to practice the fist art that he had thought of. The rain kept falling. Ting Ching Shan practiced his fist arts in the rain. The raindrops couldn't touch Ting Ching Shan's body at all. Gradually, Ting Ching Shan changed his fist arts and returned to the fundamental 3 postures. This time, the 3 postures seemed to be slightly different from the past. There was a slight change in the artistic conception. Time passed quickly while he was practicing the fist art. Soon, the rain stopped. After that, the sun rose again. When it was almost noon, a red light flew from the northwest and quickly landed beside the training field in the East Flower Garden. It was Li Jun, Honglin, and the others who had returned from the Thousand Island Lake to watch the fight. Their faces were flushed and they were all excited. "Don't rush," Li Jun said in a low voice. "Your father is practicing. We will watch quietly from the side." "Okay." Hongwu, Honglin, and Lei Xiaoru nodded obediently. Although they had a lot of things to say to Ting Ching Shan, they suppressed it in their hearts and watched Ting Ching Shan practice. As for Ting Ching Shan, he acted as if there was no one else around. Although he sensed the return of the undying phoenix, Ting Ching Shan didn't stop. Instead, he continued to immerse himself in the 3 postures. As they watched Ting Ching Shan practice, Hongwu and Honglin were gradually attracted. The 3 postures are so simple. Why does it seem like the world is turning upside down when Father uses them? Hongwu's eyes lit up. If you could catch up to 10% of Father's speed, you would have reached the Grandmaster realm long ago, Honglin, who was at the side, ridiculed. Hongwu just grinned and didn't argue with his sister. Half an hour had passed. Ting Ching Shan finally stopped. "Okay." Ting Ching Shan had a smile on his face. "Father, how is it?" Hongwu couldn't help but ask. Ting Ching Shan glanced at his son and said, "I just gained some enlightenment." Enlightenment was something that could only be encountered by luck. Therefore, in order to make a breakthrough, one had to accumulate small enlightenment over and over again to form the final breakthrough. Ever since he received the letter of challenge, Ting Ching Shan had made many small breakthroughs in the past year. Now, in Ting Ching Shan's Mud Pill Palace, there was even a bit of the power of the world of living. However, just like when he first refined a bit of the power of the world of death, Ting Ching Shan didn't really comprehend it. If he could comprehend the essence, he would be able to refine it endlessly. However, enlightenment couldn't be expected. It was worth being happy if there was a slight improvement. "Father, it's not worth it that you didn't go to the Thousand Island Lake this time." Honglin couldn't help but shake her head. Her eyes glowed as she said, "The Thousand Island Lake is so lively today. A large number of ships are by the lake, and many people are watching the fight from the ship. But we have the undying phoenix, so we landed on the nearest island in the middle of the lake. It was so exciting." "Exciting?" Ting Ching Shan frowned. Pei San and Huang Tianqin were much stronger than each other, and the outcome should be decided in an instant. In the eyes of ordinary people, the fight should be over in an instant. The onlookers should be cursing. How could they say exciting? Yes, it was. Hongwu nodded and said, "Father, the 2 streams of light kept crossing each other in the sky. The terrifying energy even separated the water of the Thousand Island Lake and exposed the bottom of the lake. That was awesome." Kept crossing each other. Ting Ching Shan was even more shocked. Could it be that Huang Tianqin had reached the profound realm of the insightful emptiness realm in just 1 or 2 years? The fight was fierce. Pei San even used concealed weapons. Li Jun exclaimed and shook her head. Li Jun sighed and shook her head. In the end, Huang Tianqin was beaten to death. He only had time to curse angrily before Pei San pierced through his Naiwen palace and killed him on the spot. What? Killed him? Ting Qingshan widened his eyes. Everything was different from what Ting Qingshan had predicted. If Huang Tianqin and Pei San were evenly matched, Huang Tianqin would have been killed. That would have been terrifying. Huang Tianqin's improvement speed was astonishing. If Huang Tianqin was much weaker than Pei San, why would he fight with his life on the line? It should have been easy for him to stay alive. How could he have died? No. Ting Qingshan shook his head and said, Huang Tianqin shouldn't have died. Qingshan, do you regret it now? Li Jun said with a smile. It's a pity that you didn't see it. It's useless to regret now. Hong Lin made a face at Ting Qingshan. Something is wrong. Ting Qingshan shook his head. Little Jun, you. Ting Qingshan wanted to ask, but he could only smile helplessly. His wife was only an innate expert, and his son and daughter hadn't even reached the innate realm. They couldn't see the fight between emptiness realm experts. They could only see 2 beams of light crossing each other. When he glanced at the undying phoenix, Ting Qingshan's eyes brightened. Little Jun, Ting Qingshan said hastily. What? Li Jun froze. You guys didn't see the fight between Huang Tianqin and Pei San. However, the undying phoenix, Little Blue, must have seen it clearly. Li Jun, help me ask them what happened during the fight between Huang Tianqin and Pei San, Ting Qingshan asked hastily. He was very curious. Li Jun blinked her eyes. Father, you don't believe what we said? Hong Lin said helplessly. Thousands of people saw Huang Tianqin being killed. The other emptiness realm expert of Emperor Yu's hall was crying in anger and flew away with Huang Tianqin's corpse. Ask Little Blue first, Ting Qingshan instructed Li Jun. Okay. Li Jun immediately emitted a series of chirps to the undying phoenix, Little Blue. The undying phoenix quickly emitted a series of chirps to answer Li Jun's question. As Li Jun listened, her expression became strange. When the undying phoenix stopped talking, Ting Qingshan asked, How was it? What happened? Li Jun smiled bitterly at Ting Qingshan and said, Huang Tianqin died unjustly. First update. Chapter 607. Very wronged. Han Wu, Hong Lin, and Lei Xiaoru looked over in astonishment. Li Jun looked at her children and daughter-in-law. She nodded helplessly and said, It's true that we can't see the fight between insightful emptiness realm experts. But when I asked Shaoqing just now, I learned that this battle actually wasn't as exciting as we imagined. It's very comical. Funny? Han Wu, Hong Lin, and Lei Xiaoru were even more confused. Ting Qingshan, on the other hand, remained silent. He had already guessed that something was amiss. It's like this at the start of this battle. When Huang Tianqin and Pei San fought, Huang Tianqin relied on his speed to dodge Pei San's attack. However, he didn't really fight Pei San. Also, Huang Tianqin purposely sent out surges of energy of his world to the surface of the Thousand-Island Lake so that it was shaking. What? Han Wu, Hong Lin, and Xiaoru widened their eyes. Pei San might be furious that Huang Tianqin didn't fight him. Maybe they are talking to each other, but we can't hear them. After that, Pei San used a flying dagger to injure Huang Tianqin. Huang Tianqin couldn't help but slow down. The enraged Pei San seized the opportunity to kill Huang Tianqin. After Li Jun finished speaking, her expression became strange. At the side, Han Wu, Hong Lin, and Xiaoru were extremely shocked. Ha! Ting Qingshan, who had been listening silently, could not help but shake his head and laugh. Really, he died an unjust death. Huang Tianqin might have told Pei San from the very beginning that he would admit defeat. Then, he deliberately put on a show for the countless warriors of the land of the 9 prefectures. Unfortunately, Pei San didn't want to put on a show. Pei San even killed Huang Tianqin out of anger. Ting Qingshan could totally imagine the process. Actually, Huang Tianqin couldn't be blamed for this. After all, the heavenly god palace had secretly added fuel to the fire, and the 3 battles of the pinnacle had already attracted the attention of the entire land of the 9 prefectures. If he, Huang Tianqin, was defeated in one move, it would be a disgrace to Emperor Yu's hall. Therefore, they had to put on an act. Even if they lost, they had to lose beautifully. Pei San was unforgiving. He was angry at Huang Tianqin's behavior and wanted to kill him. Huang Tianqin died an unjust death. Ting Qingshan thought about what had happened. Although he had conflicts with Huang Tianqin, Ting Qingshan still sighed inwardly. However, they are both insightful emptiness realm experts. Pei San's hidden weapons and flying daggers could injure Huang Tianqin. That means the difference in strength between the two of them is really huge. If the hidden weapon's power was even half of the user's strongest attack, it would already be considered quite good. For example, Ting Qingshan could only deal with emptiness realm culmination experts with concealed weapons. Deal with Dong Su. He was still lacking a little. However, Pei San was able to severely injure Huang Tianqin with concealed weapons. It seems like Huang Tianqin is only at the initial completion of the insightful void realm. However, Pei San was too powerful. Most importantly, Pei San attached great importance to this battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed Huang Tianqin out of anger because of his tricks. Ting Qingshan nodded silently and said, "It seems like Pei San really wants to use the battle against the insightful emptiness realm cultivators to understand the Tao of Omnipotence. Only someone who desperately wanted to understand the Tao of Omnipotence realm cultivators would be so crazy. After all, those who could reach the insightful emptiness realm had their own understandings. Just because Pei San didn't understand it didn't mean that others didn't understand it. This was also the reason why Pei San wanted to challenge 3 people in a row. From the weaker ones, he could also discover some secrets that could enlighten him. He desperately wants to reach the omnipotence realm. For this, he doesn't hesitate to attack his opponent crazily and force his opponent to use his ultimate move." Ting Qingshan thought to himself, "Then, the next battle between him and Qin Shiqi will be a real battle of life and death. If he doesn't achieve a breakthrough in his battle with Qin Shiqi, if he doesn't die, then he will fight me. He won't go easy on me. Instead, he will kill me to force me to use my full strength." This was the first battle between Huang Tianqin of Emperor Yu's hall and Pei San of the Heavenly God Palace. Countless people in the land of the 9 prefectures were talking about it. They marveled at the brilliance of the battle. The dispersed power was enough to split the water of the 1,000-island lake and reveal the bottom of the lake. Only those who had reached the emptiness realm could understand the truth of the matter. The emptiness realm experts all understood why Huang Tianqin did that. Now that Huang Tianqin was dead, there was no need to ruin his reputation. Huang Tianqin's death was a tragedy in the land of the 9 prefectures. Everyone sighed with regret. One of the 4 strongest experts was already dead. Now only Pei San, Qin Shiqi, and Ting Qingshan were left. Ting Qingshan could sense Pei San's madness from the battle between Pei San and Qin Shiqi. He knew that Pei San would not show any mercy. Ting Qingshan practiced his fist art even harder. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, it was already late autumn. Rustle, the wind blew, and the yellow leaves fell. Rumble, in the East Flower Garden, the huge stone door of Ting Qingshan's personal training room opened with a loud bang. Ting Qingshan, who had grown a beard stubble, walked out from within. Hearing the sound of the stone door opening, many people in the East Flower Garden rushed over. Li Jun, Honglin, Hongwu, and Ting Qingshan's parents, Ting Qingshan and his wife came. Ting Yongfan and his wife happened to be staying in the East Flower Garden recently. However, Ting Qingshan had been cultivating in seclusion for more than 2 months. The couple knew that Ting Qingshan was going to face a great battle. Therefore, they did not dare to disturb Ting Qingshan. Qingshan. Li Jun looked at Ting Qingshan, who had been cultivating in seclusion for more than 2 months. She smiled and said, "Look at you. You are so dirty." Ting Qingshan grinned. "Father, mother." Ting Qingshan looked at his parents hastily. Ting Yongfan and Yuan Lan looked at their son and smiled happily. The couple was very proud of their son, who stood at the peak of the land of the 9 prefectures. After all, Ting Qingshan was the creator of the branch of internal martial art. His status was only second to the 4 omnipotent experts. Compared to the king of the northeast, Hong Tian, Ting Qingshan's status in history was definitely higher. Since they had such a son, their names would naturally be recorded in history after they died. "Qingshan, are you confident that you can defeat Pei San?" Ting Yongfan patted his son's shoulder. Ting Qingshan smiled and said, "I'm fine." "That's good." Ting Yongfan and Yuan Lan heaved a sigh of relief. Ting Qingshan felt helpless. Defeat Pei San? How could it be so easy? He just wanted to prevent his parents from worrying. After all, his parents could not help him no matter how worried they were. It was better to calm them down first. Hongwu. Ting Qingshan turned to look at Hongwu and Xiaoru. "Father," Hongwu hastily responded. Ting Qingshan glanced at Xiaoru's belly. Her belly was already bulging. He said, "Hongwu, I'm afraid I won't be able to be there when your child is born." Qingshan. Ting Yongfan frowned and said, "Where are you going when Hongwu's child is born?" Li Jun, Hongwu, Honglin, and the others all looked at Ting Qingshan. "I plan to go to an island overseas called Bright Moon Island," Ting Qingshan said. Li Jun immediately understood what Ting Qingshan meant. "I will be going to Bright Moon Island for at least 3 to 5 months, but I don't know how long it will take." Ting Qingshan looked at his son apologetically and said, "Therefore, as a grandfather, I won't be able to be there when the child is born." Ting Qingshan looked forward to Hongwu's child, his grandson. However, in comparison, Ting Qingshan didn't dare to relax for even a moment when he was about to fight Pei San. "Your matter is more important," Li Jun hastily said. "When do you plan to leave?" As his wife, she often talked with Ting Qingshan in bed. She knew how terrifying Ting Qingshan was. Therefore, she supported Ting Qingshan's hard work in cultivation. "Tomorrow," Ting Qingshan said. "So soon?" Ting Yongfan and his wife were surprised. Yuan Lan hastily said, "When will Qingshan be back?" "I will be back by the 12th of the 12th month next year," Ting Qingshan said. The duel between Pei San and Qin Shiqi would take place on the 12th of the 12th month next year. If Ting Qingshan didn't care about the duel between Huang Tianqin and Pei San, Ting Qingshan paid a lot of attention to Qin Shiqi and Pei San. When they were outside Hongtian City, Qin Shiqi and Pei San only revealed a little of their strength. However, according to the leaked information, Ting Qingshan could tell that Qin Shiqi was much stronger than Ting Qingshan now. How could Ting Qingshan miss the duel between Qin Shiqi and Pei San? Pei San and Qin Shiqi. Ting Qingshan spent the day with his parents, wife, and children. "Father, be careful." Hongwu, Honglin, and the others watched as Ting Qingshan left. Knowing that their teacher, Ting Qingshan, would be leaving for a long time, Ting Shou, Yang Dong, Shui Xian, and the others also came to see him off. Ting Qingshan smiled. "Little June, I will leave everything to you when I am gone." Ting Qingshan and his wife looked at each other. "I will wait for you to come back," Li Jun said softly. Ting Qingshan smiled and let out a roar. Immediately, a beam of golden light shot over from afar. Ting Qingshan leaped up and landed on the golden light. It was the 6-legged blade-like Qi. Ting Qingshan only planned to bring the 6-legged blade-like Qi to the Bright Moon Island. After all, Ting Qingshan would be more at ease if the undying phoenix was with the Xingyi sect. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew up a lot of dust. The six-legged blade-like chi carried Ting Qingshan on its back and flew towards the north. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the northern horizon. In the past, before the six-legged blade-like chi reached the emptiness realm, it had taken half a month to fly from the Duanmu continent to the land of the 9 prefectures. However, now that the six-legged blade-like chi had reached the emptiness realm, the six-legged blade-like chi carried Ting Qingshan on its back and set off in the early morning. By dusk, Ting Qingshan could already see the bright moon island when he looked down at the sea below. In the past, I rowed the tungsten wood vessel and drifted on the North Sea for a long time before I passed by the bright moon island from the land of the 9 prefectures. Ting Qingshan sighed with emotion. In order to leave the bright moon island, Ting Qingshan had carried the iron chain and dragged the tungsten wood vessel out of the 9 rhythm treacherous currents on the bright moon island with his physical strength. Voila! In the evening the sun set. The sea region of the 9 rhythm treacherous currents was as strange as ever. One couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the heavens and earth. Blade-like chi over there. Ting Qingshan pointed the way. The six-legged blade-like chi immediately swooped down and flew towards the 2 conspicuous mountains on the bright moon island that looked as if they had been split by an axe. Actually, these 2 mountains were actually the mountains that Li Taibai had split into 2 when he reached the omnipotent expert realm. Now, one of the mountains was the forbidden area, and the other was the sword tower. The six-legged blade-like chi carried Ting Qingshan on its back and transformed into a streak of golden light as it flew over. After nearly 30 years, Ting Qingshan once again came to the forbidden area of the bright moon island, the high mountain. 2 chapters completed. The monthly votes were lagging behind. This should be the last month of the story of the 9 cauldrons. Everyone, please support Tomato with your monthly vote. Chapter 608. The mountain wind was piercingly cold. Ting Qingshan sat on the back of the 6-legged blade-like chi and flew towards the forbidden area, the cave where the poetic sword god, Li Taibai, comprehended the Tao. Whoosh! The black air around Ting Qingshan's body spread to the entrance of the cave. The entrance of the cave that the Lord of the Sword Tower had personally arranged for people to block was once again smashed open by Ting Qingshan. Broken rocks flew everywhere and smashed into the mountain walls in the depths of the cave. Immediately after, Ting Qingshan and the 6-legged blade-like chi arrived at the entrance of the cave. Ting Qingshan swept his gaze across the cave. He had cultivated in seclusion for a long time in the past. Naturally, he would recognize this cave. However, now the cave was pitch black and the walls of the cave were bare. The spot where the celestial jade annulus used to be was also bare. The celestial jade annulus had disappeared. There's a sound inside. What a loud sound. Which disciple dared to come to the forbidden area to learn sword arts? It's still inside. Ting Qingshan could clearly hear the rapid footsteps approaching. Although the celestial jade annulus had disappeared, the forbidden area still contained the sword arts left by the elite disciples of the Sword Tower for thousands of years. Therefore, it was still very important. When Ting Qingshan blasted open the rocks blocking the cave, such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. Many young men and women, or old experts of the Tao of the Sword, carrying sharp swords on their backs, rushed over. What's that? With a glance, this group of people saw a monster with blood-red eyes in the cave. Its blade-like arms and scales reflected a cold light, causing this group of people to feel a chill in their hearts. Just by looking at the appearance of this demonic beast, this group of experts of the Tao of the Sword knew that this was an extremely terrifying demonic beast. At this moment, this powerful demonic beast was standing behind a white-cloaked young man. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of the Sword Tower? Immediately, a middle-aged man wearing a gray cloak shouted angrily. Martial brothers, let's capture this person together. Although they felt that the white-cloaked young man was an expert, the sword tower dominated the bright moon island. Clang! Clang! Sharp swords were unsheathed, ready to capture this unfamiliar white-robed man. Stop! Suddenly, a white-haired, hunchbacked old man shouted, "Elder?" Immediately, the experts of the sword tower looked at the hunchbacked old man in confusion. Trespassing into the forbidden area was a crime punishable by death, even for a disciple of the sword tower. Not to mention that outsiders had barged into the forbidden area. Was it wrong for them to capture the intruder? When the group of Sword Tower's experts looked at the hunchbacked old man in confusion, the hunchbacked old man took a few steps forward from the side and carefully looked at the white-robed man's face. "You are," the hunchbacked old man's eyes widened. "It's a demon." Demon? The expressions of the group of experts of the Sword Tower, who were originally puzzled, changed drastically. In the history of the Sword Tower's domination of the Bright Moon Island, the most humiliating incident was about 30 years ago, when a mysterious and powerful man riding on a godly eagle and wielding a godly spear shocked the entire Sword Tower by himself. The Sword Tower had no choice but to bear with it obediently. Behind their backs, the people of the Sword Tower called the man with the godly spear the devil. Their expressions changed when they talked about it. However, 30 years had passed, and the devil had already become a legend. Now, among the younger generation of the Sword Tower, no one had ever seen the devil. After all, only a few people had seen Ting Qingshan's true appearance. This celestial jade annulus was hidden by Huangfu Yujiang, right? An indifferent voice sounded. Then, the white-robed man turned his head and swept his gaze across the group of people. The experts of the sword doctrine on the scene all had firm wills and were able to enter the forbidden area to study sword art. However, when the person who was called the devil in the Bright Moon Island swept his gaze across them, they felt their minds tremble. It was as if they had fallen into a desperate situation of death and could die at any moment. This kind of fear caused the faces of the experts of the sword doctrine to turn pale. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Ting Qingshan looked at the hunchbacked old man and withdrew his mental suppression. Only then did the group of people wake up. When Ting Qingshan fled to the Great Prairie and faced the god of heaven Su Mingta of the god of heaven mountain, Ting Qingshan was affected by the other's gaze. At that time, Ting Qingshan was comparable to a Golden Dan innate expert. Now, Ting Qingshan was a super expert who had 1 foot in the insightful emptiness realm. What about the people in front of him? Almost all of them were postliminary experts, and there was only one innate expert. Ting Qingshan's gaze could naturally affect their spirit. If the spirit dispersed, they would die. For example, Ting Qingshan's Naiwan Palace had already formed its own world. Such a strong spirit could indeed kill an ordinary expert with just a glance. Senior. The hunchbacked old man took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. "I'm afraid you won't believe that I lost the celestial jade annulus. However, I really don't know where the celestial jade annulus is." In the eyes of the hunchbacked old man, it was impossible to tell the age of a super expert from his appearance. Moreover, the status of an expert was determined by his strength. Thus, he naturally addressed himself as senior and junior. "You don't know, but Huangfu Yujiang does." Ting Qingshan smiled and said, "I didn't expect that Huangfu Yujiang would reach the emptiness realm after not seeing him for 30 years. Ting Qingshan scanned the area with the power of his world and found that the Tower Lord of the Sword Tower, Huangfu Yujiang, was rushing towards them like a sharp sword. Huangfu Yujiang? Who is Huangfu Yujiang? Among the experts of the Sword Dao, a delicate and pretty young man asked in a low voice. "Junior Martial Brother, you don't even know this? He is the previous Tower Lord of the Sword Tower and the current Grand Supreme Elder of the Sword Tower." Someone immediately reprimanded in a low voice. The delicate and pretty young man was startled. Huangfu Yujiang was very famous in the past. However, after the battle with Ting Qingshan, Huang Fu Yujiang abdicated his position and hid behind the scenes. After he reached the emptiness realm, he became the Grand Supreme Elder. With such a high status, he rarely showed his face on the Bright Moon Island. The younger generation of disciples might know some of the deeds of the previous Tower Lord, but many of them didn't know the real name of the previous Tower Lord. After all, Huang Fu Yujiang had a very high status. Ordinary disciples of the Sword Tower didn't dare to mention his name. On the high mountain of the forbidden area, a streak of sword light dashed towards the waist of the mountain at an astonishing speed. Huang Fu Yujiang, who was dressed in a purple cloak and carried a green-sheathed godly sword on his back, looked puzzled. Where did this expert come from? How dare he come to the Bright Moon Island? Whoosh! He dashed into the forbidden area. Ting Qingshan carried a spear holster on his back and stood there as straight as a spear. It was as if the group of experts of the Sword Tower in front of him were air. Whoosh! A figure cloaked in a purple cloak suddenly appeared in the cave. Huang Fu Yujiang. A smile appeared on Ting Qingshan's face. Compared to 30 years ago, Huang Fu Yujiang's appearance didn't change much. However, his temperament had become even sharper. Grand Supreme Elder. The hunchbacked elder hastily bowed respectfully. Greetings, Grand Supreme Elder. The other experts of the Sword Tower all knelt down in unison. In the Sword Tower, only the Grand Supreme Elder had the right to make ordinary disciples kneel. However, in the entire Bright Moon Island, once an Emptiness Realm expert reached the Bright Moon Island, he would be the most transcendent existence. It was the dream of countless people to be able to see the Grand Supreme Elder and kneel before the Grand Supreme Elder. The experts of the Sword Tower stared at Huang Fu Yujiang with blazing eyes. "It's you!" Huang Fu Yujiang's gaze froze as he shouted, "Ting Qingshan! Long time no see." Ting Qingshan smiled calmly and said, "I didn't expect Tower Master Huang Fu. No, I should call you Grand Supreme Elder. Huang Fu Yujiang, didn't I just look at the Celestial Jade Annulus? You don't have to hide the Celestial Jade Annulus." Humph! Huang Fu Yujiang frowned and said coldly, "The Celestial Jade Annulus is an important treasure of the Sword Tower. How can we let others look at it?" With this, Huang Fu Yujiang couldn't help but glance at the terrifying Emptiness Realm demonic beast, the six-legged blade-like Qi, beside Ting Qingshan. For some reason, Huang Fu Yujiang felt that this Emptiness Realm demonic beast was very powerful. This Emptiness Realm demonic beast has such a unique appearance and a powerful aura. Why is Ting Qingshan so lucky? The last time he came, he brought a demonic beast eagle. This time, he even brought an Emptiness Realm demonic beast. Huang Fu Yujiang sighed inwardly as he thought to himself, "I'm not confident that I can defeat the two of them." Ting Qingshan smiled and said, "Huang Fu Yujiang, please lead the way. I want to look at the Celestial Jade Annulus for a while." In Ting Qingshan's opinion, he was an insightful Emptiness Realm expert, and he had the six-legged blade-like Qi by his side. As long as Huang Fu Yujiang's brain wasn't damaged, he would know what to do. It's not impossible to look at the Celestial Jade Annulus. Huang Fu Yujiang stared at Ting Qingshan with an extremely sharp gaze and said, "However, I have a condition." "Condition?" Ting Qingshan was slightly confused. It's very simple." Huang Fu Yujiang's eyes were filled with a hint of fighting spirit as he said, "Let's have a spar. If you defeat me, you, Ting Qingshan, can look at the Celestial Jade Annulus of the Sword Tower to your heart's content. The Sword Tower will also send people to treat you with good food and drink. If you lose to me, please leave. Do you dare to accept?" "What?" Ting Qingshan was stunned. A spar with him? It was obvious that Ting Qingshan had just reached the Emptiness Realm and hadn't even reached Emptiness Realm culmination. Ting Qingshan had to travel on land to reach the forbidden area. How dare he propose a spar with an insightful Emptiness Realm expert? Huang Fuyu Jiang, are you joking? Are you trying to play hide and seek with your speed? Ting Qingshan frowned and said. I, Huang Fuyu Jiang, am not such a shameless person. Huang Fuyu Jiang stared at Ting Qingshan and sneered. Why? Ting Qingshan, are you afraid? I want to see how much you, Ting Qingshan, have improved in the past 30 years. The Grand Supreme Elder will definitely win. The Grand Supreme Elder will definitely win against this demon. The experts of the Sword Tower didn't dare to make a ruckus. They could only shout in their hearts as their eyes lit up. One should know that the number of Emptiness Realm experts in the history of the Sword Tower could be counted on one's fingers. Most of the time, there wasn't a single Emptiness Realm expert on the entire Bright Moon Island. Therefore, reaching the Emptiness Realm and becoming the Grand Supreme Elder was like a god in the hearts of the disciples of the Sword Tower. In their opinion, the identity of the Grand Supreme Elder represented the Emptiness Realm expert, an invincible existence. In the history, the sad thing was that the Sword Tower had never produced an insightful Emptiness Realm expert. Therefore, the experts of the Sword Tower didn't know what the aura of an insightful Emptiness Realm expert was like. Huang Fuyu Jiang noticed that Ting Qingshan's aura was like a black hole. He thought that Ting Qingshan cultivated a special Tao. Haha, good. Ting Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. Since you want to spar, fine. I think we should choose a deserted place. The battle between you and me is a rare opportunity for the disciples of the Sword Tower to observe. A spar between two Emptiness Realm experts has never happened in the history of the Sword Tower. It's not a big deal to have a spar in a deserted place. Huang Fuyu Jiang shouted, Elderly, order all the disciples of the Sword Tower to come to the training field at the foot of the mountain within an hour. Yes, Grand Supreme Elder. The hunchbacked elder was so excited that his face was flushed. He hastily responded. Chapter 1. Chapter 609. After I attained the Emptiness Realm, I comprehended the celestial jade annulus and improved by leaps and bounds. Now I have comprehended 2 Daos, but Ting Qingshan doesn't have a treasure like the celestial jade annulus. 30 years ago, he was slightly stronger than me, but now, he is not as strong as me. His unique aura is very pure. However, he only comprehended 1 Dao. I have comprehended 2 Daos. Huang Fuyu Jiang thought to himself as he gave the order. What happened 30 years ago was a humiliation to the Sword Tower. It was also a humiliation to Huang Fuyu Jiang. Naturally, he wanted to get back at Ting Qingshan. Ting Qingshan, let's go to the guest hall to rest, Huang Fuyu Jiang said. Huang Fuyu Jiang. Ting Qingshan wanted to say something, but then he laughed and nodded. Immediately, Ting Qingshan and the 6-legged blade-like Qi followed Huang Fuyu Jiang and left the cave, heading towards Huang Fuyu Jiang's residence. The departure of the 2 humans and the demonic beast caused a commotion among the experts of the Sword Tower in the cave. The Grand Supreme Elder will definitely win the battle against the demon Ting Qingshan. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Sword Tower has never been defeated. Martial nephews, you guys have to watch the battle carefully. Tell me when you get back. The experts guarding the forbidden area were anxious and helpless. When the hunchbacked elder went to pass on the order, Ting Qingshan entered the guest hall of the courtyard where Huang Fuyu Jiang lived alone. Please sit, Huang Fuyu Jiang said politely. Huang Fuyu Jiang, watch carefully. Ting Qingshan, who had calmly walked into the guest hall, suddenly changed his aura. His entire body was like a long spear, and his aura was extremely fierce. An aura of death that could destroy the heavens and the earth instantly spread out. Even Huang Fuyu Jiang, who had reached the Emptiness Realm, felt his spirit being shaken by Ting Qingshan's realm of death and destruction. Whoosh! Ting Qingshan's figure suddenly rushed forward. His fist was like a meteorite breaking through the air and smashing. Humph! Huang Fuyu Jiang snorted coldly and dodged the attack. At the same time, the divine sword on his back appeared in his hand with a clang. At this time, Huangfu Yujiang was secretly angry. This Ting Qingshan is afraid of being defeated by me in front of so many people and losing face. That's why you suddenly attacked me in this deserted place. However, this Ting Qingshan's Tao seems to be quite strong. Ting Qingshan deliberately slowed down. Arrogant! Huangfu Yujiang's gaze turned cold. Xiao! As if a waning moon had appeared, the sword light, with a trace of poignant beauty and coldness, stabbed directly at Ting Qingshan's head. Ting Qingshan's lips curled into a smile. With a flip of his right palm, he sent a slap over. What? Huangfu Yujiang was even more shocked. Catching the sharp sword of an emptiness realm expert with bare hands? Even if they were stronger, they wouldn't dare to fight their opponents barehanded. Unless there was a huge difference in strength, no one would dare to do such an arrogant thing. For example, a senior instructing a junior, or a master instructing a disciple. Too arrogant! Huangfu Yujiang was furious. Bang! Ting Qingshan's palm, which was glowing with a faint black light, strangely hit the surface of Huangfu Yujiang's divine sword. The sword light contained in the divine sword was easily dispersed by the black light in Ting Qingshan's hand. When Ting Qingshan's palm hit the divine sword, Huangfu Yujiang felt an unparalleled power vibrating through him. He couldn't resist it. Intense pain. Phew! The green-sheathed divine sword in Huangfu Yujiang's hand was sent flying. It flew diagonally upwards at an extremely fast speed, creating a big hole in the roof. Then, it flew far away. Rustle, a lot of dust and debris fell from the hole in the roof. Some of it landed on Huangfu Yujiang. However, Huangfu Yujiang stared blankly at his right hand. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and his fingers were trembling slightly. The unparalleled power just now had exceeded the limit of Huangfu Yujiang's right hand. Therefore, the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and the entire sword was sent flying. How could this be? Impossible. Huangfu Yujiang's eyes were filled with disbelief. He is also an emptiness realm expert. How could he be so much stronger than me? He dispersed the sword light on my sword with his bare hands and even sent my weapon flying? Huangfu Yujiang's mind was in a mess. The confidence he had built up over the past 30 years had completely collapsed at this moment. Ting Qingshan, what happened? Huangfu Yujiang stared at Ting Qingshan and said, "This shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened." Huangfu Yujiang's mind was in a deadlock. He firmly believed that Ting Qingshan was an emptiness realm expert who had only comprehended one Tao. Therefore, he couldn't accept this scene. Huangfu Yujiang, do you know what the emptiness realm culmination is? Do you know what is above the emptiness realm culmination? Ting Qingshan looked at Huangfu Yujiang and shook his head. This time, Ting Qingshan came to see the celestial jade annulus. Therefore, he didn't want to embarrass Huangfu Yujiang. If the Grand Supreme Elder of the Bright Moon Island was defeated by Ting Qingshan in public, he would be humiliated. Humiliated. The entire Bright Moon Island would be humiliated, and Huangfu Yujiang would be so humiliated that he would vomit blood. Ting Qingshan didn't want to cause so much trouble. Of course, I know about the emptiness realm culmination. Huangfu Yujiang stared at Ting Qingshan and said, "There are many types of power of the heavens and earth. When one comprehends a large amount of Tao, he will be able to control all the power of the heavens and earth. At that time, he will even be able to fly. That is the emptiness realm culmination. It is very difficult to reach the emptiness realm culmination. As for above the emptiness realm culmination," Huangfu Yujiang shook his head. Ting Qingshan smiled. Suddenly, Ting Qingshan's entire body floated up 3 feet high. Although he didn't fly very high, Huangfu Yujiang could see clearly that Ting Qingshan was indeed floating in the air. Huangfu Yujiang looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was completely stunned. Emptiness realm culmination? According to the records of the ancestors of the Sword Tower, it was considered extremely difficult to reach the emptiness realm culmination? Yet, Ting Qingshan had achieved it? How was this possible? To reach the emptiness realm culmination, one needed to comprehend many Daos and control 100% of the power of the heavens and earth. However, the truth was right before his eyes. Ting Qingshan was indeed flying in the air. He wasn't using the force to stay in the air for a short period of time. You have reached the emptiness realm culmination? Huang Fu Yujiang couldn't believe it. He then smiled bitterly and said, "No wonder I lost so badly." Emptiness realm culmination? Ting Qingshan shook his head and said, "I am not." You are not? Huang Fu Yujiang widened his eyes. Huang Fu Yujiang, I just asked you if you know what is above the emptiness realm culmination. You shook your head to show that you don't know. I will tell you now. Ting Qingshan smiled and said, after stepping into the emptiness realm, one will comprehend many Daos. When one controls 100% of the power of the heavens and earth and reaches the emptiness realm culmination, the next step is to stop using the power of the heavens and earth. Instead, one will form his own world in his Naiwan palace. My own world? Huang Fu Yujiang was completely shocked. He listened carefully. Ting Qingshan said slowly, "This boundless world is very complicated. Even if we reach the emptiness realm culmination, our understanding of the various Daos, we haven't reached the pinnacle. As our understanding of the heavens and earth deepens, we will be able to create our own world. And now, the power we use is the power of our own world. This realm is called insightful emptiness. Above the insightful emptiness realm is the omnipotent expert." Ting Qingshan looked at Huang Fu Yujiang and said, "Huang Fu Yujiang, the power I use is the power of the world." Huang Fu Yujiang's heart trembled. "You reached the insightful emptiness realm?" Boom! A black airflow gushed out from the surface of Ting Qingshan's body. The violent power that could destroy the world instantly suppressed Huang Fu Yujiang. Huang Fu Yujiang felt as if he had fallen into hell. He couldn't fight back at all. Facing such a powerful force, he could only do one thing: turn around and run. This is the power of the world. The spiritual power of the heavens and earth you use is far less pure than the power of the world, Ting Qingshan said. Suddenly, thousands of thoughts flashed through Huang Fu Yujiang's mind. He felt ashamed, and also grateful to Ting Qingshan. Now, he understood that the Sword Tower was just a frog in a well on the Bright Moon Island. However, only a few of the ancestors of the Sword Tower had reached the emptiness realm. To them, the emptiness realm was equivalent to being invincible. As for the realm above the emptiness realm, they rarely thought about it. After all, to them, the emptiness realm culmination was the biggest obstacle. Insightful emptiness, insightful emptiness. It turns out that I was a frog in a well. Huang Fu Yujiang thought about what would happen if he was defeated by Ting Qingshan in one move under the gaze of countless disciples of the Sword Tower. The legend of the undefeated Grand Supreme Elder would end in his hands. If that happened, he would be so ashamed that he would die. Huang Fu Yujiang took a deep breath and said, "Ting Qingshan, thank you." A large number of disciples of the Sword Tower who were gathering were then dismissed. Most of the disciples were in a daze and were very confused. They didn't know why they were gathered, but they were dismissed after a while. As for those elite experts who knew that the Grand Supreme Elder and the demon Ting Qingshan had agreed to fight, they were all puzzled. However, they received an order later on. They were forbidden to talk about the Grand Supreme Elder and Ting Qingshan. "Brother Ting, you can cultivate in seclusion in the future. I have arranged for disciples to serve you in the stone room outside. If you want to eat anything, just tell them," Huang Fu Yujiang said enthusiastically. "Thank you." Ting Qingshan smiled. As the stone door closed, the secret room became dark, except for the green glow of the celestial jade annulus. Ting Qingshan sat cross-legged and stared at the celestial jade annulus while the six-legged blade-like Qi stayed by his side. Ting Qingshan sensed the celestial jade annulus with his spirit. Boom! In an instant, Ting Qingshan saw many images appearing in front of him. Each and every one of the green figures was performing a mysterious sword art. The sword arts were extremely vast. If Ting Qingshan was easily drowned by the concept of the sword arts, now Ting Qingshan could stand on an equal footing and observe carefully as a bystander. At the beginning, Ting Qingshan could see through the various sword arts with a glance. It was very simple. As time passed, Ting Qingshan looked at the sword shadows and pondered for a while before he could understand. He was immersed in this feeling. Senior Li Taibai is indeed an omnipotent expert. As expected of the true pinnacle, Ting Qingshan watched until the end. Sometimes he would ponder, sometimes he would stand up and perform spear arts, and sometimes he would practice fist arts. It was as if he was obsessed. With the celestial jade annulus as a reference, Ting Qingshan's understanding of the heavens and earth gradually increased. No wonder Pei San wanted to obtain the authentic writing of Li Taibai that contained the Tao. There was no sun or moon in the cave. Unknowingly, Ting Qingshan, who had already touched the edge of the power of the world of life, had completely comprehended it while he was obsessed. The power of the world in his body had completely transformed into the power of the world of life and death, and he had reached the culmination of the insightful emptiness realm. However, Ting Qingshan was obsessed with the celestial jade annulus. Every little bit of understanding was a small improvement. Every small improvement that came together was a breakthrough. End of 2 chapters. Chapter 610. Life and death oppose each other. But according to Senior Li Taibai's swordsmanship, life and death should all be condensed into one sword. Ting Qingshan could clearly sense the invincible swordsmanship contained in the celestial jade annulus. A green figure was displaying a profound and unfathomable swordsmanship in front of him. How can life and death support each other and even merge into one? All kinds of fist techniques appeared in Ting Qingshan's mind. No. Ting Qingshan suddenly stood up and began to practice fist techniques in the dark secret chamber. Fist shadows were like waves, and Ting Qingshan looked like he was possessed. It's still not right. 3 postures, starting gesture, one is life and the other is death. Logically speaking, they should support each other and promote each other. But how can the world of life and the world of death support each other? Ting Qingshan's eyes sometimes flickered with a fierce light, and sometimes seemed to contain endless vitality. His entire temperament was constantly changing. For so long, Ting Qingshan had been completely obsessed with the celestial jade annulus, and had been constantly studying it. Moreover, he had cultivated the world of life and world of death to the extreme. Now, in his Naiwan palace, there was only endless white liquid that looked like rain, and a black mercury-like liquid that was filled with the aura of death. One was black, one was white. One was filled with the aura of death, and the other was filled with endless vitality. One made one's heart tremble, and the other made one feel joy. Absolute opposition. If he did not understand life and death deeply enough, Ting Qingshan could still use life and death to promote each other. But now, when he had researched life and death to an extremely profound level, he had no choice but to do so. Ting Qingshan was shocked to find that life and death were completely opposite. No matter which aspect, they were absolute opposition. He clearly knew from the celestial jade annulus swordsmanship, if he wanted to improve it to the next level, he had to convert life and death into one. But he could not do it. He already knew the answer, but Ting Qingshan could not explain it. Why? Life and death are completely opposite, absolute opposition. How can they become one? How can they achieve that step? Ting Qingshan seemed to have gone mad. In fact, this problem had also troubled countless heroes in the history of the Nine States. He could truly merge life and death into one. In the history of the 9 prefectures, even if the northern sea continent's Duan Yu was included, there were only 5 people. 5 supreme experts. Pung, pung, pung. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the stone door came from outside. The knock on the door was not loud, but in the quiet secret room, it made Ting Qingshan's heart tremble. In an instant, he was completely awakened from his crazed state. Phew, phew, cold sweat broke out on Ting Qingshan's forehead as he panted heavily. Only then did he recover. What a pity! Ting Qingshan glanced at the celestial jade annulus. I still can't break through this important barrier. Now that Ting Qingshan had reached the culmination of the insightful emptiness realm, the power of the world of life and death was close to perfection. What he needed to do now was to fuse life and death together. If I can take this step, even if I can't fuse life and death and achieve a great Tao, I will still be able to take this step. However, as long as I fuse part of it, I will be able to fight against Pei San. Ting Qingshan thought to himself. Immediately, Ting Qingshan walked to the side, grabbed a ladle, scooped up the cold water from the water jar, and poured it directly on top. Hua hua, when the cold water containing crushed ice shards washed his body, Ting Qingshan's skin instantly trembled, shaking off all the dust and dirt on his body. His body also emitted mist, turning the ice water into steam, evaporating his body. Then, Ting Qingshan changed into a set of clean clothes. Jia, the stone door opened. Outside the stone door stood a very reserved young man in a green robe. He said respectfully, "Senior, it has been 1 month and 6 days since Senior last came out of seclusion. According to Senior's instructions, I came to wake Senior on this day." "Yes." Ting Qingshan smiled and nodded. This young man was specially arranged by the Sword Tower to serve Ting Qingshan while he was in seclusion. 1 month and 6 days. Ting Qingshan walked out of the cave. A dazzling light shone over. The exit of the cave was on the precipice halfway up the mountain. Ting Qingshan surveyed the sky and the ground, only to see that the boundless ground below was already covered with a layer of silver, and that bone-piercing cold air pervaded everywhere. It was obvious that it was a very cold season. 1 month and 6 days. Today should be the first day of the 12th lunar month. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's already the 12th lunar month. Ting Qingshan looked at the vast land covered with silver. It's time to go back. I haven't seen little June and the others for more than a year. Over the past year, Ting Qingshan had spent most of his time in a state of obsession. He had devoted himself to the Tao of Sword in the celestial jade annulus and the Tao that he had comprehended. Immediately, Ting Qingshan turned and walked towards the secret room. "Senior, what would you like to eat?" the green-cloaked young man asked respectfully. "There's no need." Ting Qingshan entered the secret room and put the reincarnation spear back into the holster. He looked at the green-cloaked young man and said, "Little brother, thank you for taking care of me over the past year. Although I have given you some pointers on sword arts, I will show you a set of sword arts before I leave. However, before I leave, I will carefully demonstrate a set of sword techniques for you. You can learn as much as you can." The green-robed youth was shocked. Senior was leaving? After serving Ting Qingshan for more than a year, when Ting Qingshan came out of seclusion and rested, he would occasionally give pointers to the green-cloaked young man. This had benefited the green-cloaked young man immensely and made him feel even more grateful and respectful towards this mysterious existence that even the Grand Supreme Elder treated as an honored guest. "Watch carefully." Ting Qingshan raised his index and middle finger into the shape of a sword. Swoosh! A ray of white light emitted from Ting Qingshan's sword finger. It was like a lightsaber. Ting Qingshan immediately started a set of sword dance. His entire person was like a god of swords. One beautiful sword art after another was continuously displayed. There was a total of 18 sword art. The strange thing was, Ting Qingshan had displayed these 18 sword arts 3 times. The green-cloaked young man remembered the first time. However, when he watched it for the second time, he felt puzzled. When he watched it for the third time, he didn't understand the sword art at all. The green-cloaked young man was puzzled. This set of sword arts has a total of 54 sword arts. Ting Qingshan looked at the green-cloaked young man and said, "There are a total of 3 parts, and each part has 18 sword arts. Each part is different. You should comprehend it well. Consider it a thank you gift for our friendship." As soon as Ting Qingshan finished speaking, he carried the holster on his back and floated out of the cave. A roar resounded through the sky. Immediately, a ray of golden light shot over from afar. Ting Qingshan soared into the sky and landed on the back of the 6-legged blade-like Qi, "Brother Ting." A hearty voice sounded. "Are you leaving now? Brother Huangfu, the celestial jade annulus is no longer of use to me. If fate allows it, we might meet again in the future. Farewell," Ting Qingshan's voice sounded. However, Ting Qingshan's figure had already disappeared into the southern horizon along with the 6-legged blade-like Qi whoosh. Huangfu Yujiang's figure landed at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, the green-cloaked young man was standing at his original spot in a daze. "Martial ancestor." The green-cloaked young man woke up from his daze and hastily called out. "What were you thinking about just now?" Huangfu Yujiang asked. "Martial ancestor, the senior just taught me a set of sword arts, but I couldn't understand it." The green-cloaked young man shook his head and said, "The senior said that the sword art was divided into 3 parts, and each part had 18 sword arts. However, I feel that even though the senior said there were 3 parts, I feel that the same sword art was displayed 3 times. However, the more I looked at the sword art, the more I couldn't understand it. It's so strange." Huangfu Yujiang frowned and asked, "Do you think the 3 parts are the same? The more I look at it, the more I can't understand it?" "Yes." The green-cloaked young man hastily nodded. "Comprehend this sword art well." Huangfu Yujiang glanced at the disciple and said, "If you can comprehend 1/10 or 2/10 of the sword art, you will definitely be able to step into the innate realm. If you can comprehend it all, your achievements will definitely be extremely high." Huangfu Yujiang knew Ting Qingshan's realm very well. Even Ting Qingshan had said that the celestial jade annulus was useless to him. How could a sword art left behind by someone with such a realm be child's play? Sitting on the back of the 6-legged blade-like Qi, Ting Qingshan smiled above the 9 heavens. "Don't be greedy. I have already gained a lot this time. I have completely understood the Azure Lotus sword melody. However, although I understand how to perform the last few sword arts, I have yet to comprehend the marvelous and profound Tao contained within." Ting Qingshan knew very well that the celestial jade annulus was useless to him. After all, he could only comprehend those sword arts. It did not mean that he could reach the omnipotent realm with the guidance of an omnipotent expert. It was extremely difficult to reach the omnipotent realm. Ting Qingshan still had to rely on himself. The celestial jade annulus was only a reference. In the East Flower Garden of the Xingyi sect on the Great Yen Mountain in Yangzhou, southeast of the land of the 9 prefectures. "Brother Fan, why isn't Qingshan back yet?" Yuan Lan, who already had silver hair on her head, looked at the sky with her infant in her arms. "Why are you so anxious?" Ting Yongfan glared at her and said, "Don't be anxious. Qingshan said that he will return before the battle between Pei San and Qin Shichi. He will definitely return. How can I not know about my son? Why are you angry at me?" Yuan Lan was slightly displeased. "I think you should go back to the clan and teach the younger generation to forge iron and practice fist arts." Humph. Ting Yongfan did not say anything. He just looked at the sky from time to time. Both Ting Yongfan and Yuan Lan were worried about their son, Ting Qingshan. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot from afar and swooped down at an extremely fast speed. "Brother Fan, Qingshan is back," Yuan Lan said excitedly. "You must have seen wrongly. Last time, you called Qingshan to come back. That time, it was only the phoenix." Suddenly, Ting Yongfan's voice stopped and he stood up. He saw Ting Qingshan, who was dressed in a white cloak, standing in front of his parents with a smile on his face. "Father, mother," Ting Qingshan called out with a smile on his face. "Qingshan." Yuan Lan hastily ran over. At this moment, Li Jun, Honglin, and Hongwu, who were in another courtyard, rushed over as well. "Father, didn't you go back to the clan to teach the younger generation to forge iron?" Ting Qingshan asked. Ting Yongfan shook his head and said nonchalantly, "Those younger generation are too annoying. They don't know anything. I came to your East Flower Garden. It's quiet there, and no one will bother me. I want to live a peaceful life." Yuan Lan glanced at her husband. Ting Qingshan had rushed over because he was worried about their son. However, her husband was stubborn. When Ting Qingshan saw his parents behaving like this, he couldn't help but smile. "This is..." Ting Qingshan looked at the infant in his mother's arms. "The first chapter has ended. There will be 4 chapters today." Chapter 6:11. Father. At this moment, Li Jun's son, Hongwu, rushed over and shouted, "Her name is Jin Xiu. Mother gave her this name." "Jin Xiu?" Ting Qingshan reached out and hugged the baby girl. According to the seniority in Tingjia village, after the Qing generation was the Hong generation, and after the Hong generation was the Jin generation. "Jin Xiu? Xiu Xiu?" Ting Qingshan looked at the baby girl. The baby girl blinked her big black eyes and looked curiously at the adult in front of her. She liked the aura of this unfamiliar adult. It made her feel very comfortable, and she couldn't help but laugh. "Qingshan, you just came back today. Xiu Xiu's 1 month and 100 days have passed." Li Jun walked over. Ting Qingshan and his family gathered together happily and talked about what had happened in the past year. To this family, Ting Qingshan was the sky and the pillar of the family. When Ting Qingshan came back, the entire East Flower Garden was filled with laughter. Ting Qingshan lived a happy life at home. He accompanied his parents, taught his children, and played with little Xiu Xiu. In the blink of an eye, it was the 11th day of the 12th lunar month. The weather was exceptionally good and the sun was shining brightly. However, almost everyone in the Xingyi sect was talking about the battle that was going to take place tomorrow. The battle between Qin Shiqi of the Ying family and Pei San of the Heavenly God Palace at the Green Dragon Hill in the Qinling mountain range. Qin Shiqi of the Ying family was one of the 3 most powerful experts in the land of the 9 prefectures. Who wouldn't care about this battle? After this battle, it would be the battle between Sovereign Ting and Pei San. Lan, Ting Yongfan said in a low voice. "What's the matter?" Yuan Lan, who was wiping the table, turned around and looked at Ting Yongfan. "Lan, tell me. Who will win if our Qingshan and Pei San of the Heavenly God Palace fight?" If Ting Yongfan and Pei San of the Heavenly God Palace fought for real, who would win? Ting Yongfan was slightly nervous. Yuan Lan glared at him and hastily said, "Of course it would be our Qingshan. Brother Fan, don't think too much." Ting Yongfan frowned and scolded in a low voice, "You old woman, what do you know? I also want Qingshan to win, but I've asked around and read the book Battle of the Best. Pei San was not someone to be trifled with. He even destroyed the Mani Temple. Even the expert of Emperor Yu's hall was killed by him. Even Qingshan himself said that Pei San was the strongest among the 4 of them. I'm very anxious now." Yuan Lan threw away the rag in her hand and sat on the chair. Her eyes were slightly red. "Lan, what's wrong?" Ting Yongfan asked. "Brother Fan, Yuan Lan took a deep breath and whispered, "Do you think it's possible for Qingshan not to fight Pei San? The whole world is in an uproar. People live by their looks." Ting Yongfan was a little hesitant. "If we really can't defeat them, won't we just be throwing our lives away?" Yuan Lan said anxiously. Ting Yongfan gritted his teeth. "Yes, Alan, you're right." Ting Yongfan clenched his fist and paced back and forth in the room. Suddenly, his eyes brightened and he said, "Lan, how about this? Tomorrow is the battle between Qin Shiqi and Pei San. Let's talk to Qingshan and go to the Green Dragon Hill in the Qinling mountain range to watch the battle. We will see with our own eyes how strong Pei San is. I will also ask Qingshan about it." Ting Yongfan pondered and said, "If Qingshan is confident, I will not stop him. However, if he is not confident, I will stop him even if I have to die. Yes. I hope that Pei San will die in the battle tomorrow." Yuan Lan suddenly said, "Old woman, you are really ruthless." Ting Yongfan glared at her and nodded. "However, it is not bad if that happens. They all say that Pei San is a devil," Yuan Lan said. At noon. "Father, Mother, are you two going tomorrow?" Ting Qingshan looked at his parents in surprise. His parents had lived in the Tingjia village for many years and had never been interested in the battles between the experts of the land of the 9 prefectures. Why were they going to watch the battle? "Of course. We have heard so much about Pei San and Qin Shiqi that our ears have become callous. I want to see how strong these 2 experts, who are on par with my son, are," Ting Yongfan said excitedly. Yuan Lan, who was standing beside him, nodded. It seemed like she really wanted to go and watch the battle. Seeing his parents' reaction, Ting Qingshan nodded and said, "Okay. We will go together tomorrow." On the morning of the 12th day of the 12th month of the lunar year, it was foggy. At this moment, the entire Xing-Yi sect was filled with the sounds of people practicing their fists. "Father, you didn't go to the battle between Pei San and Huang Tianqin. Are you going to go this time?" Honglin joked. Ting Qingshan looked at the undying phoenix, who was flying rapidly from the Great Yen Mountain, and said with a smile, "Lin, Huang Tianqin is much weaker than Pei San. However, Qin Shiqi is different. How can I miss this battle? Who would win between Pei San and Qin Shiqi?" Ting Qingshan was not sure. After all, both of them were extremely strong. If they made a breakthrough during the battle, something unexpected might happen. Perhaps, Qin Shiqi would be able to make a breakthrough and defeat or even kill Pei San. "Little Blue is here. Let's go." Ting Qingshan asked his parents, Honglin, Hongwu, and Lei Shiru to sit on the back of the undying phoenix. Ting Qingshan held Li Jun's hand and flew up into the sky with the power of the world surrounding them. Whoosh! The flowing light pierced through the thick fog and flew toward the Qinling mountain range in Yongzhou. The Qinling mountain range was the natural barrier of the Ying family. With the protection of the Qinling mountain range, it would be extremely difficult for the army to destroy the Ying family. "Qingshan, this must be the Qinling mountain range. It is so long. I heard that it is 3,000 li long." Ting Yongfan, who was sitting on the back of the undying phoenix, looked down curiously. There was no thick fog in Yongzhou. From the sky, he could see the endless and majestic Qinling mountain range. "Grandfather." Hongwu smiled and said, "The heavenly emperor of the Qinling mountains started his career here." "Of course I know that." Ting Yongfan laughed. Ting Qingshan pointed ahead and said, "The Green Dragon Hill is in front of us. The battle will take place on the Green Dragon Hill. However, we can't go to the Green Dragon Hill to watch the battle." The Green Dragon Hill was the battlefield. However, at this moment, the people of the land of the 9 prefectures gathered on the hills and valleys around the Green Dragon Hill. It was a sea of people. There's really no space. Ting Qingshan pondered where to watch the battle. "Qingshan, let's stay in the sky." Li Jun looked down and said with a bitter smile, "There are too many people down there. There's no space." "Good idea. White air immediately appeared under Ting Qingshan's feet, and formed a white cloud that had a circumference of 10 zhang. Father, Mother, Hongwu, Linlin, sit down and rest. Sit down and rest. This place is only half a li away from Mount Azure Dragon. You can see it clearly. Father, is this a cloud? Honglin leaped down excitedly and landed on the cloud of the power of the world of life. With Ting Qingshan's control of the power of the world, he naturally wouldn't hurt anyone. Moreover, for the sake of caution, Ting Qingshan used the power of the world of life. Even if a little of the power of the world of life escaped unintentionally, it would be beneficial to the bodies of ordinary people. Immediately, the whole family stood on the cloud and looked at the peak of the Green Dragon Hill from midair. The huge body of the undying phoenix was very conspicuous in the white cloud. Look, what's that? There seems to be someone there. Riding on a cloud? That's the undying phoenix. I see it. It's the undying phoenix. The undying phoenix is on the cloud. That must be Ting Qingshan. Ting Qingshan is here. On the other mountains, many cultivators and ordinary people who had already rushed over to grab good spots were extremely excited. Overlooking the land from the clouds? This was the dream of many martial artists. On the cloud, Ting Qingshan and his family were chatting happily. Qingshan, there are so many people down there. Yuan Lan looked down and said, there are so many people. Qingshan, are Pei San and Qin Shiqi not here yet? Ting Yongfan looked at the peak of the Green Dragon Hill. However, there was no one on the peak of the hill. Don't worry, father. They will be here soon. Ting Qingshan stood on the cloud and looked at the Green Dragon Hill, waiting. In the sky above the Qinling mountain range, a beam of sword light pierced through the sky and flew toward the Green Dragon Hill. Inside the sword light was Qin Shiqi, who was dressed in plain clothes and carried a purple sword on his back. The Emptiness Realm expert of the Ying family, Ying Haidong, and a young man dressed in a stone-green cloak could be seen. The Green Dragon Hill is in front, Qin Shiqi said calmly. Teacher. There was a hint of worry in the eyes of the green-robed young man. You must be careful, the young man said. Qin Shiqi looked at the young man and said calmly, if you don't reach the omnipotent realm, you will never be able to get rid of the shackles. The land of the 9 prefectures will always suppress you. When the time comes, you will still die. Compared to dying before the time comes, dying now is just a matter of dying earlier. Since this is the case, why not fight? Break the shackles of the heavens and earth. Get rid of all obstacles. Haiying, aside from Ting Qingshan, you are the most talented person I have ever met. Qin Shiqi's voice was calm as usual. He must be able to endure loneliness, endure suffering. Ting Qingshan fled all over the world and was chased by many people. After he reached the Emptiness Realm and founded the Xing-Yi sect, he stayed in the Xing-Yi sect and never relaxed. A truly powerful expert must not only be talented but also have the heart of a powerful expert, a heart that is as firm as a rock. Qin Shiqi looked at the young man before him. The young man took a deep breath and nodded. Teacher, I will not disappoint you. Qin Shiqi nodded. Martial brother, with Qingshan around there is hope. Ying Haidong couldn't help but say. Qin Shiqi shook his head and said, I have been pursuing the Tao of Sword for my entire life. This time, this is my opportunity. It is rare to meet an opponent like Pei San. This is a battle of life and death. I will pursue that opportunity in the midst of life and death. If I can comprehend it and achieve a breakthrough, I will reach the omnipotent realm. If I fail, I will die. Qin Shiqi's eyes were filled with determination. His heart was also filled with determination. This battle, if I live, I will reach the omnipotent realm. Otherwise, I will die. The black and white flowing light flew toward the peak of the Green Dragon Hill, leaving behind Ying Haidong and Qin Shiqi's disciple, who looked worried. Tomato, give me your monthly votes. Brothers, this is the last month of the story of the 9 cauldrons. Everyone, give your monthly votes to Tomato. If you want to make up for it today, it will be at the 4th hour. After the 4th hour, Tomato will tell you a small surprise. So, give me your monthly vote. Don't fall behind. Tomato is in urgent need of monthly vote. Chapter 6:12. The winter was extremely cold. However, the surroundings of the Green Dragon Hill were as hot as a furnace. Thousands of warriors and ordinary people gathered around the hill, looking forward to the earth-shattering battle. Someone is here. It's a sword radiance. It must be the god of swords, Qin-Shi-Chi. Qin-Shi-Chi was still known as the god of swords when he was young. He was known as the god of swords hundreds of years ago. If the Wanxiang sect did not publish the book Battle of the Strongest, not many people in the land of the 9 prefectures would know about Qin-Shi-Chi's past. Swoosh! A beam of sword radiance shot towards the peak of the Green Dragon Hill. The sword radiance dissipated and transformed into a cold and aloof Qin-Shi-Chi. He carried a purple sword on his back. He was an extremely powerful cultivator of the Tao of Swords. At this moment, he was the only one on the peak of the Green Dragon Hill. His opponent, Pei San, had not arrived yet. Qin-Shi-Chi closed his eyes and stood there silently like a rock on the peak of the hill. The mountain wind blew, but his clothes and hair did not flutter. Pei San is here. Above the clouds in the distance, Ting Qingshan's eyes brightened. He saw a gray beam of light piercing through the sky. Halfway through the sky, the heavenly god palaces Li Chao, the king of beasts Wu Ho, and Pei Shuilian stopped in midair. Pei San did not stop. He landed on the peak of the Green Dragon Hill. The sounds of people cheering could be heard from the surrounding mountains and valleys. Countless people of the land of the 9 prefectures were excited. Puff! Qin-Shi-Chi suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if a ray of light had lit up the dark world. Qin-Shi-Chi stared at Pei San. Pei San smiled and closed his eyes. Step by step, he walked towards Qin-Shi-Chi from afar. Pei San seemed to be walking in a simple manner. However, there was a strange rhythm to his steps. Every step he took caused the peak of the hill to shake slightly. As this rhythm became more and more obvious, the entire mountaintop began to shake with a series of rumbling sounds. The violent tremors caused a large number of rocks to roll down the Green Dragon Hill. Pei San continued walking. Every step he took caused the earth to shake. Humph! A cold snort sounded abruptly and interrupted the strange rhythm. Qin-Shi-Chi stared at Pei San coldly. Pei San finally opened his eyes with a smile on his face. He looked at his opponent, Qin-Shi-Chi. When he saw the cold and determined look in Qin-Shi-Chi's eyes, Pei San's smile grew brighter. Finally, he said, Qin-Shi-Chi, I know one of the 3 people I challenged. You will definitely fight me for real, unlike Huang Tianqin, who is too scared to fight me. You are not qualified to make me afraid, Qin-Shi-Chi said coldly. Very good. Pei San Xing stretched his back and his smile grew wider. Actually, I've always been looking forward to meeting an opponent that I can truly fight to the death with. You are one. Only such an opponent can push me to my limit. Only at my limits can I make a final breakthrough and reach the omnipotent realm. In the end, Qin-Shi-Chi said coldly, I will become the omnipotent expert. The more confident you are, the better. Pei San smiled and said, Actually, I can use you as a stepping stone to become an omnipotent expert. I don't have to fight with Ting Qingshan anymore. If you can't do it, I will have to fight with Ting Qingshan. With this, Pei San looked at Ting Qingshan, who was high up in the clouds. Pei San couldn't help but exclaim, Ting Qingshan is indeed the most terrifying opponent I have ever met. He has improved compared to the last time I fought him. Qin-Shi-Chi also looked at Ting Qingshan, who was far away. Ting Qingshan looked at the 2 people who were about to fight. At this moment, in the land of the 9 prefectures, the 3 insightful emptiness realm experts could feel each other's desire to fight. Among the three experts, even the youngest, Ting Qingshan, had already reached the culmination of the insightful emptiness realm. The difference in strength between the three experts was not huge. Pei San and Qin Shiqi looked at each other. Pei San's expression slowly changed and became cold. Their desire to fight continued to rise. Their powerful spirit caused the surrounding power of the heavens and earth to tremble. For a moment, the surrounding air vibrated, the wind howled, and the mountain rocks fell. Countless cultivators who were watching from afar quieted down. No one wanted to miss the most important moment. Boom! The power of the heavens and earth vibrated. A huge shadow of a dragon turtle appeared behind Pei San. Pei San put on the pair of white gloves that were glowing with a golden light. Clang! Lightning flashed in the sky and the purple sword landed in Qin Shiqi's hand. In an instant, the two powerful cultivators streaked across the sky like two streaks of light. Ya! A strange and ear-piercing scream suddenly sounded. Ordinary people, and even the innate experts could not see it clearly. However, Ting Qingshan, who was far away, could clearly see that Pei San, whose eyes were bloodshot, let out a strange roar. Both of his arms were slightly bent like the pincers of a crab. Pei San's hands were in the shape of claws. Pei San dashed towards Qin Shiqi in this manner. Qin Shiqi's body was surrounded by black and white air currents. The purple sword looked like two flood dragons. Black and white rays of light intertwined and condensed on the purple sword. At the tip of the purple sword, the black and white rays of light kept colliding with each other. The surrounding space kept vibrating and rippling. What an exquisite way to control the power of yin and yang! Ting Qingshan thought to himself, Qin Shiqi cultivates the Tao of yin and yang, while I cultivate the Tao of life and death. Obviously, he did not fuse the yin and yang together. However, he can use it so skillfully. Ting Qingshan came to a conclusion. After Ting Qingshan achieved a breakthrough in his understanding of the celestial jade annulus, his strength was close to Qin Shiqi's. Clang! The earth shook and the mountains shook. When Qin Shiqi's sharp sword collided with Pei San's body, Pei San's pincers, which looked like those of a crab, suddenly closed. His claws, which were in the shape of claws, grabbed Qin Shiqi's terrifying sword in a strange posture. Immediately after, Pei San let out a crazy roar and tried to snatch Qin Shiqi's purple sword. Let go! Qin Shiqi's face turned purple as he shouted. Chi-Chi, Pei San's first move was to snatch Qin Shiqi's sword. However, when he failed to snatch Qin Shiqi's sword, Pei San dashed forward like a huge turtle. His slightly bent right elbow smashed towards Qin Shiqi. Qin Shiqi only had time to use his left hand to block Pei San's elbow. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bang! Qin Shiqi was sent flying backward. The bones in his left hand were broken. At the same time, the godly armor on his chest cracked. Qin Shiqi spat out a mouthful of blood. Phew! Pei San's aura suddenly changed. The shadow of the dragon turtle behind him disappeared, and was replaced by the shadow of a demonic fox. When the charming demonic fox appeared, Pei San's entire body seemed to become blurry. With a flash, he chased after Qin Shiqi like a ghost. Pei San's attacks also became cold and fierce. Ha ha! Qin Shiqi laughed wildly. Qin Shiqi, who had been sent flying backward, suddenly stomped on the rocks of the Green Dragon Hill, causing the rocks to crack. Holding the sword in his hand, Qin Shiqi transformed into a beam of sword light. At this moment, Qin Shiqi himself seemed to have become a sword. His eyes were filled with madness. He was willing to risk his life at all costs. Pei San moved his body skillfully and flicked his sharp claws on the purple sword. Then, he used the force to dodge Qin Shiqi's attack. Ting Qingshan, who was watching the fight from afar, frowned and thought to himself, Pei San's ability to dodge and move in a small area is much better than mine. What is Pei San's Tao of Beasts? Why is he so much more agile than before? Ting Qingshan was not sure about Pei San's Tao. Qin Shiqi, this is bad. Ting Qingshan saw it clearly. As expected, after Pei San dodged Qin Shiqi's sword, he moved again and attacked Qin Shiqi. Rumble, in the eyes of the millions of people of the land of the 9 prefectures, they could only see the green dragon hill flashing with flowing light. The power of the world spread out wantonly. The surrounding rocks were either shattered, rolled down, or turned into dust. It seemed as if the world was collapsing. Many people were so excited that their eyes lit up. So powerful! How can a human be so powerful? Ting Yongfan, who was high up in the clouds, was also shocked. He could not believe that his son, Ting Qingshan, was going to fight against such an opponent. Ting Qingshan looked at the green dragon hill in the distance calmly. Qin Shiqi is still weaker than Pei San. Ting Qingshan shook his head. Although Qin Shiqi can hold on for a while, he will only injure Pei San. Ting Qingshan sighed. It was obvious that Qin Shiqi did not want to retreat. On the Green Dragon Hill, the fight between the 2 insightful Emptiness Realm experts had already caused the millions of people to hold their breath. At this moment, no one dared to make a sound. They were all staring at the fight. This was the most powerful fight in the land of the 9 prefectures. One would have no regrets if he could watch a fight like this once in his life. Qin Shiqi, you disappoint me. Pei San's voice rang in Qin Shiqi's ears. Pei San's eyes were bloodshot. A huge shadow of a dragon turtle floated behind him. His hands formed into sharp claws and were about to tear Qin Shiqi apart. Qin Shiqi's eyes were also bloodshot. A few parts of his godly armor were broken and blood was flowing out. His left arm was almost crippled. However, his right arm was still intact. This was the arm he used to wield the sword. Therefore, he still had the strength to fight. If I don't make a breakthrough, I will die. Qin Shiqi roared in his heart. Clang! The berserk Pei San and Qin Shiqi fought head-on again. Chi-Chi, this time, the black and white power of the world revolved around the edge of Qin Shiqi's purple sword. Some of the black and white power of the world even fused together and formed a grayish power. This time, Pei San did not manage to grab the edge of Qin Shiqi's sword. As the earth-shaking and mountain-shaking noises gradually faded away, the Green Dragon Hill became peaceful again. At the same time, millions of people saw the 2 super-powerful experts surrounded by the power of the world. Pei San's body was surrounded by a grayish power and flashes of lightning could be seen. As for Qin Shiqi, he was surrounded by a grayish power that was mixed with black and white. The 2 of them looked at each other silently. Ha ha! Pei San raised his head and laughed excitedly. This is great! This is great! Qin Shiqi, you did not disappoint me. This is interesting. This is the only way I can feel threatened. This is the only way I can get closer to death. This is the only way I can get closer to the omnipotent realm. Ha ha! Pei San was extremely excited. I told you that I will become the omnipotent realm. Qin Shiqi's voice was cold, but there was a hint of excitement in his voice. He could already feel it, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. This was the omnipotent realm. He could even faintly feel the aura of the omnipotent realm. Now, he was on the same level as Pei San. Both of them were extremely close to becoming the omnipotent realm. He has made a breakthrough. Ting Qingshan, who was standing on a cloud in the distance, observed the fight carefully. Qin Shiqi is now more powerful than me. He and Pei San are almost the same. Who will win? This was a fight of life and death. There was only one goal. In a fight of life and death, one must reach the omnipotent realm. If one did not succeed, one would die. The 3rd chapter was over. Tomato continued to write the 4th chapter. Calling for monthly votes. Chapter 6:13. The Emptiness Realm experts of the Heavenly God Palace, who had been quite relaxed, suddenly became nervous. Oh no, Qin Shiqi has made a breakthrough. Teacher is in trouble. Li Chao's eyes were filled with anxiety. When Pei Shuoyan heard this, her facial expression changed drastically as she said, "Senior Marshal Brother, will my father—" While the members of the Heavenly God Palace were nervous, the members of the Ying family heaved a sigh of relief. There were also a few emptiness realm experts among the countless people surrounding them. This is the fight between Pei San and Qin Shiqi. If Pei San dies, there will not be a fight against Ting Qingshan in 3 years. The silver-haired dreamy cloud martial immortal watched the fight with a smile. Ever since the dreamy cloud martial immortal no longer had to stay in the county city of Yong'an County, he could wander around the land of the 9 prefectures freely. He could enjoy the scenery of the land of the 9 prefectures. The dreamy cloud martial immortal felt free to live such a leisurely life before his death. I will return to Duanmu continent before my death. The dreamy cloud martial immortal had a plan. On the peak of the Green Dragon Hill, Qin Shiqi and Pei San could no longer care about the spectators. Their attention was completely focused on their opponent. Qin Shiqi, the most powerful Tao of my Tao of beasts, is the Tao of the godly ape. You are qualified to make me use the Tao of the godly ape. Pei San's will to fight continued to rise. Naturally, he would use his most powerful technique. A tall and big black godly ape appeared behind Pei San. The black godly ape's eyes flashed with a cold glint and a fierce aura filled the air. Qin Shiqi's eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and the red mole between his eyebrows oozed blood. His will to fight continued to rise. Pei San, die! Qin Shiqi shouted loudly. His face turned purple, and the blood oozed out from the red mole between his eyebrows and dyed his face red. The purple sword in Qin Shiqi's hand instantly transformed into a series of sword shadows. Like arrows, the sword shadows formed a series of misty, gray and black sword shadows. Instantly, the sword shadows streaked across the sky. Buzz, the sword shadows seemed to cut the heavens and the earth. Break! Pei San, whose eyes were filled with an ominous glint, shouted angrily. His entire body was like a giant ape as he suddenly dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. His nimble fingers swiftly flicked the sword shadows, and a series of earth-shattering rumbling sounds could be heard. A series of sword shadows were actually broken by Pei San's 10 fingers in a single breath. Qin Shiqi's facial expression changed slightly. Qin Shiqi raised his head and roared. A large amount of grayish energy spread out and transformed into sword shadows that enveloped Qin Shiqi. As the hundreds of sword shadows enveloped Qin Shiqi, they formed a huge blurry sword. The purple sword in Qin Shiqi's right hand was the tip of this huge sword. A cold glint flickered in Pei San's eyes. He clenched his fists and dashed towards Ting Qingshan. Xiao! Qin Shiqi dashed forward as well. In the blurry huge sword, hundreds of sword shadows flashed continuously. Streams of the power of the world revolved around the purple sword in Qin Shiqi's hand. At this moment, the huge sword that Qin Shiqi was in seemed like a small world of its own. The core of this small world was the purple sword. Rumble, Pei San was like a meteorite that came from the outside world. An endless amount of force was concentrated on his fist. His fists collided with the tip of the huge sword. Crash! The entire sky shook like the surface of the water. The muffled sound of the crash was like muffled thunder. The surface of the Green Dragon Hill, which was about 10 zhang tall, was shaken into pieces and became much shorter. This scene caused the thousands of spectators to hold their breath. All of them were stunned. After the collision, Qin Shiqi and Pei San, who were separated from each other, spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, they acted as if they were possessed and started attacking each other again. Die! This time, a formless wave of energy came out from the red mole between Qin Shiqi's eyebrows and merged with the purple sword. This scene shocked Ting Qingshan. Is Qin Shiqi tired of living? Why did he merge his spirit into the sword? When an innate expert reached the innate realm, he would be able to control the direction of the flying dagger through the use of his spirit. For an insightful emptiness realm expert, the control of his spirit was even stronger. Normally, there was no need for the spirit to be poured into the weapon. Moreover, this would cause great damage to the Naiwan Palace. However, it was obvious that Qin Shiqi was going to use his most powerful technique. He was going to risk his life. Roar! Pei San's eyes were filled with madness. This time, he formed his left hand into a claw and his right hand into a fist. The black godly ape behind him shrunk and became more condensed. It looked like a real godly ape. Also, the tail of the godly ape became shorter and clearer. Buzz, with the purple sword in his hand, Qin Shiqi stabbed towards Pei San as if he was an ordinary person. However, his speed was 1,000,000 times faster than an ordinary person. The strangest thing was that the tip of the purple sword in Qin Shiqi's hand kept changing directions at an astonishing frequency. No one could predict where Qin Shiqi would attack. Instantly, two streams of light collided. If the scene was slowed down by thousands of times, one would see that Qin Shiqi's face was covered with blood. His eyes were fixed on Pei San. At this moment, Qin Shiqi performed the simplest sword move in his life. It was also the most powerful sword move he had ever performed. Swoosh! The moment the sword was executed, Pei San's ghost-like right fist instantly shot out. It seemed as if it had filled the entire heaven and earth. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be blocked by this fist. The purple sword and Pei San's fist collided head-on. Crack! The purple sword trembled slightly and cracks appeared on its body. Chi! The glove on Pei San's right fist cracked as well. Clang! Boom! The two figures collided with each other. Smoke and dust filled the air. However, both of their faces were pale. The glove on Pei San's right hand was completely cracked. Pa! Pa! Drops of blood flowed through the gaps between Pei San's fingers and onto the ground. Qin Shiqi held a broken sword in his hand. He covered his chest and said in a deep voice, "Pei San, if my left hand wasn't injured, I might not have lost. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. It has been more than 400 years. 400 years. Scenes appeared in Qin Shiqi's mind. He had been obsessed with swordsmanship ever since he learned it in the Ying family. He had treated swordsmanship as his second life and had been pursuing the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He had hoped that one day, he would be able to pierce through the void with his sword, break through the shackles of the land of the 9 prefectures, and reach the omnipotent realm. In this life, he had given up many things for the sake of swordsmanship, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Qin Shiqi's body trembled slightly. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the tens of thousands of people, especially the people on the distant mountains, were in an uproar. Boom! Like a collapsing mountain, Qin Shiqi's body fell down slowly and landed heavily on the mountain rock. At this moment, Qin Shiqi realized that there was a big hole in his chest. His heart was gone. Why Pei San's right hand was bleeding profusely. There was a big wound on his chest. The wound was pierced by the purple sword and blood stained his body. At this moment, Pei San's face was pale. He kept mumbling in a low voice, "Why didn't I make a breakthrough? Why didn't I make a breakthrough? Why did I feel death? Why? Just a little bit more." Pei San and Qin Shiqi were only a little bit away from the omnipotent realm. However, this little bit was a merciless mote. As a result, they were still humans suppressed by the land of the 9 prefectures. They could not break through the shackles of the land of the 9 prefectures. This last step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The two super experts fought to the death. If they died, they would naturally fail. However, even if they survived, it did not mean that they had reached the omnipotent realm. It was not easy to reach the omnipotent realm. Since the ancient times, many insightful emptiness realm experts were very close to the omnipotent realm. However, this last step stopped them mercilessly. In the end, they could only die when they reached the end of their lifespan. Ting Qingshan, who was above the clouds, watched silently. He felt a sense of sadness. Another super expert had fallen. Both Pei San and Qin Shiqi wanted to reach the omnipotent realm. They were willing to risk their lives for it. However, sometimes, risking their lives was not enough. Teacher! The green-cloaked young man, who was standing beside Ing Haidong, who was watching the fight from afar, suddenly let out a shrill scream. He knelt down powerlessly and cried bitterly while trembling. Qin Shiqi died. During the first fight, Pei San fought against Huang Tianqin, and Huang Tianqin died. During the second fight, Pei San fought against Qin Shiqi, and Qin Shiqi died. Among the countless people who were watching the fight, the sound of discussion could be heard. Everyone was exclaiming and discussing the fight just now. Suddenly, ha 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 ha! An extremely arrogant yet loud laughter rang in everyone's ears. It was as if the laughter was echoing in everyone's hearts. For some unknown reason, the ordinary people felt so sad and angry that they wanted to cry when they heard this laughter. Everyone saw that the person who was laughing was Pei San, who was covered in blood and seriously injured. Pei San raised his head and laughed crazily. Ting Qingshan, who was above the clouds, watched this scene silently. Through this laughter, he could feel the sadness and anger in Pei San's heart. Pei San also desired to reach the omnipotent realm. This time, he had experienced the realm of life and death. However, he did not succeed. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. Pei San's eyes were bloodshot. He shouted in his heart, 9 prefectures, I will definitely break through the void. I will. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. The strong desire to reach the omnipotent realm, which had been accumulated for many years, kept ringing in Pei San's mind. Pei San's desire reached its limit. The Green Dragon Hill was in ruins. On the hills surrounding the Green Dragon Hill, countless people were looking at Pei San, who was standing on the Green Dragon Hill and was covered in blood. In the eyes of the crowd, Pei San was the most powerful person in the land of the 9 prefectures. Perhaps, only Ting Qingshan was qualified to compete with him. Ting Qingshan! A cold voice resounded in the sky. Pei San raised his head and looked at Ting Qingshan, who was wearing a white cloak. Huang Tianqin fought against me, and he died. Qin Shiqi fought against me, and he died as well. Pei San stared at Ting Qingshan. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire. It is very difficult to become an omnipotent realm expert. You have to give it your all. You have to be clear of all distractions and fight to the death. Only then can one break through under the limit of one's body and mind. 3 years from now, Ting Qingshan, you and I will fight. In the end, perhaps you will die or perhaps I will die. If you are afraid of fighting against me, then you will have to fight me. You don't have to come. Those who are afraid are not qualified to fight me to the death. Pei San stared coldly at Ting Qingshan and said, 3 years later, on the 18th of December, I will wait for you on the White Horse Lake in Yangzhou. Whether you want to come or not is up to you. His voice, which sounded like the angry roar of a heavenly god, echoed in the sky above the Qinling Mountains and in the ears of thousands of people. Notify! Notify! Tomatoes updates this month had not been fast enough. The story of the 9 cauldrons was nearing its final ending. Tomato would finish writing the ending in a frenzy. Today, he finished making up for the missed 4-night watch. From tomorrow onwards, at least 3 chapters a day. All the way until the grand finale of The Story of the 9 Cauldrons. On the day of the grand finale, he would go berserk until the very end. Let's end it in a frenzy. Since writing The Legend of the Star Peak, Tomato had written The Inch of Light, The Changes of the Stars, and The Coiling Dragon. The Story of the 9 Cauldrons was Tomato's 5th book, and it was about to be completed. Before the completion of the book, before the end of Tomato's 5th book, Tomato hoped that everyone would vote for Tomato. Tomato did not want the story of the 9 cauldrons to fall behind in the monthly ranking in the last month. Everyone, please grant Tomato a wish. Give Tomato a monthly vote. Click on the Recommend Author for Monthly Vote button below to cast your monthly vote. Tomato thanks everyone. Chapter 6:14. The wind howled. Tens of millions of people gathered on the mountain, but it was silent. Only Pei San's voice could be heard. Above the white cloud formed by the power of the living world, Ting Qingshan stood on the cloud and looked at Pei San, who was severely injured and covered in blood. Ting Qingshan did not respond to Pei San's words. Am I afraid? Ting Qingshan asked himself, am I afraid? I am hesitating now. Why am I hesitating? I don't want to let him go. I am worried. Ting Qingshan immediately understood what he was thinking. Yes. I saw the fight between Qin Shiqi and Pei San. Qin Shiqi achieved a breakthrough. He is now stronger than me. However, Qin Shiqi fought with Pei San after his breakthrough. In the end, Qin Shiqi died. Qin Shiqi died. Now, if I fight with Pei San, unless I run away like Huang Tianqin, I will definitely die. If I die, my parents, Little Jun, and the Xingyi sect. Ting Qingshan had too many worries in his heart. Ting Qingshan could not let go of his worries. Ting Qingshan remained silent and did not respond. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. The citizens of the land of the 9 prefectures in the valleys and the mountains around the Green Dragon Hill were talking loudly. They were amazed by Pei San's ferocious aura. At the same time, many people started talking about Ting Qingshan. Is Ting Qingshan really afraid? Now, only Ting Qingshan is qualified to fight with Pei San. Why would Ting Qingshan be afraid? He is a true genius who is on par with the 4 omnipotent experts. It's not surprising that he is afraid. How many years has Ting Qingshan been cultivating? How many years has Pei San been cultivating? Sovereign Ting will definitely kill that demon. He will avenge the Buddhist sect. Some citizens of Rongzhou and Liangzhou believed in Buddhism. They hated Pei San, who had destroyed the Mani Temple, to the core. They just wanted someone to destroy this devil who had destroyed the Buddhist sect. However, 2 of the 4 most powerful cultivators in the world had already died. Only Ting Qingshan was qualified to fight against Pei San. Their hopes were completely pinned on Ting Qingshan. Sovereign Ting will definitely win against this demon. There were all sorts of voices either slandering Ting Qingshan or supporting Ting Qingshan. Ting Qingshan himself did not care. He was only asking his heart. Humph. Hongwu, who was standing beside Ting Qingshan, humphed angrily and said, Pei San is despicable. How dare he say such things to my father in front of so many people? In this way, everyone in the world would know. There are still 3 years until the battle at the White Horse Lake. During these 3 years, the people in the world will be looking forward to the battle. If my father doesn't accept the challenge 3 years later, he will definitely be mocked and cursed by the world. His reputation will be ruined. Hongwu clenched his fists angrily. As soon as Hongwu finished speaking, Honglin nodded and said angrily, Pei San is using the power of the world to suppress you, father. Hongwu Linlin, there is no need to say anything more. Ting Qingshan said calmly. Suddenly, a beam of light flew over from the ruins of the Green Dragon Hill. It was the emptiness realm expert of the Ying family, Ying Haitong, and Qin Shiqi's direct disciple. The moment the green-cloaked young man landed on the ruins, he dashed to the side of Qin Shiqi's corpse. Teacher! The green-cloaked young man knelt down and cried in front of his teacher's corpse. Haiyang! Ying Haitong sighed and said, Don't be too sad. Your teacher has been pursuing the Tao of the omnipotent realm. He has been pursuing it his whole life. However, it is too difficult to become an omnipotent realm expert. It is enough for him to fight a life-and-death battle with an expert like Pei San and achieve a breakthrough during the battle. The dead are gone. Haiyang, What you need to do is to promote your teacher's Tao of Sword. Ing Haitong said softly. Yes. The green-cloaked young man knelt down and carried the corpse of his teacher, Qin Shiqi. He glared at Pei San, who had already flown away from the Green Dragon Hill towards Li Chao, Pei Shuoyan, and the others from the Heavenly God Palace. Ting Qingshan watched as the young man carried Qin Shiqi's corpse and left with Ing Haidong. Ting Qingshan couldn't help but feel sad. If I die in the battle in 3 years, if I die in the battle 3 years later, Hongwu, Little June, and the others will carry my corpse away. However, if I succeed, I will reach the pinnacle of the omnipotent realm. Struggle. Ting Qingshan was indeed struggling. Why do I have to force myself? Ting Qingshan suddenly understood. Pei San is in a hurry to reach the omnipotent realm. However, I am different from him. I have a long life ahead of me. I can live for another 400 years. Even if Pei San doesn't exist, even if I don't fight him, I still have a chance to reach the omnipotent realm. Do I have to reach the omnipotent realm in 3 years? If I don't fight in 3 years, people in the world will say that I, Ting Qingshan, am afraid of Pei San and look down on me. However, why should I care about the people in the world? Do I have to force myself to fight because of what the people in the world say? The difference in strength is too great. Little June, Hongwu, Linlin, and my parents. Ting Qingshan finally understood his true feelings. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Once billions of people in the world were talking about you, the invisible pressure would be so great that it could even cause a super-powerful expert's mind to be in chaos. Ting Qingshan understood himself. I want to reach the omnipotent realm. No. I have to reach the omnipotent realm in 3 years. Therefore, why should I be a stepping stone for Pei San? Qin Shiqi is already 400 years old. However, I still have more than 400 years to cultivate the Tao of the omnipotent realm. Ting Qingshan made up his mind. 3 years. I have 3 years left. In these 3 years, I will focus all my energy on the Tao of martial arts. If I can fuse the Tao of life and the Tao of death in these 3 years, I will fight against Pei San. If I can't achieve a breakthrough in 3 years, I will fight against Pei San. If I can't achieve a breakthrough in 3 years, I will fight against Pei San. If I can't achieve a breakthrough in 3 years, I will just admit defeat. Ting Qingshan gave himself 2 choices. Living in this world, living is for oneself, is living for family members. He didn't live for the people in the world. He didn't have to force himself to death. However, Pei San, I won't give up easily. Ting Qingshan knew that he was no match for Pei San, so he would not risk his life to fight him. However, he still had the desire to fight with Pei San 3 years later. 3 years. If I make a breakthrough in 3 years, I will be able to fight with you. When Ting Qingshan made up his mind, Pei San had already arrived beside the people of the Heavenly God Palace. Father, are you alright? Pei Shuoyan asked worriedly. I'm fine. Pei San placed his hand on his chest and said, Qin Shiqi's short sword didn't pierce my vital organs. I will fully recover after resting for a few months. Although Ting Qingshan made it sound easy, he still needed a few months to recover even with his recovery ability. This time, his injuries weren't light, especially the terrible injury on his fist. His fist was pierced by a sharp sword. His bones were broken and his muscles were torn. It would be very difficult for him to recover completely. Teacher, Ting Qingshan didn't react to what you said just now. Could it be? Li Chao frowned and asked. Pei San said indifferently, I know Ting Qingshan's personality. What I said now is to let the people of the world know that I am using the words of the people of the world to imperceptibly affect his spirit. The most terrifying thing in the world is the mouth of a person. The mouth of the public can melt away metal. If an ordinary person were to be criticized by the world, he or she would probably vomit blood and die. Of course, Li Chao understood the principle of the mouth of the public can melt away metal. As long as one lived in the world, he or she would inevitably be affected by the words of others. Even if one's heart was as strong as a rock, he or she would still collapse if he or she was slandered by millions of people. With what I said and the invisible pressure from the world, he will definitely be affected by the words of others. Even if Ting Qingshan doesn't want to fight with me, he will still try his best to cultivate for the next 3 years. Once he achieves a breakthrough, Ting Qingshan will definitely fight with me. If he doesn't achieve a breakthrough, he will rather die than fight with me because of the pressure from the world. I won't be bothered to fight with him. Why? Pei Shuoyan asked confusedly. Father, why are you not happy that he is fighting with his life? Confidence is based on strength. Pei San said calmly. If he doesn't achieve a breakthrough, he is obviously not strong enough. However, he will fight with me because of the invisible pressure from the people around him. This means that his heart is not strong enough. He doesn't even recognize himself and he can't defeat himself. He still wants to pursue the omnipotent Tao? The others nodded when they heard this. They all understood, for example, on a battlefield, when thousands of people were charging crazily at the same time, even a calm person would become hot-headed and confused. Then, he would roar loudly and fight with all his might. This was the invisible pressure formed by the crowd. However, Ting Qingshan was under the pressure of the millions of people in the land of the 9 prefectures. He had to be able to resist the pressure, recognize his heart, and walk his own path. Only in this way could he achieve great things. However, if he couldn't resist the pressure and wanted to fight with his life on the line in exchange for a reputation after his death, he would at most be considered as someone who wasn't afraid of death. However, he wouldn't be considered a true expert. He wouldn't have the heart of a true expert. The millions of people in the mountain range below were talking about the battle. However, Ting Qingshan was still very calm above the clouds. Father, why didn't you respond to Pei San's words? Hong Lin was obviously angry. Why should I respond? Ting Qingshan smiled faintly and said, This battle is over and Qin Shiqi is dead. We are done watching. It's time to go back. Father, Mother, get on Little Blue's back. Ting Qingshan immediately made arrangements. Ting Yongfan, Yuan Lan, his wife, Hongwu, Honglin, and Lei Xiaoru got on the back of the undying phoenix. Ting Qingshan held Li Jun's hand. Qingshan, in 3 years in the battle Li Jun couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I will go, Ting Qingshan said softly. Li Jun was shocked. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Ting Qingshan's hand. Ting Qingshan looked at Li Jun and smiled. His smile was very infectious. Li Jun couldn't help but relax. Ting Qingshan said softly, Little Jun, don't worry. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't go and die. Li Jun heaved a sigh of relief. However, she immediately became worried and said, When the time comes, the people in the land of the 9 prefectures. At this moment, Li Jun could hear the endless discussions below. Just treat them as floating clouds, Ting Qingshan said with a smile. Whoosh! A beam of light pierced through the sky. Ting Qingshan and his family flew in the direction of the Great Yen Mountain. Thank you, brothers, for your monthly votes. The gap between us and the people behind us is very small. If you have monthly votes, please support us. Chapter 6:15. Ting Qingshan and his family arrived at the Xing-Yi sect in the Great Yen Mountain. When they flew into the East Flower Garden, Hongwu, Honglin, Lei Xiaoru, and Ting Qingshan's parents leaped down from the undying phoenix. Hongwu, just watch, Honglin said to Hongwu confidently. Don't overestimate others and belittle yourself. Although Pei San is very arrogant now, when he fights with my father in 3 years, my father will beat him to a pulp. Father, don't you think so? Honglin looked at Ting Qingshan and giggled. Ting Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. Qingshan, come with me, Ting Yongfan suddenly said. Father? Mother? Ting Qingshan was confused, but he still followed his parents to their residence. As soon as they entered the central room, Ting Yongfan said, Lan, close the door. Creak. The door of the central room was closed. Only the light from the window shone into the room. Ting Qingshan and Yuan Lan sat down and stood. They both looked at Ting Qingshan. Father, why did you ask me to come here? Ting Qingshan had a rough idea of what was going on. Qingshan, I watched you grow up. Ting Yongfan took a deep breath and said slowly, Since you were young, you have been smart like a little adult. Now, you are an important person in the land of the 9 prefectures. You can shake the land of the 9 prefectures with just one sentence. However, your mother and I saw Pei San, the sovereign of the heavenly god palace. He is so powerful that he doesn't seem like a human. He seems like a god or a demon. Father, don't worry, Ting Qingshan said. Listen to me, Ting Yongfan interrupted Ting Qingshan. Ting Qingshan listened obediently. I just want to ask you a question. I am asking you as your father. Don't play dumb with me. How is your strength compared to Pei San? Ting Yongfan stared at Ting Qingshan and said, Your mother is here as well. We're just asking you this, so don't try to fool us. Ting Qingshan was stunned and looked at his mother. Yuan Lan also looked at Ting Qingshan. Ting Qingshan was in a dilemma. Ting Qingshan had wanted to coax his parents, but his parents were asking him so seriously and with such an attitude, he couldn't just casually lie. Father. Ting Qingshan nodded solemnly. I am indeed not as powerful as Pei San. I don't have any confidence in fighting him head-on. Ting Yongfan was shocked, and Yuan Lan, who was beside him, couldn't help but tremble. Mother, be careful. Ting Qingshan quickly supported her. I'm fine. Yuan Lan held onto the chair and sat down. Ting Qingshan hastily said, Father, Mother. I don't have the confidence now, but there are still 3 years. You know how fast your son is improving. I didn't have a teacher to teach me, but I reached the emptiness realm at the age of 21. He is even faster than the 4 omnipotent experts. My 3 years are more useful than an ordinary person's 100 years. Right now I am only slightly weaker than Pei San. I don't believe that I haven't improved in 3 years. As long as I improve a little, I will have the confidence to fight him. So, Father, Mother, you don't have to worry. In order to coax his parents, Ting Qingshan tried his best to praise himself and boast about himself. In fact, Ting Qingshan knew very well that, the further one progressed, the harder it would be. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few omnipotent experts in history. Qin Shiqi only made a slight breakthrough when he was at the edge of life and death. Pei San was infinitely close to becoming an omnipotent expert, but this slight breakthrough was like a heavenly moat that obstructed him. One could imagine the difficulty of this breakthrough. However, his parents didn't understand this, so he should be able to coax them. Qingshan. Ting Yongfan looked at Ting Qingshan and said solemnly, You are my son. You are the most outstanding person in the history of Tingjia village. As your father, I might not be as considerate as you. However, I just want to say one thing. Think carefully before you act. Don't be reckless. As for your decision, I won't stop you. Old man, how can you say that? Yuan Lan, who was at the side, was so angry that she immediately stood up and grabbed Ting Qingshan's arm. She stared at Ting Qingshan and said, Qingshan, listen to me. If you don't have the confidence, then don't fight with Pei San. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to live. As Yuan Lan spoke, her eyes turned red. Don't cry. Ting Yongfan frowned and scolded. Yuan Lan's eyes were filled with tears and she ignored Ting Yongfan. Ting Qingshan knew very well that his parents weren't people who had read many books and experienced many hardship. His father and mother were not the kind of people who had read many books and experienced many storms. His mother was a simple and honest woman from the countryside. This couple was most proud of their son. His mother was a simple and dutiful woman from the countryside. The couple was most proud of having such a son in their lives. When Ting Qingshan went missing, this couple shed a lot of tears. If Ting Qingshan really died, the couple would probably not be able to bear the consequences of seeing their son die before them. Ting Qingshan's heart was filled with deep gratitude towards his parents. He said, "Father, Mother." Ting Yongfan and Yuan Lan both looked at Ting Qingshan. "I promise you that after 3 years, if I don't have the confidence, I won't go and die," Ting Qingshan said solemnly. Ting Yongfan and Yuan Lan heaved a sigh of relief. They were relieved that their son dared to say this. What they were worried about the most was that their son would risk his life for the sake of the martial Tao. "Father, Mother, you two rest first. We will have lunch together later. I will take my leave first," Ting Qingshan said. "Okay, go. Do what you need to do," Yuan Lan said. After Ting Qingshan left, Yuan Lan turned around and looked at Ting Yongfan. Yuan Lan couldn't help but turn her head to look at Ting Yongfan. "Old man, you told me that I would stop the child even if I had to die. Why did you? You're just a woman. What do you know? Qingshan's brain is bigger than ours. He can think more clearly than us. Don't say too much. Just give Qingshan a hint, and he will understand everything," Ting Yongfan said. After comforting his parents, Ting Qingshan returned to his room. "Have you comforted your parents?" Li Jun walked over with a cup of tea and asked. "You guessed it." Ting Qingshan couldn't help but smile. "It's been so many years. Of course I guessed it." Li Jun sat beside Ting Qingshan. "I'm afraid it's not just your parents. Even Honglin and Hongwu must be very worried." Ting Qingshan looked at his wife and couldn't help but reach out to hold her hand. Li Jun couldn't help but look at Ting Qingshan. Both husband and wife could feel each other's thoughts. "I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you for the next 3 years," Ting Qingshan said. "I'm fine." Li Jun shook her head and smiled. When he was with Li Jun, Ting Qingshan felt peaceful like never before. Ever since the battle between Pei San of the Heavenly God Palace and Qin Shiqi of the Ying family on the Green Dragon Hill in the Qinling mountain range, the people in the land of the 9 prefectures were talking about this battle fervently. There were also many who relied on their own imagination and some of the scenes that they could barely see at that time to recklessly judge. However, there was a consensus in the land of the 9 prefectures. Only one person, Ting Qingshan, could fight against Pei San, who was like a demon, who would win the battle between Ting Qingshan and Pei San in 3 years. The people in the land of the 9 prefectures were talking about this. Pei San represented invincibility and dominance, while Ting Qingshan represented inconceivability and miracles. While the whole land of the 9 prefectures was crazy about this battle, the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Xingyi sect were talking about it. Since they were disciples of the Xingyi sect, they naturally spoke up for Ting Qingshan. However, they were also worried about their sovereign, Ting Qingshan. After all, Pei San was too powerful. Out of the 3 peak battles, 2 had happened and 2 people had died. Both times, Pei San had survived. What about the 3rd time? No one was sure that Ting Qingshan would win. Similarly, Ting Qingshan himself wasn't confident. Therefore, ever since the end of the 2nd battle of the Apex, Ting Qingshan had been living in the East Flower Garden. He had been cultivating in seclusion and diligently studying the Tao of the omnipotent realm. No one knew if Ting Qingshan had made a breakthrough or not. This was because Ting Qingshan often cultivated in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed since the 2nd battle. In the East Flower Garden. Now, Ting Qingshan's daughter, Ting Honglin, had mastered the half-step burst fist and reached the Grandmaster realm of internal martial arts. Her next step was to cultivate the supreme force. Since she had reached the Grandmaster realm, Ting Honglin naturally had a few disciples in the Xingyi sect. "Father has been in seclusion for more than 2 months. I don't know when he will come out." Ting Honglin, who had just returned from teaching, frowned. Ting Honglin was quite beautiful. However, she always showed a cold face in front of the disciples of the Xing Yi sect. In addition, she was Ting Qingshan's daughter. Many people felt that they were not good enough for her and didn't dare to pursue her. In the past few years, Ting Honglin hadn't fallen in love with another man. Ting Honglin's ears twitched. A voice came from nearby. Senior Marshal Brother, you are talking nonsense. Ever since the sect master started cultivating, which of the things he had done was not inconceivable and miraculous? No one would believe it before he did it. However, Sovereign did it in the end. This time, even if he couldn't win against Pei San, he would still be evenly matched. Junior Marshal Brother, you practice internal martial arts. Don't you know that the higher you go, the harder it is to advance? Sovereign is powerful, but Pei San said those words in public in the Qinling mountain range. Sovereign didn't respond. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? Sovereign didn't respond. Then let me ask you. If I were as powerful as you, would I dare to say those words so arrogantly? Would you swallow your anger and not respond? Pei San dared to say those words because he believed that he was stronger than Sovereign. The fact that the sect master didn't respond meant that he was indeed weaker than the sect master. I respect Sovereign, but it's easy to guess the truth. These two discussions made Ting Honglin's body tremble. All along, no disciple of the Xing Yi sect had dared to talk about Sovereign in front of Ting Qingshan. Ting Qingshan himself had tried his best to avoid talking about Sovereign, so Ting Honglin hadn't figured it out. But now that's right. If Pei San dared to say those words, he must be stronger than Ting Qingshan. Ting Qingshan didn't respond because he was weaker than Ting Qingshan. Boom! The stone door of the cultivation room opened. Dressed in a loose white cloak, Ting Qingshan walked out of the cultivation room and took a deep breath. When he went into seclusion, it was still autumn outside. Now it was late winter and the temperature was much lower. Ting Qingshan's ears twitched. Ting Qingshan disappeared. Then, he appeared beside a pond in another garden. His daughter, Honglin, was squatting there and crying. Don't cry. A voice rang in Honglin's ears. Honglin turned her head and saw Ting Qingshan looking at her with a smile. Father, you came out of seclusion? Honglin's reddened eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The second chapter is over. Continue writing the third chapter. Chapter 6:16. Yes. Linlin, have you achieved the supreme force? Ting Qingshan asked. Not yet. Honglin shook her head. Come on, show me the 9 wood elemental techniques you have learned. I want to see if you have made any progress in the past 2 months. Ting Qingshan said with a smile. Honglin smiled and immediately jumped to the empty ground. She began to practice the wood elemental fist created by Ting Qingshan. Soon, Li Jun, Hongwu, Lei Xiaoru, and Xiao Xiao rushed over. The group of people chatted and laughed as they watched Ting Qingshan guide Honglin. Sister, you can't even understand this move? Hongwu teased when Ting Qingshan taught Honglin. Humph, little Wu, you haven't even reached the Grandmaster realm. How dare you scold me? Honglin said deliberately. Hongwu touched his nose. He couldn't do anything about it. His sister reached the Grandmaster realm before him. However, he couldn't be blamed. According to Ting Qingshan, Hongwu was very smart. However, Hongwu practiced the bursting fist, blast fist, slashing fist, horizontal fist, and drilling fist of the 5 elemental fist seriously. He even used the methods of these 5 fist techniques to compare with each other. In the Xing Yi sect, it was difficult for ordinary disciples to practice even one of the fist techniques created by Ting Qingshan. However, Hongwu was given the best conditions by Ting Qingshan. However, because he was too distracted, he was much slower than his sister. Linlin, remember what I just said. If you practice well, you will be able to achieve the supreme force in a month. Ting Qingshan said with a smile. Li Jun couldn't help but laugh. Qingshan, you just came out of seclusion 2 months ago. You didn't rest. Let's go. Lunch is ready. Let's go eat. Immediately, the whole family went to eat together. As for Ting Qingshan's parents, because Ting Qingshan had been in closed-door training for too long, Ting Yongfan and his wife had already returned to Tingjia village, where they had more people of the same age. For more than 2 months, he had been immersed in the understanding of Tao. It was rare for him to have a meal with his family. This meal also put Ting Qingshan in an extremely good mood, and the table was filled with laughter. Especially the little girl, Su Su, who had just learned how to walk, could actually call him grandpa. In the land of the 9 prefectures, it was normal to get married at the age of 16 and have children the following year. Therefore, many of them became grandfathers in their 30s. It was evening when Ting Qingshan came out of seclusion. In the study, in front of Ting Qingshan was a small pile of secret letters containing all kinds of intelligence records. Some of the more important ones would be read by Ting Qingshan every time he came out of seclusion. Ting Qingshan raised his head slightly and smiled. Come in. Creak. The door of the study room opened, and Ting Shou, Yang Dong, and Xue Xian walked in together respectfully. As the 3 great disciples of Ting Qingshan, Ting Shou and the other 2 had extremely high statuses in the Xing Yi sect. Moreover, after so many years, Ting Shou and the other 2 were no longer the ignorant youths they used to be. All of them had been tempered by the passage of time and had become much more mature. Why did the 3 of you come together today? What's the matter? Tell me, Ting Qingshan said with a faint smile. The 3 disciples looked at each other. Then, the eldest disciple, Ting Shou, stepped forward. Teacher. The eldest disciple, Ting Shou, said respectfully, it's already December. There are only 2 years left before the agreement between teacher and Pei San, the sovereign of the Heavenly God Palace. After discussing with my 2 junior martial brothers, we believe that this is a scheme of the Heavenly God Palace. We know how powerful you are and how fast you improve. That's why the Heavenly God Palace invited you to a duel. Yang Dong, who was at the side, immediately stepped forward and said hastily, Yes, teacher. Pei San, the sovereign of the Heavenly God Palace, is much older than you. If he had cultivated for hundreds of years, he wouldn't be a match for you. One has cultivated for hundreds of years, while the other has cultivated for dozens of years. How can you compare? Teacher, the Xing Yi sect can. Xue Xian, who was at the side, was about to speak as well. Enough. Ting Qingshan shook his head and said, Say no more. The 3 disciples froze. I know that you are all worried that I will follow in the footsteps of Huang Tianqin and Qin Shiqi. Ting Qingshan could see through their worries at first glance. Teacher. Ting Shou, Yang Dong, and Xue Xian knelt down with a thud. Their eyes were all red. Their eldest disciple, Yang Dong, was raised like a wild beast. He didn't even understand the human language. It was Ting Qingshan who saved him and taught him the internal martial art. Ting Shou turned from a beast into a human. Yang Dong had a wife and a child. In the beginning, Yang Dong was just a small bandit. He followed Ting Qingshan and slowly became the substitute sovereign of the Xing Yi sect in the land of the 9 prefectures. Xue Xian was a fleeing young man who disguised himself as an escort. Now, he was a high-ranking member of the Xing Yi sect. They were indebted to Ting Qingshan for teaching them and helping them. In their hearts, their teacher was no less important than their parent. Naturally, they didn't want to see Ting Qingshan fight with Pei San. Teacher, it's not fair. Even if we were to compete, we should be the ones to decide when to compete, Yang Dong said. Say no more. I have my own plans. Ting Qingshan waved his hand and said, Go. The 3 disciples looked at each other. All of you can leave. Ting Qingshan commanded again. Yes, teacher. The 3 disciples left helplessly. By the time Ting Qingshan finished reading all the information, it was already midnight. Creak. Ting Qingshan opened the door of the study, and a gust of cold wind blew in. Ting Qingshan walked out. At this moment, the East Flower Garden was illuminated by the dim light of lanterns. The sky was pitch black and a white dot floated over. A white dot landed on Ting Qingshan's face and quickly turned into ice water. Ting Qingshan looked up at the sky. "It's snowing," Ting Qingshan said quietly. Previously, when the three disciples came, Ting Qingshan knew what they were thinking. Actually, in the land of the 9 prefectures, as long as one was rational, most people would think that Ting Qingshan wouldn't be a match for Pei San. After all, this could be deduced from the content of Pei San's words back then. And those who thought that Ting Qingshan would win were based on the fact that Ting Qingshan was the most capable of creating miracles. However, miracles couldn't be created every time. The three disciples obviously thought that their teacher's chances of winning weren't high, so they advised Ting Qingshan. They couldn't be blamed. Most people in the world thought that Ting Qingshan would lose. "It's been a whole year." Ting Qingshan looked at the floating snowflakes and said, "I've been cultivating in seclusion for a whole year, but I can't break through. I've studied life and death to the extreme. Life and death are diametrically opposed. There's nothing that can be combined. How can I make them fuse? Pei San did it, and Qin Shiqi did it during the battle of life and death. Of course, the two of them only fused part of their Tao. They didn't completely fuse into one and achieve the omnipotent Tao. No, this won't work. I've been cultivating so hard, but I haven't made any progress in 1 year. If this goes on, I'm afraid that I won't be able to break through this barrier even if I have 2 more years." Ting Qingshan had been cultivating for a whole year. He knew that this method wouldn't work. Standing in the middle of the night and letting the snowflakes fall on his body, Ting Qingshan kept thinking about how to break through this barrier. After a long time, "Qingshan, why are you standing in the snow? It's snowing heavily. Hurry up and go into the house." Li Jun, who was standing on the balcony, couldn't help but shout. Ting Qingshan, who had been standing for almost 2 hours, suddenly woke up. "Standing in the snow?" Ting Qingshan looked up at the sky. The snow was already very heavy, covering the sky and covering the earth. "Yes, I am standing in the snow. I should leave the snow." An idea flashed in Ting Qingshan's mind. "I want to understand the omnipotent Tao. The omnipotent Tao is the perfect heavenly Tao. What is the heavenly Tao? It is the Tao of the operation of the land of the 9 prefectures. It can be divided into yin and yang, life and death, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In essence, the heavenly Tao is the great Tao of the operation of the heavens and earth. If I want to understand the omnipotent Tao, why don't I detach myself from the heavens and earth and observe the heavens and earth? I can't see clearly because I am always in the heavens and earth." Ting Qingshan immediately thought of a solution. A solution that might work. Ha! In a flash, Ting Qingshan appeared beside Li Jun. He hugged her excitedly and kissed her passionately. "What are you doing?" Li Jun was startled. She blushed and said, "We are an old couple. Why are you still?" "Ha, little Jun, you helped me think of a solution that might work." Ting Qingshan smiled. "What solution?" Li Jun was startled. "It's almost time for the yearly festival. After the yearly sacrifice, I plan to leave the Great Yen Mountain temporarily." Ting Qingshan said, "I plan to travel the vast land of the 9 prefectures alone and see the land of the 9 prefectures clearly." "Leave the Great Yen Mountain?" Li Jun was stunned. After the yearly sacrifice, on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, his parents, Ting Yongfan and Yuan Lan, his wife Li Jun, his daughter Ting Honglin, his son Ting Hongwu, and his wife Xiuxiu, they were all sending Ting Qingshan off. "Father, are you not going to bring any weapons?" Ting Honglin asked hastily. "I am not going to kill or practice my spear art. Why should I bring any weapons?" Ting Qingshan wore a loose white cloak. His hair was loose and his feet were bare. Only when his feet touched the ground could he clearly feel the power of the earth. Ting Qingshan bid farewell to his relatives one by one. Qingshan, when are you coming back? Li Jun couldn't help but ask. I will naturally come back when I achieve the Tao. If I don't achieve anything, I will come back in December next year. Ting Qingshan said. On the 18th of December next year, Ting Qingshan and Pei San would fight at the White Horse Lake. Little June, I will leave the family to you. Ting Qingshan immediately turned around and waved his hand. There is no need to send me off. Ting Qingshan's body blurred and disappeared. There was a lot of snow on the official road. Dressed in a white cloak, Ting Qingshan walked barefooted. However, every step he took left no trace on the snow. At this moment, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. Dozens of cavalrymen were galloping from afar. They didn't seem to see Ting Qingshan as they galloped forward. Like a gust of wind, the dozens of cavalrymen galloped forward and disappeared on the official road. Indeed, they didn't see Ting Qingshan. Because Ting Qingshan used the power of his world to distort the light in the surroundings, emptiness realm culmination experts could become invisible. Insightful emptiness realm experts could do it even more easily. I will just pretend that I don't exist in this world. No one can see me. I will just observe the land of the 9 prefectures as a bystander. Ting Qingshan traveled the land of the 9 prefectures silently. Today was the 21st of April. The ending of the story of the 9 cauldrons would probably be on the 25th of April. In these 5 days, the tomato would be updated 3 times a day for the first 4 days. On the last day, it would be updated once. Yes, the ending of the story of the 9 cauldrons was on the 5th day. Tomato would summon monthly votes and recommendation vote. Those who have monthly votes and recommendation votes, throw them at me. Chapter 6:17. Relying on his feet, Ting Qingshan walked across the fields and crossed the river. He went wherever he wanted to go, completely as he pleased. No one could see him. He didn't say a word. He just silently watched everything that happened in the land of the 9 prefectures. In the blink of an eye, it was already summer. In the city of Chu County in Yangzhou, Ting Qingshan, dressed in a white robe, was still walking barefoot. There were people coming and going on the streets of Chu County, but no one saw Ting Qingshan. Even if someone walked towards Ting Qingshan, they would unconsciously make a turn, thinking that their path was straight. Ting Qingshan suddenly turned his head and looked towards a large courtyard. With one step, Ting Qingshan entered the deep courtyard of the mansion. In the backyard of this luxurious mansion, a fat master dressed in embroidered clothes was chasing a pale-faced woman dressed in plain clothes with patches on her body. He was even smiling strangely as he said, "I say, daughter-in-law of the Li clan, why don't you just give in to me? If you obey me, you won't have to do hard work like mending and washing clothes." "Master, please behave yourself." The skinny woman in plain clothes hurriedly dodged. However, the door to the backyard had been locked by the master. She had nowhere to run. "Hey, let's see where you can run to." The fat middle-aged man was also interested in chasing her. Ting Qingshan, dressed in a white robe, stood on the roof and looked down at what was happening in the courtyard. Huff, huff. The fat old man gasped for breath. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and shook his head. Instead, he laughed and said, "Mrs. Li, you can really run. I like it when you're spicy like this. Come, come, run again, run again." As the fat middle-aged man spoke, he suddenly dashed out and grabbed the clothes of the poor woman. Rip! A piece of her clothes was torn. The woman's white arms and half of her body were exposed. This made the fat middle-aged man's eyes brighten, and he became even more excited. Although this poor Li clan's daughter-in-law didn't have a good life and her face was pale, it made her seem even more delicate. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed somewhat beautiful. Although she didn't look young, at least in her 30s, she had the charm of a young married woman. It was no wonder that the fat middle-aged man's brain was filled with lust. "Master, spare me, let me go. I don't want the money for mending clothes anymore." Mrs. Lee's eyes were red. She covered the tattered clothes with both hands and ran for her life. "Money? Master, I have plenty of them." The fat middle-aged man gasped for breath. "If you obey me, I'll give you 100 taels of silver." 100 taels of silver was a huge sum. "I don't want money. Father, let me go." Mrs. Lee's face was full of tears. Who? The obese middle-aged man stopped in his place, constantly gasping for breath. "You hussy, you're good, you can run." A rich man's family's eldest son, he went out in a sedan chair, a carriage, and even had someone to serve him at home. How could this run be compared to the poor women who did all kinds of chores? This rich man obviously couldn't run anymore. "Guards!" The obese middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Whoosh! The closed door of the courtyard suddenly opened, and 2 vigorous men immediately rushed in. "Master!" The 2 men respectfully saluted. "Her!" The obese middle-aged man gasped for breath and pointed at the woman in tattered clothes. You, he said while gasping for breath. "Capture her for me, tie her up and send her to the next room." "Yes, master." The 2 servants hastily responded. These 2 strong men obviously knew how to use internal strength. Although they weren't experts, they were nimble and fast. The 2 men, one on the left and one on the right, quickly surrounded Mrs. Lee. Mrs. Lee anxiously ran like a madman, but in the blink of an eye, with a pring sound, she was directly pounced on by one of the strong men. "Let me go, master, I beg you." Mrs. Lee mournfully shouted. "Let you go?" With a big belly, the obese middle-aged man walked over, touched Mrs. Lee's face, and said with a sneaky smile, "Later, after master has a good time with you, I'll let you go. Don't worry." As he spoke, Mrs. Lee's hands were already tied up. Under her tattered clothes, her undergarment, which had turned white from washing, was exposed. "Both of you can leave," the obese middle-aged man ordered. "Yes." The 2 strong men looked at each other and quickly retreated obediently. They were very clear about their master's temper. Creak. The courtyard door closed again. The obese middle-aged man held Mrs. Lee, whose hands were tied up. This woman was thin and not heavy. No matter how much she struggled, the rope was very tight. Holding this young woman, the obese middle-aged man slyly smiled and entered the next room. On the roof, from the beginning to the end, Ting Qingshan watched silently. He slightly frowned. This kind of thing again. Ting Qingshan sighed in his heart. Ever since he left the Great Yen Mountain and traveled the world, Ting Qingshan had seen many things in the world. Occasionally, some angry things would make him want to fight back. However, when he thought of himself as a bystander, if he wasn't there, many things would still happen. With such a thought, most of the time, Ting Qingshan held back and didn't intervene. However, there were some angry things that Ting Qingshan couldn't help but intervene. Humiliating and molesting a woman. Since he is rich and has many wives, why would he molest a woman? "Help! Help!" Suddenly, a shrill cry came from inside the room. Ting Qingshan scanned the area with the power of the world and easily discovered that the obese middle-aged man had already started to tear Mrs. Lee's clothes. "Fight back? I'm just a bystander. If I wasn't here today, things would still happen." But Ting Qingshan frowned. This wasn't the first time he encountered this kind of thing. However, he still felt it was troublesome. Suddenly, purring, the courtyard's door suddenly opened. A skinny young man, who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, rushed in with a butcher knife in his hand and shouted, "Old thief Zhou! Old thief Zhou!" 3 guards quickly followed behind him. However, the skinny young man's eyes were red as he dashed into the room. "Ah! You little thief!" A cry of pain could be heard. Immediately, the obese middle-aged man covered his bleeding arm and ran out. The guards who rushed in hurriedly said, "Master, master, are you okay? Quick, call a doctor. What are you doing?" The obese middle-aged man shouted, "Quick, catch that little thief. I want to skin him." At this moment, the skinny young man with the butcher knife pulled the woman's hand. "Mother, let's go." Mrs. Lee's eyes were red. She didn't expect that her obedient son would rush in at such a critical moment. "Catch him!" the obese middle-aged man shouted. Immediately, 3 guards stepped forward. "Scram! I'll kill anyone who comes." The skinny young man's eyes were red as he rushed out like a madman. The tip of the knife pointed forward and stabbed wildly. For a moment, the guards, who weren't very strong, didn't dare to get close. They could only dodge to the side. Relying on his bravery, the skinny boy dragged his mother out of the backyard. "Trash, trash!" the obese middle-aged man shouted angrily and then covered his arm. "Master, he can't escape. There are people outside blocking the way," one of the guards said. Indeed, there were more people outside. Ting Qingshan stood on the roof and looked ahead. He saw the skinny young man with the butcher knife desperately dragging his mother. Mrs. Lee also ran quickly at this time, not wanting to be a burden to her son. However, there were many guards in the Zhou clan's mansion, and there were also experts among the guards. "I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me," the skinny young man roared. Ting Qingshan looked down from the rooftop. He could tell that this lean young man had learned the tiger form fist art. In the land of the 9 prefectures, the tiger form fist art should be the most popular one. Many poor people could learn it. After all, although the Qingshan Enterprise Hall sold it for 100 taels of silver, some poor villagers would make more copies. The Qingshan Enterprise Hall didn't forcefully stop him. This made the tiger form fist art spread far and wide. "Little thief, you still want to escape?" One of the intrepid guards roared and chopped down with a machete in his hand. The lean young man had just dodged, when the intrepid guard flipped his hand and the machete fiercely slammed onto the lean young man's body. Bang! The skinny young man took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Lianger, Lianger!" The woman panicked. Great master, I beg you, let my Lianger go." The Mrs. Lee begged the fat middle-aged man who was surrounded by guards. The fat middle-aged man's face was cold, and there was a hint of fierceness in his eyes. He said angrily, "This little bastard dares to brandish a knife at me. He doesn't want to live. Beat him to death. If I don't skin him alive, I won't be able to vent my anger." "Yes," the guards replied in unison. Under the beating, the skinny young man spat out blood again and fell to the side. The woman's face was full of tears. Old thief Zhou! The skinny young man gritted his teeth and stared at the fat middle-aged man. However, he was so injured that he couldn't get up. "Humph! Beat him to death," the fat middle-aged man said fiercely. "Master Zhou, who do you want to beat to death?" A voice came. Suddenly there was silence. A few men wearing the uniform of the city guards had already barged into the mansion. The leader was a man with a square face. He sneered and said, "In the territory of our Guiyuan sect, there is a rule in the city that forbids beating people to death. I heard that Master Zhou was going to kill someone on the street, so I couldn't just ignore it." The fat middle-aged man was embarrassed. "Kid, why are you still here?" The leader of the city guards raised his eyelids and said. The woman hurriedly helped her son up, thanked the leader of the city guards, and left. "Master Zhou, don't do this again. Otherwise, I will put you in jail," the leader of the city guards said. The fat middle-aged man smiled and said good words. "Brother, I have something to do. I won't stay any longer. Let's go." With a wave of his hand, the city guards swaggered away. Watching the city guards leave, the fat middle-aged man's face turned ugly. He cursed in a low voice, "That little bastard, does he have a friend who is a city guard? The angry Master Zhou ordered a strong guard next to him. You, take a few people with you tonight and beat that kid from the Li family to death. Throw him into the river. Do it cleanly. Don't worry, Master. Ting Qingshan silently watched from the sky. After a long time, he sighed and disappeared. This was only one side of the world. Ting Qingshan continued his journey. In this world, there were good things, bad things, happy things, and tragic things happening every day. Ting Qingshan tried his best to be a bystander and observe everything. He left Yangzhou and entered Qingzhou. Then he went to the East Sea and traveled to the many islands in the East Sea. As time passed, Ting Qingshan finally stopped meddling in anything. He watched the birth of a baby. He watched the death of an old man. He watched the arrival of a happy event. He watched the tragedy happen, and all of this, in the world of the 9 prefectures, was just an inconspicuous wave. The first chapter. Chapter 6:18. In the northeast of Yuzhou, late at night. It was the beginning of spring, but it was still extremely cold in Yuzhou. Snow could be seen on both sides of the official road. On the official road, a bloody battle was taking place. Brothers, kill them all. Kill them all. Good wine, good meat, and good women. The eyes of the bandits glowed fiercely as they madly attacked the small caravan. The people of the caravan also fought back with all their might. For a moment, blood was everywhere, dyeing the ground red. On a barren hill not far away, Ting Qingshan, who was wearing a white cloak, stood quietly, overlooking everything below. It was already the second spring after he left the great Yan mountain. Robbing and killing? Ting Qingshan saw the men and women of the caravan being killed, but his heart was not moved at all. Why? Why is it like this? Why am I like this? Ting Qingshan frowned. In the past year, he had seen all kinds of emotions in the world. In addition, he had constantly persuaded himself to remain a bystander. After a long time, Ting Qingshan had become numb. He had seen many infuriating things, but he did not feel anything. Why am I so numb now? I see everything in the world as if I am looking at skeletons. Originally, Ting Qingshan thought that watching the land of the 9 prefectures as a bystander would be beneficial for him to comprehend the Tao of the omnipotent realm. However, after suppressing his true nature for a long time, he became numb and became an absolute bystander. However, Ting Qingshan found that his heart was no longer moved. No anger, no surprise. Naturally, he was no longer moved by the land of the 9 prefectures. After seeing so many things in the world, everything was like passing clouds. The official road became quiet again. Corpses were everywhere, and the survivors had already left. Ting Qingshan was still standing on the barren hill beside him. He kept asking himself, everything I see now makes me numb. After traveling for a year, what did I comprehend? Nothing at all. In the past year, Ting Qingshan did not feel that he had comprehended anything. The only change was that he had become numb and inhuman. Standing on the barren hill, Ting Qingshan stood there for 6 days and 6 nights, during which it snowed heavily. The morning of the 7th day. As the sun rose, Ting Qingshan, who had been like a statue, suddenly woke up. What am I doing? Ordinary people, innate experts, emptiness realm experts, insightful emptiness experts, and omnipotent experts. They were all humans. We're all human, we have feelings. Without emotions, there will be no feeling of being touched. Without feeling, how can one comprehend the Tao of the omnipotent realm? Ting Qingshan's eyes lit up from their previous indifference. His entire being seemed to be brimming with vitality. If I want to comprehend the world and understand the workings of the world, I should go deep into the ground and feel it with my own heart. After Ting Qingshan figured it out, his entire state of mind seemed to have transformed. Ha ha! Ting Qingshan laughed loudly and withdrew his world energy. Immediately, A cold wind blew against his body, and Ting Qingshan's feet sank into the ice and snow. Use your heart to feel. Ting Qingshan reached out and grabbed a handful of ice and snow. The ice and snow quickly melted. Ha ha! Ting Qingshan raised his head and laughed loudly. Then, he strode forward. Times on the ridge beside the farmland, Ting Qingshan, whose face was covered in dust, laid down and stared at a small blade of grass. He took a deep breath and said, "This is the smell of soil and the smell of life." In a river, Ting Qingshan directly dived into the surging river water. After a while, he was eating grilled fish by the shore. "Take this silver and bring your mother to see a doctor." Ting Qingshan was in a poor family in a small town in Liang province. He handed over 10 silver to a young man. The bedridden woman wanted to get off the bed to thank him, and the young man even wanted to kowtow. However, Ting Qingshan suddenly disappeared. Deity! The young man and the woman were stunned. A few miles away, Ting Qingshan, whose hair was disheveled like an ascetic, had a smile on his face. He muttered, "The feeling of helping others is really good." In the land of the 9 prefectures, every city, every river, and every mountain, Ting Qingshan's footprints were left behind. Everything he did was done spontaneously. Sometimes, he squatted in the mountains and watched a litter of newborn wolf pups drink milk. Sometimes, he sneaked into a bandit's den and watched the happy and cruel life of the bandit. Sometimes, he stayed in a brothel and watched the bitterness of the prostitute. Sometimes, he became a guard of a caravan and experienced the hardships of different people. Sometimes, he met a young man who wanted to become a disciple of a famous teacher. During this process, sometimes Ting Qingshan was happy. Sometimes he was angry. Sometimes he could only sigh. Sometimes a smile appeared on his face. He completely immersed himself in the life of others, the feelings of animals, and even the temperament of plants. In the blink of an eye, it was already late autumn. There were only 3 months left before the battle between Ting Qingshan and Pei San. "My shoes are torn, my hat is torn, and my kasaya is torn? I don't have a kasaya." Alone and wearing tattered clothes, Ting Qingshan hummed a tune that he had heard in his previous life. Compared to when he had just left the great Yen mountain, Ting Qingshan's spirit had obviously changed. It was as if the dust on the surface of his ice-cold heart had been washed away, and the ice on the surface of his heart had melted. Ting Qingshan's heart had become as clear as a crystal. The heart of a pure child. At this moment, Ting Qingshan's heart had experienced his previous life and this life. In addition, he had become numb to the things that happened in the land of the 9 prefectures. Then, he allowed himself to be immersed in the world. This experience made Ting Qingshan's heart become unprecedentedly pure. "There are only 3 months left before the battle with Pei San?" Ting Qingshan smiled. "It's a pity. It has been more than a year, but I haven't made any breakthroughs. It seems like I will have to admit defeat in 3 months. As he thought of this, Ting Qingshan didn't feel any dissatisfaction or unwillingness to admit defeat. After experiencing so much in the world, simply admitting defeat was no big deal. However, it was worth it to travel for more than a year. All these years, I have devoted myself to cultivation. However, I have forgotten the purpose of cultivation in this world. The purpose of cultivation is to protect my loved ones, to establish a foothold in this world, and to pass on the branch of internal martial arts. Now I am strong enough to protect my loved ones. I have also passed on the branch of internal martial arts. Since I have achieved the purpose of cultivation, I should enjoy the happiness of this world, and spend time with my wife and children." Ting Qingshan had completely woken up during the past year. Ting Qingshan's goal was to become an omnipotent expert. However, a man's ambition was endless, but his time was limited. If he spent his limited time on endless ambition, he would naturally regret it before he died. Contentment was bliss. Since he had reached a sufficient level, He didn't need to worry his wife and children because of his ambition. This is the territory of Chu County. Let's walk back to the Great Yin Mountain. Ting Qingshan smiled. In Ting Qingshan's opinion, the transformation of his thoughts during the past year of travel was more gratifying than the breakthrough of his understanding of the Tao of Heaven. Suddenly, Ting Qingshan faintly heard the sounds of fighting coming from the official road in front of him. Bandit. Ting Qingshan shook his head and said, "Sometimes, people are forced to take this path because they have no other choice. However, the merchants are even more innocent because they are risking their lives to earn money." Ting Qingshan had entered bandits' nests during the past year. He knew that many bandits were like this because they had no other choice. Ting Qingshan didn't care about the killing in front of him. Instead, he walked forward quickly. "Spare us. Fellow heroes, spare our lives. We will give you all the gold and silver. Please spare our lives." At this moment, the killing had stopped. A big merchant was begging in fear. Ting Qingshan's eyes brightened. Isn't this the Master Zhou from back then? Back then, when Master Zhou wanted to rape the daughter-in-law of the Li clan, he was stopped by a young man from the Li clan. Ting Qingshan saw it with his own eyes. Unfortunately, this Master Zhou secretly ordered someone to kill that young man from the Li clan. At that time, I was possessed and didn't help him. At this moment, the fat Master Zhou was sweating profusely and begging for mercy. "Old thief Zhou, look at who I am!" A loud shout sounded. Master Zhou raised his head and looked carefully. His expression changed drastically. "It's you, Li Liang?" "No. Back then, the heavens didn't kill me. Today, old thief Zhou, I will send you on your way." The sharp knife in Li Liang's hand fiercely pierced into Lord Zhou's big belly. Pucci, Lord Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. He would actually die at the hands of this little thief from the Li clan. Pucci. The sharp knife was suddenly pulled out. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. "Fellow brothers, I was fortunate enough to kill this enemy. Thank you, fellow brothers." Ting Qingshan's figure flashed and he walked over. However, Ting Qingshan saw the unwilling gaze of the dead Master Zhou and the carefree expression of the young man called Li Liang. Truly miraculous beyond words. This Master Zhou actually died at the hands of this Li Liang. Ting Qingshan had a smile on his face. Suddenly, a trace of understanding arose in his heart. This is called the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Retribution? The cycle of the heavenly Taos. So, Ting Qingshan couldn't help but soar into the sky. In one breath, he flew over 1,000 zhang before stopping. High up in the sky, Ting Qingshan looked down at the boundless land below. Instantly, scenes appeared in his mind. He had personally experienced many touching things, as well as the various things that he had seen with his numb heart. Ting Qingshan's state of mind instantly entered a strange state of mind. He was in a transcendent state. His mind flashed with many things about flowers, trees, birds, beasts, and humans, but at the same time, all sorts of emotions were constantly growing in his heart. It was as though there was an invisible thread that connected all these things together, forming a perfect cycle. The cycle of the heavenly Taos. Ting Qingshan slowly descended into a mountain forest. On an empty space beside a tall and ancient osmanthus tree, Ting Qingshan followed the inexplicable enlightenment in his heart and sat cross-legged in meditation. Grow old. In this world, all life has its peak and trough. It also has its time of life and death. When the old die, babies are born. Sitting quietly under the locust tree, Ting Qingshan closed his eyes. All sorts of enlightenment continuously appeared in his mind, and in his Naiwan palace, the originally distinct black mercury-like liquid filled with death aura and the white liquid filled with vitality extended out streams of air. The black and white streams of air gradually intertwined, producing a tinge of gray. Here comes the second chapter. There's still the third chapter begging for monthly votes. Chapter 6:19. Ting Qingshan's power of the world was the same as Qin Shiqi's power of the world. It turned gray and black. However, Ting Qingshan's power of the world was different from Qin Shiqi's power of the world. One represented life and death, while the other represented yin and yang. As Ting Qingshan's power of the world increased, in his power of the world, the proportion of gray gradually increased and the proportion of black and white decreased. Little 3, follow your uncle and the others. It is winter now, and the wolves in the mountain are the hungriest. They are also the most ferocious. A muscular man, who was wearing animal skin and carrying a bow on his back and holding a spear in his hand, was leading more than 20 people. They were carefully advancing in the forest. This mountain was called the Wild Wolf Mountain by the locals. This was because there were many wolves. Don't worry, big uncle. A young man was excitedly holding an iron spear in his hand. He looked around as if he wanted to kill a hungry wolf to prove his strength. This group of hunters treaded through the mountain forest with uneven footsteps. Half a day later, the hunting group had hunted many animals. They were very happy. They were going down the mountain from another path. They could also hunt some animals along the way. Big uncle, there seems to be fog over there. The young man saw the fog and shouted. Everyone, be careful. The muscular man, who was wearing animal skin, was shocked and shouted. There is indeed fog over there. A few hunters noticed it. In this uninhabited forest, the hunting group knew very well that they could not be careless if they encountered a special situation. A strange scene usually meant that there was a special situation. It could be a dangerous situation. The muscular man, who was wearing animal skin, said in a low voice, "You guys stay here. I will go closer and take a look. If something goes wrong, we will immediately split into 3 groups and escape." Understood. Don't worry, big brother. The group of hunters replied. All right. The muscular man, who was wearing animal skin, lowered his body and held a spear in his hand. He carefully moved closer to the fog. When he was about 15 to 16 zhang away, he crouched beside a rotten tree root and saw what was in front of him. Heavens! The muscular man, who was wearing animal skin, stared blankly and blinked twice. Is this a miracle? The beast-skinned man was completely dumbfounded. While the beast-skinned man was in a daze, the other hunters were getting impatient. Immediately, 3 strong hunters came over stealthily. One of them even whispered, "Big brother, what's going on?" Halfway through his sentence, he also stared blankly ahead. The 4 of them were dumbfounded. This caused many curious hunters to rush over, but all of them were stunned when they saw the scene before them. Is it God? A miracle! There really is a God! The hunters mumbled to themselves in a daze. In front of them, a gray mist mixed with a large amount of black and white swirled continuously, wrapping around a figure. Because this mysterious person was surrounded by fog, his entire appearance was blurry and could not be seen clearly. However, the swirling mist also enveloped the osmanthus tree behind the man. This osmanthus tree, surrounded by the mist, slowly grew. New branches grew at a visible rate and leaves spread out. There were even osmanthus flowers growing out. The fragrance of the osmanthus flowers could be smelled. But in just a moment, the branches and leaves of the osmanthus tree began to wither and fall, leaving the tree bare. Growth. Wither. In just a short period of time, this osmanthus tree went through a cycle of growth. God, it's God. These hunters were completely stunned as they watched the branches and leaves of the osmanthus tree grow out. There were even osmanthus flowers growing out. All of this happened within the time of a few breaths. Then, it rapidly withered and fell. Similarly, it only took the time of a few breaths. Oh God! Many hunters immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the mysterious person, who was surrounded by the mist, to show their respect. Ever since this team of hunters discovered the existence of God on the Wild Wolf Mountain, the news began to spread from their own village to other villages. the news began to spread from their own village to the other villages. In just 10 days, many of the surrounding villages heard about it, and many of the villagers dared to go to Wild Wolf Mountain to pay respects to the godly spirit. In just a short period of time, the osmanthus tree underwent a cycle of growth and withering. This scene made those who saw the god even more excited. Naturally, the news spread even faster. In the beginning, the news spread slowly, but it became faster and faster. In the first 10 days, the news spread to the surrounding villages. However, in just 3 days the news spread crazily. Even the powerful Xing-Yi sect in Yangzhou received the news. In the East Flower Garden of the Xing-Yi sect on the Great Yen Mountain in Yangzhou, Qingshan has been traveling the world for more than a year. There are only 3 months left until the 18th of the 12th month. Qingshan hasn't returned yet, Li Jun thought to herself as she stood beside the training field, holding Xiuxiu's hand. She hadn't seen Ting Qingshan even once in the past 2 years. She would be lying if she said she didn't miss him. She thought about him almost every day. However, no matter how much she missed him, she knew that Ting Qingshan was currently cultivating and preparing for the ultimate battle on the 18th of the 12th month. "Mother, mother!" A voice came from outside. Hong Lin and the substitute sect leader, Yang Dong, dashed in together. Hong Lin had a pleasantly surprised expression on her face. "What's going on?" Li Jun asked hastily. "Madam, we received news," Yang Dong hastily said. "In the Wild Wolf Mountain of Chu County, the locals discovered a strange scene in the forest. A mysterious person surrounded by fog was sitting cross-legged under an osmanthus tree. Because of the fog, the osmanthus tree quickly grew branches, leaves, and even flowers. All of this happened within the span of a few breaths. Then, the osmanthus tree withered, and all the branches and leaves withered." Li Jun was shocked. Our men also discovered this. The fog surrounding this mysterious person is mainly gray, and there are many black and white streams of air, Yang Dong said hastily. Hong Lin said excitedly, "Mother, I'm afraid only Father and Pei San could do such a strange thing. Didn't Father say that Pei San's power contained a trace of the power of thunder and lightning? Father's power of the world is black and white? Maybe Father is—" Before Hong Lin could finish her sentence, Li Jun, who was beside her, hastily said excitedly, "You too, follow me. We are going to Wild Wolf Mountain immediately." Li Jun handed the little girl, Xiuxiu, to a maid. She didn't even care about her son, Hongwu, and the others. She immediately called the undying phoenix, Little Blue. Li Jun, Hong Lin, and Yang Dong immediately rode the undying phoenix and flew towards Chu County. Chu County, Wild Wolf Mountain. Ever since the news about the existence of a god spread out in the Wild Wolf Mountain, many curious people rushed over to take a look. Due to their geographical advantage, the Guiyuan sect, the Xing-Yi sect, and the Wanxiang sect, which was very curious about these strange things, were the first to send people over. These 3 sects were the first to send people over. No one is allowed to approach. Move back. The first group of people to arrive at the Wild Wolf Mountain was from the Guiyuan sect and the Xing-Yi sect. They joined hands and stopped the ordinary people. "We are here to worship the god. Who are you to stop us?" Many martial artists were displeased. However, the people from the Guiyuan sect and the Xing-Yi sect were not people that ordinary people dared to provoke. "Look! Flowing light." Many people looked up at the sky and saw a beam of light descending from afar. In the blink of an eye, a huge divine bird, the undying phoenix, whose entire body was bathed in flames, stopped 10 zhang away from the osmanthus tree. Li Jun, Hong Lin, and Yang Dong immediately jumped down and looked at the mist carefully. "It's the undying phoenix. It's the Xing-Yi sect. The undying phoenix is here. Ting Qingshan must be here. Is that young man Ting Qingshan? It's highly possible that he is Ting Qingshan." Excited and clamorous voices immediately came from the surroundings. It was obvious that the names Undying Phoenix and Ting Ching Shan had a very strong impact. Unfortunately, few people had seen Ting Ching Shan's true appearance. Many people mistook Yang Dong for Ting Ching Shan. Are you guys ignorant? That is the substitute sovereign of the Xing Yi sect. He is not Ting Ching Shan. Yes. Ting Ching Shan is taller than him. Immediately, some warriors who knew something refuted. At this moment, Li Jun, Ting Honglin, and Yang Dong, who were observing Ting Ching Shan from the mist, could roughly guess the appearance of the person in the mist. Based on the uniqueness of the power of the world, they could determine if it was Ting Ching Shan. Screech, the undying phoenix let out a screech. It's Ching Shan. It's really Ching Shan. Li Jun was very excited. She had encountered Ting Ching Shan's aura and the power of the world many times. Moreover, the undying phoenix had told Li Jun that the person who was referred to as a god was Ting Ching Shan. Ah Dong. Li Jun hastily said, "Pass down my order. Lock down the surrounding area and forbid anyone from coming near." Yes. Yang Dong hastily answered. As soon as Yang Dong gave the order, the members of the Xing Yi sect, who had been very relaxed, immediately became strict. They locked down the area of 100 zhang around Ting Ching Shan, forbidding anyone from coming near. Those who dared to offend Ting Ching Shan would be mercilessly punished. In a quiet pavilion of the Heavenly God Palace in Qingzhou, Meng Duan, who was dressed in plain clothes, was playing the zither. Pei San, who was beside her, narrowed his eyes. He held a teacup in one hand and tapped the zither with the other. "Teacher, teacher." A beam of light flew in. It was the king of beasts, Wu Ho. "What's the matter?" Pei San asked casually with his eyes still narrowed. "Master, on the Wild Wolf Mountain in the Chu County of Yangzhou, someone found a mysterious person sitting under an osmanthus tree. The mysterious person's body was surrounded by a mist, but this osmanthus tree, in the span of a few breaths, started to grow branches, leaves and osmanthus flowers. Within a few breaths, the flowers withered completely. Moreover, the member of the Xing Yi sect had already arrived on the undying phoenix. Also, seal the area and forbid anyone from entering," Wu Ho said hastily. Pei San sat there motionlessly. But the teacup in Pei San's hand fell to the ground and smashed on the table beside him. But the teacup shattered and the tea spilled all over the floor. "Good, good." Pei San's eyes lit up. It was as if a sun had suddenly appeared in the dark night. "Good." Pei San couldn't help but slap the table and stand up. The transition between life and death, the transition between life and death. Ting Ching Shan, Ting Ching Shan. I didn't misjudge you. I didn't misjudge you. Ha ha. Pei San raised his head and laughed heartily. His vigorous laughter resounded throughout the entire Heavenly God Palace. It was the fourth last day of the finale of the Story of the Nine Cauldrons. Tomato begs for monthly votes and recommendation vote. If you have votes, please smash them. Tomato thanks all my brothers. Chapter 620. Father. Just as Pei San was laughing happily, Pei Shuilian leaped up the pavilion with a smile on her face. She walked over and asked, "Father, what made you so happy? Tell me." The king of beasts, Wu Ho, smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Sister, there is a mysterious person on the Wild Wolf Mountain in Chu County of Yangzhou. His body is surrounded by fog. The locals call him a god. This is because this person is sitting under a cassia tree. This cassia tree keeps growing branches, leaves, and flowers. After that, the osmanthus tree quickly withered." Pei Shuilian was shocked to hear that. Wu Ho smiled and said, "The Xing Yi sect has sealed the area. According to our guess, the mysterious person is Ting Ching Shan." "Yes, it must be Ting Ching Shan." Pei San laughed and said, "In this world, only Ting Ching Shan and I can switch between life and death in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect Ting Ching Shan to make a breakthrough before the 18th of the 12th month of the lunar calendar. He didn't disappoint me. He didn't disappoint me." It was an exaggeration to say that Ting Qingshan achieved a breakthrough in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, father. Pei Shuoyan smiled and said. Pei San smiled. Oh yes, father. Who is more powerful than Ting Qingshan? Compared to Qin Shiqi, who is more powerful? Pei Shuoyan asked. Of course, it is Ting Qingshan. Pei San smiled and said, Qin Shiqi achieved a breakthrough in a battle of life and death. However, Qin Shiqi's degree of integration of the yin and yang is not high. Moreover, he didn't have time to consolidate his understanding of the yin and yang during the battle of life and death. However, Ting Qingshan is different. He comprehended the yin and yang during his arduous cultivation. Now, he is still comprehending and improving his degree of integration of the yin and yang. He will be very familiar with the power of the world. Ting Qingshan's degree of integration of the Tao of life and death will surpass Qin Shiqi's. He is my true opponent. Pei Shuoyan was shocked and said, Father, Ting Qingshan is so powerful. Are you sure you can defeat him? In the last battle, Qin Shiqi had severely injured Pei San. Pei San had to recuperate for several months. But even so, Pei San was actually quite confident about it. But, since Ting Qingshan is more powerful than Qin Shiqi, does Pei San still have the confidence to defeat him? I'm not confident. Perhaps I'm still stronger than him now, but there are still 3 months until the 18th of the 12th month. In these 3 months, he'll be able to reach the same level as me, infinitely close to the omnipotent realm. Pei San shook his head and walked to the railing of the pavilion. He stared at the boundless heavens and earth as his eyes shone brightly. My opponent! This was a true opponent. It was better not to have any confidence. Without any confidence, life and death were unknown. Only by doing so will one be able to enter the true limit. Only by raising one's spirit to the limit can one become an omnipotent expert. She looked at the back of the tall figure who was holding onto the railing and gazing at the sky. Pei Shuoyan bit her lips. In her heart, ever since she could remember, her father, Pei San, was like a majestic mountain that could block all dangers. There was nothing her father couldn't do. In her heart, she had always adored her father. Even if her father wanted to annihilate the world's most powerful sect, the Mani Temple, she was still very confident in her father. Sure enough, the Mani Temple was indeed annihilated by her father. Her father challenged the 3 most powerful cultivators in the world. In Pei Shuoyan's opinion, the 3 most powerful cultivators would definitely be defeated by her father. Moreover, her father, Pei San, had always been very confident. Indeed, Huang Tianqin and Qin Shiqi had died one after another. Her father became the final winner. However, her father said that he was not confident. Her father, Pei San, was always very confident. He always talked cheerfully in the face of danger. However, at this moment, he said that he was not confident in winning against Ting Qingshan. Ting Qingshan's face involuntarily appeared in Pei Shuoyan's mind. He was the legendary man who had taken away her beloved disciple. Although Pei Shuoyan didn't like him, she had to admit that the legendary man, Ting Qingshan, was indeed one of the few peerless cultivators in the history of the land of the 9 prefectures. However, her father was the most powerful cultivator in the land of the 9 prefectures. Father will be fine. He will win. He will. Pei Shuoyan said in her heart. Father! Pei Shuoyan suddenly shouted. Pei San, who was holding on to the railing, turned around and smiled at his daughter. Pei Shuoyan took a deep breath and stared at her father. She said solemnly, Father, you must win the duel on the 18th of December. You must win. Pei San looked at the tears in his daughter's eyes and his heart trembled. Shuoyan, come here. Pei San's voice became gentle. Pei Shuoyan walked over. Pei San reached out his hands and gently held his daughter in his arms. Pei Shuoyan hugged her father and buried her head in his chest. She couldn't hold back her tears. Pei San hugged his daughter and said softly, Xuelian, I promise you. I will win the duel on the 18th of December. Okay. Pei Xuelian nodded and hugged her father tightly. The father and daughter were like statues. They stayed together for a long time. ********* in the Guiyuan sect in Yong'an County, Yangzhou. Zhuge Yuanhong raised his head and looked at the sky. Silk-like clouds were floating in the sky. Sitting under the osmanthus tree, one withers and the other prospers in the blink of an eye. Qingshan has achieved a breakthrough, Zhuge Yuanhong said to himself. It seems like Qingshan doesn't want to give up the duel on the 18th of December. He doesn't want to give up, since he has achieved a breakthrough. I'm afraid he will have to duel with Pei San. I don't know if he will survive the duel with Pei San. Because the Guiyuan sect destroyed the shooting sun god mountain, Zhuge Yuanhong made use of Ting Qingshan without any evidence. Although Zhuge Yuanhong did it for the sake of the Guiyuan sect. However, deep down, Zhuge Yuanhong still felt sorry for Ting Qingshan. After all, he had watched Ting Qingshan grow up. When Ting Qingshan was in the Guiyuan sect, Zhuge Yuanhong wanted to train Ting Qingshan to be the sovereign of the Guiyuan sect. He even wanted to marry his daughter, Zhuge Qing, to Ting Qingshan. A son-in-law was like half a son. How could Zhuge Yuanhong not treat Ting Qingshan like a son? However, the world was making fools of people. I don't know if he will survive or not. Zhuge Yuanhong was very worried. In the land of the 9 prefectures, Pei San was extremely powerful and mysterious. Zhuge Yuanhong was afraid of him. When Huang Tianqin and Qin Shiqi died in battle, Zhuge Yuanhong was shocked by Pei San's power. Now, Ting Qingshan was going to fight Pei San. When Qingshan finishes his cultivation under the osmanthus tree and returns to the Great Yen Mountain, I will go and see him, Zhuge Yuanhong thought to himself. In the Wild Wolf Mountain in Chu County of Yangzhou, the strong disciples of the Xing-Yi sect lined up in an orderly manner like statues. Occasionally, they would glance at the curious people who had rushed over from all over the Xing-Yi sect. The people who came from different places because they heard about the story of the gods and knew that the undying phoenix of the Xing-Yi sect was coming were chatting with each other. However, they didn't dare to bump into the people of the Xing-Yi sect. In the center of the area surrounded by a large number of disciples of the Xing-Yi sect, the strong fragrance of osmanthus pervaded the air. The undying phoenix, Li Jun, Honglin, Hongwu, and many other people, including Ting Qingshan's parents, Ting Yongfan and Yuan Lan, were waiting at the side. "Father, when will Grandpa wake up?" A young girl wearing a red cotton-padded jacket, who was next to Hongwu, asked in a tender voice. "Xiao, do you want me to send you back?" Hongwu said with a smile. "No." The little girl shook her head repeatedly. At this moment, the surrounding mountains were covered with snow. Li Jun and the others had been waiting for a month. However, Ting Qingshan was still in the state of cultivation. Therefore, Li Jun and the others could only wait quietly. The osmanthus tree next to Ting Qingshan grew and withered again and again. Every time it grew, it would emit a strong osmanthus fragrance. Now, people within a radius of 1 to 2 li could smell the osmanthus fragrance. In this cold winter, it was indeed strange to smell the osmanthus fragrance. Live, the grayish power of the world contained a small amount of black and white. However, this fog began to rapidly gather toward Ting Qingshan. In just an instant, this fog completely surged into Ting Qingshan's body. The osmanthus tree behind Ting Qingshan also stopped sprouting. "Qingshan! Father! Teacher!" Li Jun and the others hastily stood up. After waiting for more than a month, they finally saw Ting Qingshan with their own eyes. At this moment, Ting Qingshan's clothes were tattered and dirty. Moreover, he had a beard on his face. At first glance, he looked like a wandering beggar. The only special thing about him was that Ting Qingshan's skin was like a crystal-clear pearl. Life and death complement each other. If there is no life, how can there be death? If there is no death, how can there be life? Ting Qingshan slowly opened his eyes. A strange radiance circulated in his eyes. It contained a special magical power that attracted people. Li Jun, Hongwu, and the others, who were looking at Ting Qingshan excitedly, couldn't help but be affected by Ting Qingshan's eyes. Their minds became a little muddled. Only then did Ting Qingshan wake up with a start. His eyes returned to normal. Little Jun, Ting Qingshan stood up. Qingshan. Li Jun's face was full of excitement. She ran over and hugged Ting Qingshan. As she hugged him, Ting Qingshan quickly shook off the dust on his dirty clothes. Then, he gathered all the dust into a ball of mud and dropped it on the ground. "Grandpa!" A clear and melodious voice sounded. Ting Qingshan turned his head and saw a little girl wearing a red cotton-padded jacket staring at Ting Qingshan with her big black eyes. "Your eyes are so beautiful." Ting Qingshan was stunned. Ting Shou and the others at the side couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Beautiful eyes? This was the first time Ting Qingshan heard someone say this about himself. "You must be Xiao Xiao. I haven't seen you for 2 years. You've grown so big." Ting Qingshan walked over with a smile and picked up the little girl. Xiao Xiao, who was in Ting Qingshan's arms, pinched Ting Qingshan's beard and said in surprise, "Grandpa's beard is so long. Daddy doesn't have such a long beard." The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. "Father, Mother." Ting Qingshan looked at his parents and asked, "What day is it today?" "Today is the 16th of October. There are only 2 months left until the 18th of December, Ting Yongfan said. 2 months, in 2 months, he would fight Pei San of the Heavenly God Palace. However, after this enlightenment, Ting Qingshan wasn't afraid of Pei San at all. Ting Qingshan nodded and looked around. He smiled and said, "Let's go home." After Ting Qingshan left, the people of the Xingyi sect who had sealed off the area naturally began to leave as well. This caused the curious people to rush to the side of the osmanthus tree. However, they were all disappointed to find that the god had already disappeared. The osmanthus tree stopped growing and withering. Ting Qingshan and the others returned to the Xingyi sect in the Great Yen Mountain. In the East Flower Garden, it was nighttime. Ting Qingshan and Li Jun were quietly taking a walk in the East Flower Garden. "Qingshan, on the 18th of December, are you really going to fight Pei San?" Li Jun couldn't help but ask. "Yes." Ting Qingshan nodded. "How confident are you?" Li Jun asked. Ting Qingshan held his wife's hand gently and said with a smile, "Don't worry, little Jun. Now, unless it's a supreme expert, no one can kill me." When Ting Qingshan first started to understand the Tao under the osmanthus tree, his realm was the same as Qin Shichi's. After more than a month of understanding the Tao, Ting Qingshan was very close to becoming an omnipotent expert. "I can even feel what it means to be an omnipotent expert. Power, freedom, and freedom from the shackles of the heavens and the earth." A glimmer of hope flashed in Ting Qingshan's eyes. Li Jun was also confused when she heard this. However, Ting Qingshan shook his head and said, "I can see it, but I can't touch it. I'm like this right now. I can already feel the power of a supreme expert, but I just can't reach it myself. This is the last hurdle. I think that Pei San is also facing this last hurdle." In history, many powerful, insightful emptiness realm experts, such as the King of the Northeast, Hong Tian, are also stuck at this hurdle. Li Jun said hastily, "Qingshan, there are still 2 months before the war. Can you make a breakthrough in these 2 months?" "Haha, this is the last stage. Don't even mention 2 months. If you can't figure it out, you won't be able to make a breakthrough even after 200 years. You can only rely on luck." Ting Qingshan smiled and said, "From tomorrow onwards, I plan to transform my understanding of the Tao into sets of fist arts. This set of fist art is also very beneficial to the Xingyi sect." The origin of Xingyi martial arts was the 3 postures. Ting Qingshan had reached his current realm and was infinitely close to becoming an omnipotent expert. He had completely understood the concepts of life and death, which were complementary and mutually reinforcing. Only then did he completely understand the three postures. Once the three postures were completed, the secrets of Xing-Yi martial arts were revealed to Ting Qingshan. It was very easy for him to create fist arts. As time passed, Ting Qingshan spent every day eating with his wife and children and accompanying his parents. As for the rest of the time, he would be in the study room. Sometimes he would practice his fist arts, and sometimes he would completely record the fist arts. As the saying goes, one can learn the new by reviewing the old. The process of transforming the Tao that Ting Qingshan had comprehended into fist arts was a process of refining. November 1st. In the study room of the East Flower Garden, Ting Qingshan was drawing the fist arts diagram on a piece of paper and leaving some notes at the side. Suddenly, Ting Qingshan raised his head. His eyes were filled with surprise. "Teacher is here? I haven't seen Teacher Zhuge Yuanhong for a long time." Ting Qingshan put down his pen and paper and walked out of the study room. At this moment, Zhuge Yuanhong had just entered the East Flower Garden with his son, Zhuge Yun, and Qingyu. "Brother!" Qingyu saw Ting Qingshan from afar and ran over. "Little Yu." Ting Qingshan smiled as he looked at his younger sister. Now, his younger sister had become more graceful and mature. After all, Qingyu's son was already married. "Brother, you haven't been in the Great Yen Mountain for the past 2 years. When I came back to visit my parents, I looked for you a few times. I didn't even see you." Qingyu held Ting Qingshan's hand and suddenly lowered her voice. "Brother, on the 18th of December, are you really going to fight against Pei San?" Qingyu looked at her brother with a hint of worry in her eyes. "Little girl." Ting Qingshan smiled and patted his sister's head. "Don't worry. You have to trust your brother." "Okay." Qingyu nodded. "Little June, bring Qingyu and the others to have a seat." Seeing Li Jun coming over, Ting Qingshan called out to her. Immediately, Li Jun brought Zhuge Yun and Qingyu into the central room. As for Ting Qingshan, he walked with his teacher, Zhuge Yuanhong. The relationship between this pair of teacher and disciple was quite strange. Although they were teacher and disciple, Zhuge Yuanhong didn't actually teach Ting Qingshan any skills. Now, they weren't teacher and disciple in name. However, for people like Ting Qingshan and Zhuge Yuanhong, it was important to have a good relationship. Zhuge Yuanhong had long regarded Ting Qingshan as his disciple and even as his son-in-law. Naturally, Ting Qingshan respected Zhuge Yuanhong a lot. "Are you confident?" Zhuge Yuanhong suddenly asked. "Not bad. No one dares to say that they are confident in fighting against Pei San." Ting Qingshan smiled faintly. Zhuge Yuanhong turned his head and looked at Ting Qingshan. He smiled and said, "Qingshan, I wish you success." "Okay. Teacher, just wait and see." Ting Qingshan smiled as well. It was just a few simple sentences. They didn't need to talk too much. Zhuge Yuanhong looked at Ting Qingshan, who had an inexplicable charm as he talked and smiled. Currently, Ting Qingshan was the most powerful existence in the land of the 9 prefectures. He was an existence full of miracles. Only the other mysterious demon-like existence, Pei San, could be compared to him. Zhuge Yuanhong recalled the scenes of him and Ting Qingshan in the past. When he first saw Ting Qingshan was a greenhorn. At the age of 16, he was invincible in the arena of the Black Armored Corps. At that time, Zhuge Yuanhong said, "This person has a boundless future." Then, he personally took Ting Qingshan as his disciple. At that time, Ting Qingshan was a greenhorn. He was even listed in the earthly ranking. Now, he was the most powerful expert in the land of the 9 prefectures. Qing, if you have a spirit in the underworld, you should be satisfied to see Qingshan's achievements today, Zhuge Yuanhong said in his heart. "Teacher." Ting Qingshan, who was beside him, suddenly spoke. Zhuge Yuanhong looked over. Before the battle, I am going to pay my respects to Qingqing, Ting Qingshan suddenly said. Zhuge Yuanhong was startled and then nodded. Ting Qingshan's eyes became misty. Ting Qingshan always felt guilty for that pure and otherworldly fairy-like girl. Even after 30 years, Ting Qingshan still couldn't forget her. The girl who died in his arms with a smile. Time passed day by day. As it got closer to the 18th of the 12th lunar month, almost everyone in the land of the 9 prefectures was talking about the last battle of the 3 pinnacle battles. It was the most legendary Ting Qingshan and the most terrifying and mysterious Pei San. Who would win and who would die in the last battle? In the East Flower Garden, Ting Qingshan also felt that his family members were a little worried as it got closer to the 18th of the 12th lunar month. On the 16th of the 12th lunar month, at night, Ting Qingshan was still in the study, writing the secret manual of the fist art. During the process of creating the fist art, Ting Qingshan felt that he had a deeper understanding of the internal martial arts. Rustle, in the study, besides the occasional crackling of the candles, there was only the sound of Ting Qingshan writing. Ting Qingshan, would you like to come out and have a drink with me? A voice sounded in Ting Qingshan's ears. Pei San. Ting Qingshan was slightly surprised. What was Pei San doing here so late at night? However, Ting Qingshan smiled and put down the writing brush. Then, he pushed open the door of the study and walked out. Not far away, Pei San, who was dressed in a light yellow cloak, was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard of Ting Qingshan's house. He was drinking wine as he looked at Ting Qingshan with a smile. Sit. Pei San pushed a pot of wine to Ting Qingshan. Ting Qingshan held the pot of wine and poured himself a cup of wine. Pei San, we will have a battle the day after tomorrow. Why are you here today? Ting Qingshan asked with a smile. Pei San held the cup of wine and drank it all in one gulp. He let out a long sigh and looked at Ting Qingshan. After pondering for a long time, he said slowly, Ting Qingshan, I want to challenge 3 people. Among the 3, I am only using Huang Tianqin to intimidate you and Qin Shiqi. I have high hopes for you and Qin Shiqi. It is a pity that I was not surprised by his strength when I fought against Qin Shiqi. Although he could threaten me, he was still not strong enough. However, you are different. You are the fastest and most shocking person I have ever seen. Pei San sighed and said with a smile, when I fought against Huang Tianqin and Qin Shiqi, I was very confident. I was very confident and didn't believe that I would die. However, I feel that the battle with you the day after tomorrow will be very dangerous. If anything goes wrong, I will die. Ting Qingshan looked at Pei San in surprise. Pei San continued, I can also guess your realm. You can switch between life and death in the blink of an eye. Your understanding of Tao is almost the same as mine. Both of us are close to the omnipotent realm. However, you are different from me. You cultivate the internal martial art. You transform Tao into a fist art. This gives you a special understanding of Tao. As for me, I have my own special abilities. However, Ting Qingshan, your improvement is too shocking. You might be able to break through and reach the omnipotent realm during the battle of life and death. Pei San smiled as he looked at Ting Qingshan. Ting Qingshan smiled and said, Pei San, you flatter me. Why did you come here today? I came here today to ask you for a few favors. Pei San said. Ask me for help? Ting Qingshan was slightly surprised. Yes. Pei San nodded and said, I don't know if I will survive this battle. If I die, I hope that you, Ting Qingshan, can protect the Heavenly God Palace. It doesn't matter even if the territory we occupy becomes smaller. However, I don't want the branches of the Heavenly God Palace to disappear from the land of the 9 prefectures. Ting Qingshan nodded. If it were him, he would not want the branch of the internal martial art to disappear either. Pei San, if I die, I hope that you can protect the branch of the internal martial art for me. Ting Qingshan said. Actually, both of them knew clearly that the other party was the only one who would destroy the branch of the internal martial art. Right now, the two of them were the strongest in the land of the 9 prefectures. Of course. Pei San smiled and nodded. Come, let's drink. Ting Qingshan smiled and raised his cup. The two of them drank in one gulp. Also my daughter, Pei San suddenly said, if I die, based on Xuelian's personality, she might hate you to the core. I hope that you won't hold it against her and do some irrational things. Ting Qingshan smiled and said, she is little Jun's teacher. Because of this, I will not harm her. Yes. Pei San nodded. After they finished talking about this, the two most powerful people in the land of the 9 prefectures started drinking and chatting casually. It was as if they were good friends. Li Jun, Hongwu, and the others noticed that a stranger had come to their pavilion. It was Pei San. Moreover, Pei San was drinking happily with Ting Qingshan. Mother, what's going on? Honglin looked at the pavilion in the distance. Li Jun looked around and said, let's go back to the house. No one went to disturb Ting Qingshan and Pei San. After midnight, Ting Qingshan casually said, Pei San, actually, I have always been very strange. I can see it. I can see that you want to establish a sect by passing down the branches of cultivation that you have created. However, you are not the one who wants to rule the world. You want to rule the world because you want to destroy the Mani Temple. What kind of hatred do you have against the Mani Temple? Why did you spend so much effort to achieve this goal? Moreover, Pei San, you created the branch of the Zen sect under the Heavenly God Palace. Why did you do this so that the Mani Temple could pass down the cultivation methods of the Buddhism sect? Pei San was slightly stunned. He looked up at the boundless night sky and remained silent for a long time. He even drank 3 cups of wine before he said, Ting Qingshan, I have kept this in my heart for too long. Since you want to know, I will tell you. Pei San looked at Ting Qingshan and smiled. Ting Qingshan, you should know that in the past 1,000 years, the fastest person to reach the innate realm is the fastest. Your speed is the second fastest. Yes. The first is the demonic monk, Xiang Fanchen. Ting Qingshan said. Pei San said slowly, I am Xiang Fanchen. What? Ting Qingshan shuddered, as if thunder and lightning were roaring in his mind. The legendary demonic monk, Xiang Fanchen, was actually Pei San? You, Xiang Fanchen? Ting Qingshan still couldn't believe it. Is it strange? Pei San looked to the west and said, the Buddhism sect cultivates the Mud Pill Palace and cultivates the Saraira. It is different from the Taoist sect and the internal martial arts. Because of the Mud Pill Palace, the Mani Temple has a method of reincarnation. It allows people to reincarnate and retain their memories. Ting Qingshan was shocked. He was a reincarnated person who retained his memories. However, he came from Earth. Those who succeed are called the reincarnated living Buddha. Pei San sighed and said, this method of reincarnation is very dangerous. The Emptiness Realm Buddhist Grandmaster reincarnate. Perhaps only 1 out of 10 people succeed. The insightful Emptiness Realm Buddhist Grandmaster reincarnate. There is a 50% chance of success. Ting Qingshan nodded slightly. Turned out that the success rate of reincarnation was not 100%. If it was easy to succeed, the Mani Temple would be too terrifying. No matter who it is, they can only reincarnate once. The second time, they will definitely die. Pei San sighed and said, maybe this is the limit of the heavens and earth. Ting Qingshan, do you know that, when I destroyed the Mani Temple, the only Emptiness Realm expert who survived was called Fan Kong? Pei San looked at Ting Qingshan and said, he is also the reincarnated living Buddha. When I was in the Mani Temple, Fan Kong was my junior martial brother. He had a good relationship with me. Now you should know why Fan Kong was able to survive back then, right? Ting Qingshan suddenly understood. Junior martial brother? Fan Kong? Fan Chun? So that's how it is. As for the yellow-cloaked monk I killed, Liao Yuan, he was my martial uncle. Pei San said slowly, in my previous life, I was called Xiang Fanchen. You should know why I was called the demonic monk. Ting Qingshan nodded. Xiang Fanchen was different from other monks who rarely killed. Instead, he created a bloody storm and killed many people of the Mani Temple. I hate the people of the Mani Temple. I hate Liao Yuan the most. Pei San's eyes flashed with coldness as he said, they suppress people's true nature and destroy their humanity. I don't want such a Buddhist sect. When martial ancestor Shiga founded the Mani Temple, there were many rules that were added by later generations. Such a Mani Temple should be destroyed. Unfortunately, in the past I cultivated the Golden Buddha. Pei San shook his head and sighed. Although it is a godly-level secret codex, it is the Tao that martial ancestor Shiga used to become an omnipotent expert. I am not martial ancestor Shiga. What suits me is the best. If I cultivate the Golden Buddha, even if I manage to reach the insightful emptiness realm, I won't be able to improve further. Ting Qingshan nodded slightly. At his level, he understood. No matter how thoroughly you read a book, it was impossible for you to surpass the person who wrote it. Therefore, the best way was to write a book by himself. Walk your own path. This is why I warned you not to learn a godly-level secret codex. Don't walk the same path as others. You will only bring harm to yourself. Pei San shook his head and said, Unfortunately, I have cultivated the Buddhist sect for too long. I can't cultivate the Taoist sect. Therefore, I tried my best to walk my own path. Therefore, the Tantric sect was created. Pei San smiled faintly and said, I created the Tantric Buddhism sect based on the techniques of the Buddhist sect. I call the cultivation of the Mani Temple the Zen sect. Mine is the Tantric sect. Both are Buddhist sects. Ting Qingshan nodded to himself. Unfortunately, even if I created the Tantric sect, I would still be greatly influenced by the Buddhist sect. I wouldn't be able to walk my own path successfully. Pei San shook his head and sighed. At that time, I wasn't a match for Liao Yuan. Therefore, I decided to take a gamble and reincarnate. Ting Qingshan nodded slightly. Even the Grandmasters of the Insightful Emptiness sect only had a 50% chance of reincarnation. The heavens didn't destroy me. I reincarnated successfully and became the third son of the Pei clan. Pei San smiled and said, At that time, my Naiwan Palace and Dantian were like those of an ordinary infant. I could choose to cultivate the Buddhist sect or the Taoist sect. Therefore, I chose to cultivate the Taoist sect. I studied the ordinary Taoist secret manuals and the innate Taoist secret manuals. As for the emptiness realm and the insightful emptiness realm, I didn't pay attention to any of the secret manuals. I traveled all over the world and observed the fishes, birds, flowers, plants, birds, and beasts. I created everything according to my own understanding and walked my own path. Pei San smiled and said, Although I created many paths, these paths can all be combined into one, the Tao of 10,000 beasts. This is also the Tao that I used to kill Liao Yuan and destroy the Mani Temple. Pei San's eyes shone brightly. Let's start with 8,000 words. Today, I'm destined to write non-stop. Yes, I shouted. Everyone, it's time to cast your monthly votes. Today is the last day of the story of the 9 cauldrons. Monthly votes, the more the merrier. Chapter 6:21. Pei San heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I have taken my revenge. The foundation of the heavenly God Palace has been established. I have nothing else to do but reach the peak of the Tao of martial arts. Pei San stared at Ting Qingshan, who was beside him. His eyes were filled with an unprecedented fierceness and an endless desire to fight. Ting Qingshan, the day after tomorrow, on the 18th of December at the White Horse Lake. Don't disappoint me, Pei San said. Ting Qingshan understood what Pei San meant. With his current strength, he would not disappoint Pei San. However, if Ting Qingshan intentionally avoided the battle and learned from Huang Tianqin, Pei San could do nothing about it. Pei San could kill Huang Tianqin. However, if Ting Qingshan avoided the battle, Pei San would not be able to kill Ting Qingshan. I am looking forward to the battle as well. Ting Qingshan looked at Pei San. Very good. Pei San's serious face turned into a smile. He poured himself a cup of wine. Ting Qingshan also poured himself a cup of wine. Today we will talk and drink. However, on the 18th of December, it will be a battle of life and death. Pei San raised his cup. Ting Qingshan, I admire you very much. Come, let's drink. Come, let's drink. Ting Qingshan raised his cup as well. The two drank their cups in one gulp. Then, Pei San laughed heartily and left. On the 17th of December, the weather was gloomy. In the pagoda forest of the Guiyuan sect in Yong'an County, in the towers of the pagoda forest, there were countless urns filled with ashes. At this moment, a ray of gray light flew from the sky and landed in front of one of the towers. It was Ting Qingshan, who was holding a bamboo basket. There were incense sticks, wine, steamed buns, and many other offerings in the basket. Although there were guards patrolling the towers, they walked past Ting Qingshan and did not see Ting Qingshan. Here, Ting Qingshan scanned with his world force and found a special urn made of icicle jade. On the third floor of the 11th tower, Ting Qingshan quietly stood in front of the first stone tablet. There were a large number of names on the stone tablet. The 17th name on the 5th row, Zhugeqing. Ting Qingshan's gaze fell upon the conspicuous cinerary casket that was made from an almost transparent jade. On the cinerary casket there were 3 words, Zhugeqing, and on the right corner of the cinerary casket there were a few small words, Father Zhuge Yuanhong. The atmosphere in the entire tower was cold and gloomy. Only some incense sticks and candles were left in front of the tombstone. Qing Qing. Ting Qingshan squatted down and personally placed the offerings and lit the candles. I will fight with Pei San tomorrow. Ting Qingshan placed the offerings and said softly, after the war, I will come to see you again. If I don't come, we will have a chance to meet again. After Ting Qingshan was done, he stood in front of Zhugeqing's urn. Ting Qingshan stood silently in front of Zhugeqing's cinerary casket and looked at it for a long time. He only left the tower when the candle was half burnt. 18th of December. It was a day that would make the entire land of the 9 prefectures excited. It was also a day that countless cultivators in the land of the 9 prefectures dreamed of. Countless people started rushing to the White Horse Lake before the 18th of December. Now, thousands of people had gathered around the White Horse Lake. Many of the disciples of the Xing-Yi sect were among them. As a glimmer of light appeared in the pitch-black night sky, the entire Xing-Yi sect became noisy. Hundreds of thousands of disciples knew that today was the day of the duel between Ting Qingshan and Pei San. Since early in the morning, countless disciples had been discussing what would happen in the upcoming duel. In the East Flower Garden, where Ting Qingshan lived, it was very quiet here. Xiao, eat more. In the central room, Ting Qingshan and his family were sitting around the table and eating breakfast. Ting Qingshan placed a sweet biscuit in front of Xiao. Thank you, Grandpa, Xiao said with a clear voice. Ting Qingshan couldn't help but smile. In the future, I will eat with Grandpa. Mother doesn't allow me to eat sweet things. Xiao pouted. Her words made many people at the table laugh. Li Jun touched Xiao's head and said, Xiao is right. You will eat with Grandpa every day. Ting Qingshan smiled. Ting Qingshan looked at his parents, wife, children, and granddaughter. He couldn't help but feel warm. This was his home. This was Ting Qingshan's home. The breakfast lasted for a long time. All right, it's time to go. Ting Qingshan was the first to stand up. At this moment, there were already many people waiting outside. His 3 disciples, Ting Shou, Shui Xian, Yang Dong, their family members, cousin Ting Qingshan of Tingjia village, grandfather Ting Yunlong, and a large group of people were waiting outside. They didn't disturb Ting Qingshan and his family as they ate breakfast. The 6-legged blade-like Qi and the whole Gale Eagle were also waiting at the side. When they saw Ting Qingshan walking over, "Teacher?" Ting Shou, Shui Xian, and Yang Dong bowed respectfully. "Wait a moment." Ting Qingshan turned and went to the study room. After a while, he came back with 3 thickly bound secret manuals. "Ah Shou, the 3 of you listen carefully," Ting Qingshan said solemnly. "These 3 secret manuals are the Tao of Life, the Tao of Death, and the detailed explanation of the 3 postures. I don't have time to think about the names of these secret manuals. However, these 3 secret manuals contain the essence of the Tao that I have comprehended." Ting Shou, Shui Xian, and Yang Dong held their breath. They knew that the 3 postures was the origin of the Xing-Yi martial arts. Their teacher actually dared to write the detailed explanation of the 3 postures. One could imagine the importance of this secret manual. These 3 secret manuals, each of you take one back and make a copy of it. Put the copy into the Xing-Yi sect. Give the original copy to your teacher's wife for safekeeping. Ting Qingshan said solemnly, "Remember, you must make a copy with your own hands. Do not let others do it." "Yes, teacher." The 3 of them solemnly took a secret manual each. It took Ting Qingshan 2 months to write these 3 secret manuals. They represented the peak of the Xing-Yi sect's secret manuals. They could be regarded as the most precious secret manuals of the Xing-Yi sect. "Grandfather." Ting Qingshan looked at his grandfather, who was standing nearby, and smiled. "Qingshan," Ting Yunlong said. Although he was more than 100 years old, he was still very energetic. He patted Ting Qingshan's shoulder and said, "Grandfather, you must go and watch the fight. Make sure that the fight is beautiful." "Okay." Ting Qingshan nodded. Then, under the leadership of Ting Qingshan, a large group of people from the Xing-Yi sect rode their horses towards the White Horse Lake. The White Horse Lake was near the Great Yen Mountain. It was not far from the Great Yen Mountain. With the speed of the top-class warhorses of the Xing-Yi sect, they would arrive in about 1 hour. Although the White Horse Lake had a circumference of 10 miles, many people from all over the land of the 9 prefectures had gathered around the lake. Many people had even boarded big boats and were watching the battles on the White Horse Lake. Although there was a small island in the middle of the White Horse Lake, nobody dared to go there. This was because everybody was afraid that they would be affected by the fight between the 2 powerful experts. It is gloomy today. Is it going to rain? Who knows? 2 young men, who had been waiting here for a few days, were chatting. Suddenly, one of the young men, who was wearing a gray coat, pointed into the distance and shouted, "Look! The people of the Xing-Yi sect are there. Wow! I can't even see the end of them." A group of cavalrymen could be seen approaching from the distance. The flag of the Blood Wolf army of the Xing-Yi sect was flying in the air. The 6-legged blade-like Qi and the whole Gale Eagle were flying above the cavalrymen. Ting Qingshan, who was wearing a white cloak, carried the reincarnation spear on his back. He was chatting with his wife, Li Jun, who was beside him. "It is Ting Qingshan." "That is Ting Qingshan." Immediately, many people from all over the land of the 9 prefectures, who had arrived at the White Horse Lake, shouted in surprise. "Where is he? Where is Ting Qingshan?" Someone shouted excitedly. "Ting Qingshan!" Many cultivators who worshipped Ting Qingshan and many young men from all over the land of the 9 prefectures were extremely excited when they saw Ting Qingshan. In their hearts, they worshipped Ting Qingshan like a god. Many people dreamed of becoming like Ting Qingshan. Look, the one who is wearing a white cloak and carrying a long spear is Ting Qingshan. An old man with white hair, a strong body, and a scar on his face shouted excitedly, "Ting Qingshan is my brother. Stop bragging." A fat man sneered. "What's there to brag about?" The old man with the scar glared at the fat man. Immediately, the 10 strong men behind him glared at the fat man, scaring him. One of the 10 strong men said proudly, "This is the great leader of the White Horse Gang, Master Lu San. In the past, Tingjia village was in Yi City. Back then, Sovereign Ting and our Master Lu San drank wine and called each other brothers." Master Lu San of the White Horse Gang? Many people looked over. The old man with the scar, Master Lu San, laughed heartily. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Lu San." This time, Sovereign Ting and Sovereign Pei fought on the White Horse Lake. I am also very proud. All of my brothers on the island in the White Horse Lake have already left the lake. Sovereign Ting and I used to call each other brothers. Not to mention an island, I am willing to give up everything I have to fight this battle. So the White Horse Lake is Master Lu San's territory. Haha, the White Horse Gang will be famous in the future. The people around started discussing. Many people immediately greeted Master Lu San. Master Lu San was just a great leader of the White Horse Gang in Yi City. To put it bluntly, he was just a bandit leader. However, now that he was related to Ting Qingshan, the most powerful expert in the land of the 9 prefectures, his status was different. Moreover, the White Horse Lake became the battlefield for Ting Qingshan and Pei San. The White Horse Gang would become special in the future. Look, the man behind Ting Qingshan is Ting Qingshan's father, Ting Yongfan. He is one of the most powerful men in Tingjia village. The white-haired old man is Ting Yunlong. He is the old chief of Tingjia village. I was friends with him in the past. Master Lu San laughed. Master Lu San was very happy about the battle on the White Horse Lake. After all, after the battle, the island would belong to him. While thousands of people were discussing, Ting Qingshan and his family were in a pavilion on the lakeside. The pavilion was prepared by the Xing Yi sect. The Heavenly God Palace is not here yet. Han Wu looked outside. The reincarnation spear was placed by Ting Qingshan's side as he sat quietly by the table. He held a teacup, sipped the tea, and waited calmly. At this moment, Ting Qingshan's state of mind gradually calmed down and began to adjust. He had to prepare for the upcoming battle. Why didn't Little Blue appear today? I don't know. Sounds of discussion came from behind. While Ting Qingshan was waiting quietly, many emptiness realm experts from the land of the 9 prefectures had arrived. Ting Qingshan and Pei San are going to fight to the death. Do they want to reach the omnipotent realm? How can the omnipotent realm be so easy to obtain? Ever since martial ancestor Shiga, no one has reached the omnipotent realm for over 2,000 years. Lu Xia of Emperor Yu's hall stood in the clouds and looked down. Yu Feng was beside him. "Elder Lu, who do you think will die in this battle?" Yu Feng inquired. Lu Xia sneered and said, "Pei San killed martial uncle, and Ting Qingshan is not a good person either. No matter who dies in this battle, it will be a good thing for Emperor Yu's hall. I hope the 2 of them perish together." Yu Feng looked into the distance in surprise. A demonic dragon? Lu Xia was shocked. A godly dragon was hovering in the clouds in the distance. It was the demonic dragon of the great Yen Mountain, Violet Rain. The black and purple scales of the dragon reflected a cold light in the clouds. The people of the land of the 9 prefectures who saw the demonic dragon exclaimed in surprise. Not only that, look over there. Many people by the White Horse Lake looked up. 2 huge balls of flames were flying towards them. Upon closer inspection, one could see that they were 2 huge undying phoenixes. 2 undying phoenixes. There are 2 of them. They are the undying phoenixes of the Xing Yi sect. Countless exclamations sounded. Under the attention of the crowd, the two undying phoenixes flew towards the pavilion that Ting Qingshan was temporarily staying in. The appearance of the two undying phoenixes and the demonic dragon excited many people. Look over there. There's another demonic dragon. Yes. It's in the south. It's black. Many people looked into the sky and saw a pure black demonic dragon in the clouds. A skinny elder sat cross-legged on the back of the demonic dragon. This elder was the great elder of the barbarian temple in the desolate land. The elder looked down at the White Horse Lake and said, Ting Qingshan and Pei San are going to fight to the death? In the past, they worked together to attack our barbarian temple. This time, they are trying to kill each other. The outside world is really chaotic. There was an endless crowd by the White Horse Lake. There were many experts and even emptiness realm experts among them. Qingshan, your opponent is Pei San. I hope you can win. The dreamy cloud martial immortal, who had a sturdy build and silver hair, stood among the crowd and watched quietly. Among the crowd that was about 1.5 li away from the dreamy cloud martial immortal, there was an empty spot. There was only one person standing in that empty spot. This person was dressed in a silver-gray long robe and carried a purple sword on his back. His expression was cold. Even though he was standing there, he looked like a huge sword. Nobody dared to get close to him. This person was Huangfu Yujiang of the Bright Moon Island. Ever since he was defeated by Ting Qingshan for the second time, Huangfu Yujiang felt like he was a frog in a well. Because Ting Qingshan flew towards the south, Huangfu Yujiang left the Bright Moon Island and headed south as well. Finally, he arrived in the land of the 9 prefectures. After arriving in the land of the 9 prefectures, Huangfu Yujiang finally understood the meaning of prosperity. What did it mean to be a small place? Within a radius of 34 li, there are 16 emptiness realm experts. Huangfu Yujiang was shocked. Is this the land of the 9 prefectures? Emptiness realm experts were considered invincible on the Bright Moon Island. However, emptiness realm experts were not invincible in the land of the 9 prefectures. Ting Qingshan. Huangfu Yujiang looked at the pavilion by the lake and thought to himself, so, you are already the most powerful expert in the land of the 9 prefectures. Today your opponent is also very powerful. However, I believe that you will win. Huangfu Yujiang thought to himself. After being defeated by Ting Qingshan twice, Huangfu Yujiang believed that Ting Qingshan was a miraculous person. Therefore, he was very confident in Ting Qingshan. In the land of the 9 prefectures, ordinary people, powerful experts, emptiness realm experts, and even emptiness realm demonic beasts gathered by the White Horse Lake. Instantly, the lakeside was crowded with people. More than half of the most powerful experts in the land of the 9 prefectures had gathered. It's the Heavenly God Palace. The people of the Heavenly God Palace are here. Many people shouted in surprise. They saw the godly thunderbolt hawk flying towards them. Pei San, who was wearing a bright yellow cloak, held his daughter's hand and flew towards them slowly. Pei San's disciples, Su Mingta, Li Chao, Wu Ho, and his brother, Pei Hao, were beside them. As for Pei San, it was obvious that many people at the White Horse Lake had seen him. In the air, Pei San turned and looked at his daughter, Pei Shuoyan. Pei Shuoyan looked at her father. Father, I will wait for you to come back. If you come back, I will get married within 3 years. Pei Shuoyan said. Pei San smiled and said, You are finally willing to get married. Ever since Pei Shuoyan experienced a setback in her relationship when she was young, she had never talked about marriage. However, 4 powerful experts, once they reached the innate realm, their bodies and appearances would not change much. Therefore, for innate experts, age was not a problem when it came to marriage. Yes. Pei Shuoyan nodded and looked at her father. Haha, Achao. Pei San looked at his disciple and said with a smile, Why don't I marry the 2 of you after this battle is over? Li Chao and Pei Shuoyan were stunned. They looked at each other. Although Li Chao was old, he had always been alone. As for their relationship, it was hard to tell. After all, they were childhood friends. Ha ha! Pei San laughed and said, "Wait for me to come back. I will marry you." Then, Pei San turned and flew towards the White Horse Lake. In a pavilion by the White Horse Lake. When Ting Qingshan saw Pei San flying towards the White Horse Lake, he couldn't help but glance at Li Jun. He reached out and held Li Jun's hand. "I am going," Ting Qingshan said softly. "I will wait for you to come back," Li Jun said softly. Ting Qingshan nodded, stood up, and turned around to take a look. His father, Ting Yongfan, and his mother, Yuan Lan, were looking at him. His son, Hongwu, his daughter, Honglin, and Xiuxiu, who was still young, were looking at him. Facing the concern of his relatives, Ting Qingshan just smiled and said, "Wait for my return." Then, Ting Qingshan took a step and flew out of the pavilion. Roar, above the pavilion, the undying phoenix, Little Blue, her mother, the six-legged blade-like Qi, and even the whole Gale Eagle stared at Ting Qingshan. Ting Qingshan smiled at them and landed on the surface of the White Horse Lake. At this moment, the entire White Horse Lake became quiet. Soon, not a single sound could be heard. Ting Qingshan was on the south side of the White Horse Lake, and Pei San was on the north side. Both of them were walking towards the center of the lake. Neither of them walked quickly, but their footsteps seemed to contain a strange magical power. Buzz, ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. The ripples changed continuously, causing many spectators to feel as if the entire world had disappeared. Only the complicated ripples and Pei San and Ting Qingshan, who were walking slowly, remained. What a powerful technique! Huang Fu Yujiang was stunned. Is this the power of an omnipotent expert? Yu Feng of the Emperor Yu's hall murmured. Lu Xia wanted to refute Ting Qingshan, but he couldn't say anything. Besides the Emptiness Realm experts, the other Emptiness Realm experts and ordinary people were affected. As for the other innate experts and ordinary people who were below the Emptiness Realm, their minds were affected. The only thing left in their eyes was the ripples on the surface of the water that contained the demonic power. The two sources of the ripples were Ting Qingshan and Pei San. The entire world seemed to have lost its color and turned into nothingness. Phew, Ting Qingshan listened to the sound of the wind. He held the reincarnation spear and walked silently. Fight! Although Ting Qingshan didn't intentionally look at Pei San, he could feel the powerful aura in front of him. As he walked slowly on the surface of the lake, Ting Qingshan's state of mind gradually changed. He became calm, without any ripples, and his emotions became calm as well. He walked step by step, both of them were like this. They both knew that their strengths were on par. Therefore, the state of mind and state of mind during a battle was very important. Therefore, they chose to walk to adjust themselves and get used to each other until they reached their best state. The two of them would only do this when they were facing a real opponent. They didn't know how long they had walked. Stop! When Ting Qingshan and Pei San were about half a li away from each other, they stopped and looked at each other from a distance. The ripples caused by the footsteps gradually dissipated as Ting Qingshan and Pei San stopped. The thousands of people who had been mentally affected also woke up. It was as if in an instant, the world and the spectators who had disappeared into nothingness had all returned. They looked at each other in astonishment. Just now, did you notice that the world around them disappeared? Only the ripples on the surface of the lake were left. Yes. I thought I was hallucinating. You felt the same. While they were talking, the thousands of people were shocked to find that all of them were affected. They couldn't believe it. It was unimaginable that the power of the charm had reached such a level. On the White Horse Lake, as the wind blew, Ting Qingshan and Pei San's state of mind became clear and perfect. They didn't have anything else to worry about. They only had one thing to do: fight. Ting Qingshan and his family, who were watching the battle from afar, were worried about Ting Qingshan. On the side of the heavenly god palace, Pei Shuoyan and the others were also worried about Pei San. They knew that although their families were the most powerful existences in the land of the 9 prefectures, they weren't sure that they could defeat their opponents. This battle would be very dangerous. I don't know why, Ting Qingshan. Pei San stood on the surface of the lake and looked at Ting Qingshan. He smiled and said, "Although my state of mind is perfect now, I have a special feeling. It's the same feeling I had when I was a kid in my previous life, when the Mani Temple was selecting an inner disciple. I felt excited and nervous. Although this battle hasn't started yet, I'm looking forward to it." "I'm very nervous," Pei San said with a smile. Although he said this, his facial expression was as calm as ever. "I feel the same. Except for you, Pei San, no one in the land of the 9 prefectures can make me nervous." As Ting Qingshan said these words, his mind was extremely relaxed. Everything within a radius of a few li was under Ting Qingshan's meticulous senses. Even the path of the wind was clearly sensed. Suddenly, whoosh, as the wind blew, snowflakes started to fall. Gradually, the snowflakes started to fall. Ting Qingshan and Pei San looked like 2 gods in the snow. Whoosh! Pei San instantly put on a pair of gloves and said with a smile, "Ting Qingshan, this pair of gloves is called the Buddha Slaying Gloves. I traveled all over the world and collected a great amount of precious materials to forge it. I then refined it with the power of the world for over 100 years to reach this level. Weapons refined by the power of the world all had spirituality. Even if it was damaged, the owner could use the power of the world to repair it. Of course, if the owner died, other people wouldn't be able to repair it. This long spear of mine is called reincarnation. It was forged by my father and my grandfather. Then it was damaged. My good friend, the dreamy cloud martial immortal, Mu Tao, helped me reforge it. After I refined it with the power of the world, it reached this level," Ting Qingshan said slowly as he stroked the reincarnation spear. The red tassel on the reincarnation spear still had a faint smell of blood. The Emptiness Realm experts, Tai Wu, the blind swordmaster of Qing Hu Island, and Shin Gongfu of the Shooting Sun God Mountain, had died under this spear. The blood of the Emptiness Realm experts was left on the spear. As soon as Ting Qingshan finished speaking, the 2 stopped talking. Phew, the tens of thousands of people by the White Horse Lake were silent. Snowflakes fell from the sky. Ting Qingshan and Pei San held their weapons in their hands. Although they didn't attack, the people watching the battle could feel the suffocation getting stronger and stronger. It felt as if they couldn't breathe. Ting Qingshan and Pei San could even feel the power of the world emanating from their bodies. As soon as the power of the world dissipated, Ting Qingshan and Pei San's eyes became as sharp as lightning. Roar! A tall, black godly ape appeared behind Pei San. The godly ape looked like a real godly ape. The godly ape's face could be seen clearly. The teeth under the godly ape's huge mouth could also be seen. At this moment, the godly ape roared at Ting Qingshan. Then, Pei San's eyes turned blood-red. He instantly pounced towards Ting Qingshan like an extremely ferocious beast. Rumble, the ferocious aura stirred up the surrounding lake water. Countless waves and snowflakes intertwined with each other. After Pei San moved, Ting Qingshan unleashed his power. Roar! The reincarnation spear in Ting Qingshan's hand emitted an ear-piercing sound. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have been drilled. The lake water in the surroundings surged and split apart. The reincarnation spear in Ting Qingshan's hand was like a huge dragon emerging from the water of the White Horse Lake. The spear roared and dashed towards Pei San. The second chapter was 7,000 words long. There was still the last chapter left. It was a long chapter. There was only one chapter left. Calling for monthly votes. Chapter 622. Pei San's hands were slightly bent into the shape of 2 claws. He put his hands together, and it seemed as though the entire world was contained by his hands. The tip of Ting Qingshan's reincarnation spear was extremely sharp. Even if the heavens and the earth were to block it, it would still be pierced through. Ha! Ting Qingshan concentrated all of his fighting spirit on his spear. At this moment, wherever the tip of the spear passed, the lake water would naturally split apart. Endless waves surged and surged. The waves were like ministers protecting Ting Qingshan's reincarnation spear. A large amount of the power of the world in Ting Qingshan's body spun and accelerated the speed of the reincarnation spear. The power of the reincarnation spear continued to rise and rise. Phew, Pei San narrowed his eyes. The tall godly ape behind him bowed slightly. The godly ape also put its hands together, and an endless amount of the power of the world gathered in the center of its hands. The most powerful move. As soon as Ting Qingshan and Pei San attacked, they used their most powerful moves. In a battle between true experts, it was not as simple as using weak moves one by one. Since their strength was equal, then they would bring out their true ultimate move and defeat their opponent in one move. They would defeat their opponent. Pucci! The tip of the reincarnation spear carried an endless amount of penetrating power as it collided with Pei San's clawed hands. The tip of the spear pierced through the center of Pei San's clawed hands. Ting Qingshan's facial expression changed. He felt as though his spear had pierced through an endless amount of cotton. Absolute softness. This move of Pei San's was not just soft. It was a combination of hardness and softness. Softness was used for defense, and attack was hard. Break, break, break. Ting Qingshan roared in his heart. This move of the toxic dragon drill of the water element contained the power of the combination of life and death. Life and death were like two complementary forces. The power of the spear kept increasing. Life accumulated strength, and death released a powerful destructive force. Let go! Pei San's facial expression was ferocious as he roared. Clang! Pei San's finger fiercely flicked the surface of Ting Qingshan's reincarnation spear. The powerful collision caused the surrounding space to distort. Regardless of whether it was the strength contained in the reincarnation spear or the astonishing strength contained in Pei San's finger, both collided head-on. There was a deafening sound. Waves that were more than 100 zhang high appeared on the surface of the White Horse Lake. They looked like hundreds of white dragons that were rushing in all directions. For a moment, the surface of the White Horse Lake rose and fell. Even the shore of the White Horse Lake was filled with water that was 3 zhang high. Pooh! The thousands of people by the lakeside, who were drenched in cold water, all widened their eyes and looked towards the center of the lake. This is too amazing! The entire White Horse Lake was shaken by the fight. As expected of the two strongest people in the land of the 9 prefectures. I don't think this battle is going to end well. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. The people watching from the lakeside were extremely excited. On the lake, there was a distance of 1 li between Ting Qingshan and Pei San. Ting Qingshan squinted his eyes. He loosened his grip on his spear and then tightened it again. He thought to himself, Pei San's hands are really powerful. He was able to block my spear attack. First, he used a gentle force to neutralize my attack. Then, he used a forceful force to attack me. My right hand is numb. It seems like I won't be able to defeat Pei San with my strongest attack. On the other side, Pei San couldn't help but clench his fist. This spear attack is really powerful. My fingers and palms are hurting. Pei San could feel that he was at a disadvantage when he used his hands to defend himself. I can't believe my attack didn't shake off his reincarnation spear. Both of Ting Qingshan's hands shot out at the same time. Even though Ting Qingshan was extremely powerful, his hands were still numb. This was the first time they fought. Both of them realized that they wouldn't be able to block Ting Qingshan's attacks with their strongest moves. A cold glint flashed in Ting Qingshan's eyes. Pei San grinned. His eyes flashed with a fierce glint. Very good. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them dashed towards each other at an astonishing speed. At this moment, both Ting Qingshan and Pei San. They both used the same move at the same time, fast move. As the saying goes, there is nothing in the world that cannot be overcome by speed. Once the speed is so fast that the opponent can't defend against it, the opponent can naturally be hit in one move. Normally, when two opponents with similar attacks, they wouldn't dare to block the opponent's attack. After all, a normal body's endurance was not as terrifying as an attack. Faster, faster, faster. As long as I am faster than him, I can stab him with my spear and he will be injured. At that time, I will have the upper hand. As Ting Qingshan dashed across the lake, the reincarnation spear in his hands started moving. In an instant, the entire reincarnation spear seemed to have come to life and was filled with endless vitality. A strange high-pitched sound rang out. Behind Pei San, the shadow of the godly ape disappeared and was replaced by the shadow of a demonic fox. Immediately, Pei San's temperament changed. The blood-red glow in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a cold and gloomy look. Pei San's entire body turned into a blurry shadow as he dashed towards Ting Qingshan. In terms of speed and movement within a small area, Pei San obviously had the upper hand. We are not comparing the speed of movement. We are comparing the speed of attack. Ting Qingshan's eyes turned sharp. No matter how fast you run, can you be faster than my spear? The two blurry shadows instantly collided with each other. Clang, 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 crack, crack. Phew, all kinds of sounds could be heard continuously. The entire White Horse Lake was filled with huge waves. In the middle of the waves, Ting Qingshan and Pei San were fighting at high speed. They were constantly moving. Ting Qingshan's reincarnation spear was like a blade of grass that grew continuously during the arrival of spring. It was filled with endless vitality and was unending. One spear strike after another. Occasionally, Ting Qingshan would attack fiercely and fiercely. Then, Ting Qingshan would thrust his spear forward like a bow and arrow. The transition between life and death was perfect. Pei San's fingers moved as if he was plucking the strings of a zither. His movements were fast and strangely charming. Even an emptiness realm expert wouldn't dare to stare at Pei San's hands. The rhythm created by Pei San's hands was enough to enchant an emptiness realm expert's mind. Even though an insightful emptiness realm expert wouldn't be completely enchanted, he would still be affected. Therefore, Ting Qingshan focused his mind and tried his best to thrust his spear forward. Sometimes, his spear moves were short and fierce. Sometimes they were destructive. The transition between life and death was executed perfectly. Bang, 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 wherever Ting Qingshan and Pei San fought, waves that were 100 zhang tall would rise. It was as if a giant was stirring the entire White Horse Lake. Even some of the boats on the lake would be overturned. When Ting Qingshan and Pei San fought their way to the small island in the middle of the lake, Master Lu San, who was watching the fight from afar, was very excited. However, his facial expression changed drastically. Rumble, as expected, Ting Qingshan and Pei San, the two powerful experts, destroyed the small island wherever they went. The ground cracked, and the lake water eroded the island. In just a few seconds, Ting Qingshan and Pei San had already fought their way out of the small island. However, half of the small island had already disappeared. Master Lu San widened his eyes and said, My island! Great leader! Great leader! The men of the White Horse Gang who followed Master Lu San shouted hastily. Master Lu San wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Originally, Ting Qingshan and Pei San thought that even peerless experts like Ting Qingshan and Pei San could destroy the island. Master Lu San was not afraid because he could rebuild the island. However, half of the small island had disappeared. There was no way he could rebuild the island. Ting Qingshan, my big brother. That is my home. Please give me some face, Master Lu San shouted in his heart. Splash, as the waves fell and dispersed, water splashed in all directions. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky. The crowd finally saw Ting Qingshan and Pei San standing on the surface of the lake. Even though they had just fought, Ting Qingshan and Pei San were not injured at all. However, the veins on their hands were bulging, and their faces were slightly red. Fighting speed with speed just now was indeed very exhausting, and it also consumed a lot of strength. If they were not careful, their opponents would seize the opportunity to injure them severely. However, the two of them were in perfect condition and did not make any mistakes. Ting Qingshan, you are powerful. Pei San's eyes shone brightly. You are not bad either. Ting Qingshan also felt that his opponent was difficult to deal with. The most powerful move was to fight fast against fast. The two of them were unable to determine the winner. Ting Qingshan, do you still remember what we talked about the night before yesterday? Pei San's aura slowly changed. If I die, remember what I told you. The godly ape's shadow appeared behind Pei San again. At the same time, his aura became wild and violent. It contained boundless aggression. Ting Qingshan narrowed his eyes and held the reincarnation spear with both hands. The two of them knew, what should they do next? If the most powerful move and speed against speed could not determine the winner, then there was only one way: close combat. Once the two of them fought in close combat, it would be hard to predict the result. In the past, Liao Yuan, the yellow-cloaked monk of the Mani Temple, and Pei San were determined in a close combat. Pei San was severely injured, and Liao Yuan's head was cut off by a knife. Close combat. Pei San's eyes were bloodshot and he became crazy. Ting Qingshan, this is what I am best at. I am not afraid of you. Ting Qingshan's eyes were filled with the craziness of a wolf. In his previous life, Ting Qingshan relied on his hands to kill in close combat. After all, he practiced the internal martial art. The internal martial art was powerful in close combat. Now that he had the reincarnation spear, Ting Qingshan could fight from a distance and close combat at the same time. In terms of close combat skills, Ting Qingshan believed that no one in the land of the 9 prefectures could compare to him. Roar! Pei San let out a roar of the godly ape. Like a furious godly ape, he dashed towards Ting Qingshan. Ha! Ting Qingshan clenched his teeth and dashed forward with the reincarnation spear in his hand. Hiss! Pei San pounced towards Ting Qingshan and grabbed him with both hands. Open! Ting Qingshan shouted. The reincarnation spear seemed to have a mind of its own as it suddenly moved to the left and right and hit Pei San's hands. However, Pei San moved towards Ting Qingshan in a frenzy. Ting Qingshan grinned and pulled back the reincarnation spear in his hand. Clang! Clang! The tip of the reincarnation spear blocked Pei San's attacks again, but Pei San's insidious knee hit Ting Qingshan. Boom! Boom! Ting Qingshan's knee hit Pei San as well. He was more familiar with it than Pei San. The moment the two of them collided and separated, Ting Qingshan's right leg seemed to have no bones. His lower leg, which was like a windmill, spun and kicked Pei San's waist. Pei San was pushed back nearly 1 li. The powerful power of his world caused the surrounding lake water to tremble. Puff! Pei San spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Ting Qingshan in shock. This scene shocked Pei Shuoyan and the others who were watching the fight from midair. Teacher, he got injured in a close combat fight? Li Chao couldn't believe it. How is this possible? No one can defeat my father in a close combat fight. Pei Shuoyan didn't see the fight clearly, but she saw her father spit out blood. Father will be fine. He will be fine. While the people of the Heavenly God Palace were shocked and worried, the people of the Xing Yi sect were overjoyed. Pei San spat out blood. Hong Lin couldn't help but shout in surprise. He spat out blood. My father is fine. Han Wu shouted as well. Ting Yongfan, Yuan Lan, and the others widened their eyes and looked at Ting Yongfan. Li Jun was talking to the undying phoenix. They were fighting in close combat just now. Li Jun said, however, Pei San was kicked by Qingshan. Haha, how dare he compete with my teacher in close combat? My teacher is the founding master of the internal martial art. Yang Dong laughed. The people of the Heavenly God Palace and the Xing Yi sect had different feelings. The thousands of people who were watching the fight by the White Horse Lake were so excited that they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Pei San spat out blood. He killed Huang Tianqin and Qin Shiqi. I thought he would have the upper hand this time. I didn't expect that he would spit out blood. He did spit out blood. Ting Qingshan is fine. The people who were watching the fight were talking about it. Pei San looked at Ting Qingshan. He couldn't believe it. His Tao of Beasts was a crazy technique that allowed him to fight in close combat. Pei San, don't be shocked. Ting Qingshan smiled confidently and said, the foundation of the Xing Yi martial art is the 12 forms of the Xing Yi martial art. These 12 forms are the 12 special types of beasts. I have studied all kinds of close combat technique. I am not afraid of anyone in close combat. This close combat method of the internal martial arts was not created by Ting Qingshan alone. In Ting Qingshan's previous life, this was created by generations of geniuses over 1,000 years, and then accumulated. How could they be any weaker than the techniques created by Pei San? It is still uncertain who will win. Pei San's body blurred and dashed towards Ting Qingshan again. Ting Qingshan held the reincarnation spear in his hand and left an afterimage on the surface of the lake. Then, he started fighting with Pei San again. Dragon turning over. After a while, Ting Qingshan dived into the lake. He was like a flood dragon that lived in the water. Then, he dashed out again and again, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Moreover, Ting Qingshan's legs were soft and boneless. Ting Qingshan's attacks were so exquisite that Pei San couldn't even imagine them. Although Pei San's body could also fight against these attacks, but he didn't expect it at all. For example, when Ting Qingshan dodged and turned over, his calf would hook, but that hook was like a sharp knife. Joint technique. Ting Qingshan wasn't like Pei San, who used his fists, knees, and head to attack certain parts of his body. Ting Qingshan's reincarnation spear was very exquisite. Sometimes, the shaft of the reincarnation spear would hit some of Pei San's joint. Moreover, the strength that Ting Qingshan used was also very special. Every time Ting Qingshan touched Pei San's joints, it felt as if Pei San's joints were about to be dislocated. The human body can actually be so exquisite? Pei San was completely shocked while he was fighting with Ting Qingshan. He had never researched such a mysterious attack on the body. Swoosh! When Ting Qingshan's spear stabbed towards Pei San. Joint technique. Pei San's eyes flashed. Instead of defending with all his strength, he used his left hand to block. His right hand suddenly slanted and grabbed towards Ting Qingshan. Do you want to die? Ting Qingshan clenched his teeth. The power of the reincarnation spear increased sharply. With the power of Ting Qingshan's spear art, Pei San had to use both hands to block an attack with all his strength. It was impossible for him to block it with one hand. This time, Pei San's arrogance had obviously angered Ting Qingshan. Chi! The tip of the reincarnation spear shook Pei San's fingers away. Then, with a slight tremble, it pierced through Pei San's left arm. Poochie! The tip of the spear came out from the other end of Pei San's arm. Phew! Pei San's right claw arrived in front of Ting Qingshan. Ting Qingshan held the spear with his right hand and blocked with his left hand. With Ting Qingshan's close combat skills, he was confident that he could block this claw. Slap! Both of their hands clashed. Ting Qingshan felt pain in his left hand. Then, Pei San's right claw struck towards Ting Qingshan's chest. Ting Qingshan immediately circulated his energy. His muscles and bones changed, and his chest and abdomen caved in. Crash! Pei San's sharp claw tore apart Ting Qingshan's inner armor and tore off a large piece of his flesh. Blood gushed out of Ting Qingshan's wound. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ting Qingshan and Pei San quickly separated from each other. Silence. The tens of thousands of people around the White Horse Lake quietened down. However, the people of the Heavenly God Palace and the Xing-Yi sect were shocked. Qin Shan. Teacher. Father. Li Jun, Ting Shou, Yang Dong, Hongwu, Honglin, and the others saw that Ting Qingshan's waist and abdomen were drenched in blood. As for Pei San, who was standing far away from Ting Qingshan, his clothes were tattered and he had many injuries. Pei San's left arm was twisted in a weird way. It was obvious that his arm was crippled. Ting Qingshan took a deep breath and controlled his muscles to stop the blood from flowing out of his waist and abdomen. However, the wound was so big that it affected Ting Qingshan's ability to exert force and his close combat abilities. Fortunately, at Ting Qingshan's level, he relied on the power of his world to fight in close combat. His physical strength was negligible. Therefore, his attacking power was not affected much. Pei San, you learned the interlocking technique? Ting Qingshan looked at Pei San in shock. Ha! Pei San, who was severely injured, laughed out loud and said, Ting Qingshan, I have to thank you. Thank you. You have shown me that close combat abilities are not like those of wild beasts. As he spoke, Pei San, who could no longer use his left arm, laughed and charged towards Ting Qingshan again. Pei San, admit defeat. Ting Qingshan didn't think that he would lose to Pei San, who could only use one arm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two silhouettes on the surface of the lake instantly disappeared. Then, they collided in the middle of the lake. Poochie! Chi! Hiss! Pei San's attacks were bloody. He didn't care about his heavily injured body at all. Sometimes, he would even trade injury for injury. However, the strange thing was that Pei San's eyes became brighter and brighter. He became more and more excited. Yes, that's right. Haha, this is too exquisite. Rumble, Ting Qingshan and Pei San separated again. At this moment, Pei San's body was covered with blood. His right arm was injured so badly that he couldn't use it anymore. Pei San, why don't you admit defeat? Do you want to die? Although Ting Qingshan was injured, he had the upper hand. After all, Pei San couldn't even use his arms now. Father! Pei Xuelian, who was in midair, had tears in her eyes. How could this be? Teacher is going to lose? Li Chao, the king of beasts, Wu Ho and Pei Hao, who was beside Pei San, couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Pei San's crazy smile. Ting Qingshan is going to win. Pei San is going to lose. He's going to be crippled. Tens of thousands of people from all over the land of the 9 prefectures were watching the White Horse Lake. They all thought that they were witnessing the death of a powerful demon. At this moment, Pei San was in a sorry state. He couldn't even lift his arms. His body was covered with wounds. Pei San relied on his hands. How could he fight against Ting Qingshan? On the White Horse Lake, the snow was getting heavier and heavier. The people who were watching from afar could only see the 2 figures standing on the White Horse Lake. Only the powerful cultivators could see the injuries of the 2 figures clearly. Pei San, admit defeat. Ting Qingshan held his reincarnation spear. Admit defeat? Pei San smiled weirdly and said, Are you joking? Ting Qingshan, take my last move. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei San's aura changed. He looked like a deity who was going to split the heavens and the earth apart. He leaped into the air and raised his right leg high. It was as if he was going to split the heavens and the earth apart. Buzz, the heavens and the earth trembled in front of Pei San's leg. What? Ting Qingshan's facial expression changed drastically. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth disappeared, and everything became dark. In the darkness, Only the terrifying leg could be seen. Ting Qingshan wanted to move his body, but he felt that his body was too slow. He couldn't dodge Pei San's incredible leg. He wanted to thrust his reincarnation spear, but he felt that the speed of his spear was too slow. Ting Qingshan's movements seemed to be too slow. He couldn't dodge or block Pei San's leg. Hurry up, hurry up. Ting Qingshan held his reincarnation spear and tried his best to move faster so that he could block Pei San's leg. However, the speed of his reincarnation spear was not fast enough. Rumble, before Pei San's leg reached Ting Qingshan, the powerful force in the leg had already caused the air to tremble. Ting Qingshan's body started to tremble. He felt like a baby being played by a giant. He was helpless and he couldn't fight back. It was doomsday. Death was so close. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Father, mother, little June. Hongwu, Linlin. Ting Qingshan suddenly thought of his family members. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't fight back against Pei San's leg. Too slow. Too slow. Ting Qingshan felt that his reincarnation spear was too slow. Despair. In his previous life, he had a life and death battle with 2 of the 3 magnates of the Divine Kingdom. Back then, he died with relief. At least, he saved his younger brother. In his previous life, he didn't have any attachments. Kitten died a long time ago, and he didn't have any attachments. But this time, he really didn't want to die. His previous life, his current life, it was like a bubble bursting. Am I going to die again? Ting Qingshan felt hopeless and sad. Ting Qingshan felt as if he was going to die again in his previous life. This time, he was going to die again. He felt as if his life was leaving him and death was coming. While Pei San was using his leg, he was observing Ting Qingshan. When he saw Ting Qingshan looking like he was going to die, he couldn't help but sigh with regret. However, just as Ting Qingshan was about to die, the reincarnation spear in his right hand moved at an incredible speed. Bang! The reincarnation spear and Ting Qingshan's leg collided. This time, the entire heavens and the earth shook violently. It was as if a giant was tearing the heavens and the earth apart. Suddenly, a huge black hole that was over 10 zhang wide appeared in the heavens and the earth. Thousands of people who were watching by the White Horse Lake opened their eyes wide and stared at the huge black hole that appeared in the sky above the White Horse Lake. Then, the black hole started to repair itself. The hole kept shrinking until it finally disappeared. Shattering the void! Shattering the void! It's shattering the void! The entire White Horse Lake exclaimed in surprise. Then, thousands of people cheered loudly. The cheers were so loud that the heavens and the earth shook. Everyone was cheering. Even the members of Emperor Yu's hall, who hated Ting Qingshan and Pei San, were stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. Everyone knew what shattering the void meant. Omnipotent experts. The most terrifying thing was the shattering of the void when the 2 of them collided. What did it mean? Both of them were omnipotent experts. Both of them were omnipotent experts. This was unprecedented. Life and death, death and life. So, this is the last step, Ting Qingshan muttered to himself. He looked at Pei San, who was not far away, and smiled. This last spear art of mine shall be called reincarnation. At the last moment, Ting Qingshan comprehended the secret of the fusion of life and death. The merging of life and death was called reincarnation. The endless reincarnation was called the beginning. I have been confused. Pei San smiled and said, The Tao of Beasts. The Tao of Beasts. The spirit of the beasts is a human. The king of the beasts is also a human. No matter if it's the flood dragon, the dragon turtle, or the godly ape, the body that contains the most profound secret of the heavens and earth and is self-perfected is the human body. The human body is the most exquisite among the beasts. After saying this, the 2 of them closed their eyes. In the Naiwan Palace, Rumble, Ting Qingshan's Naiwen Palace was undergoing a drastic change. The power of the world turned into a chaotic gray power. All the power condensed and the color of the Naiwen Palace changed. Finally, the Naiwen Palace turned into a gray egg. Inside the egg, there was an endless amount of chaotic power that flowed like mercury. The chaos was one and returned to the beginning. Everything returned to the origin. No life and no death. This is the initial form of the world. Ting Qingshan thought to himself, the land of the 9 prefectures is like a growing giant. The world formed by the Naiwen Palace of the omnipotent experts is now an egg that hasn't hatched yet. However, it has returned to the chaos and returned to the beginning. It looks dead, but it is filled with endless vitality. At the same time, the endless chaotic power of the beginning quickly spread throughout Ting Qingshan's body. Chi-chi, pitter-patter. Ting Qingshan's entire body's muscles and bones were bursting with fragrance. From the depths of his body to his skin, earth-shaking changes had taken place. The strength of his body kept rising again and again, until it reached an unbelievable level. Just the power of a slap was enough to kill an insightful emptiness realm expert. Moreover, the muscles, bones, and skin in his body were also changing. They became tougher and stronger until they reached an unimaginable level. The godly armor on Ting Qingshan's body and the reincarnation spear in his hand were also changing. However, the changes in the weapons were not as drastic as the changes in the body. After a long time, all the changes finally stopped. The snow had stopped. Ting Qingshan and Pei San opened their eyes almost at the same time. They looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, Pei San's arms, which were almost crippled, were completely healed. There were no longer any injuries on his body. The injuries on Ting Qingshan's body were also completely healed. Not even a scar could be seen. The omnipotent experts are actually so powerful. Pei San couldn't help but sigh. He clenched his fist and the space around him trembled. They are indeed very powerful. After becoming an omnipotent expert, although our world is still in its embryonic form, it is already at the same level as the land of the 9 prefectures. It was just like how the land of the 9 prefectures was a living being. The Naiwen Palace of the omnipotent expert was an unhatched egg. At least, in terms of the level of life, they were at the same level. Ting Qingshan smiled and said, "The land of the 9 prefectures can no longer suppress us." The so-called limit of life. The so-called limit of the body was a shackle that the land of the 9 prefectures imposed on the living beings. It made the strongest human body only have a strength of 800,000 gene. Actually, according to the human body's cultivation, one's body could be even stronger. However, this was the limit of the land of the 9 prefectures. When one became an omnipotent expert, one would be free from this limit. The physical strength of Ting Qingshan and Pei San had reached an unimaginable level. No wonder the omnipotent experts left their omnipotent armors behind. Pei San smiled. Ting Qingshan smiled as well and said, "Do we still need omnipotent armors?" When Ting Qingshan held the reincarnation spear, he had a feeling that if he exerted his strength, he would be able to crush the reincarnation spear, which was an omnipotent weapon. The bodies of the omnipotent experts were stronger than the omnipotent armors. Naturally, the omnipotent experts didn't care about armors or weapons. The people around the White Horse Lake cheered. However, Ting Qingshan and Pei San frowned at the same time. They looked at each other and felt that the land of the 9 prefectures was giving them a message. Although the message was vague, they understood that the land of the 9 prefectures wanted them to break the void and leave the land of the 9 prefectures before they reached the age of 500. If they didn't, the land of the 9 prefectures would expel them. I finally understand why the omnipotent experts in the land of the 9 prefectures can only exist for so many years. Pei San smiled and said, "We have no choice. Ting Qingshan smiled and said, "If we don't leave, the land of the 9 prefectures will expel us." The heavens had their own rules. When an omnipotent expert became an omnipotent expert and exceeded the limit of the heavens, the omnipotent expert could only leave the land of the 9 prefectures before they reached the age of 500. If they didn't leave, the omnipotent expert would be expelled from the land of the 9 prefectures. Ting Qingshan, when are you going to break the void and leave? Pei San smiled and asked. Ting Qingshan smiled. After he became an omnipotent expert, he could clearly feel that the land of the 9 prefectures could no longer restrict him. If he exerted his strength, he could break the void and leave the land of the 9 prefectures. "I don't want to leave yet," Ting Qingshan said. "I am going to break the void and leave after my daughter gets married." Pei San smiled and said, "The land of the 9 prefectures is not attractive to me anymore. I want to know where the land of the 9 prefectures is. I am very curious. This is where I should go. Ting Qingshan, let's go together." Nobody knew what would happen after the land of the 9 prefectures. Pei San wanted Ting Qingshan to go with him. "You don't have any attachment to the land of the 9 prefectures, but I have many attachments. I don't want to leave." Ting Qingshan shook his head and said. Pei San shook his head and said, "That's fine. However, both of us have benefited from this battle. We have both reached the omnipotent realm. Ha! This is perfect." Ting Qingshan smiled happily. Omnipotent experts. The feeling of becoming an omnipotent expert and breaking away from the restrictions of the land of the 9 prefectures was wonderful. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, they flew to their families. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, the two of them appeared next to their families. They were so fast that they were even faster than the undying phoenix. Moreover, the two of them did not use their full strength. They were omnipotent experts. They had broken away from the restrictions of the land of the 9 prefectures. No wonder they could unify the land of the 9 prefectures. Breaking the void. Omnipotent expert. The entire White Horse Lake was boiling. Countless people were cheering excitedly. It had been a long time since an omnipotent expert appeared in the land of the 9 prefectures. Martial ancestor Shiga had not appeared for more than 2,000 years. It was unbelievable that there were 2 omnipotent experts in the battle at the White Horse Lake. Qingshan. Father. When Ting Qingshan appeared in the pavilion by the White Horse Lake, Li Jun, Hongwu, and Honglin ran over and hugged Ting Qingshan. The whole family hugged each other tightly. Qingshan. Ting Yongfan widened his eyes and looked at Ting Qingshan. Father, mother. Ting Qingshan smiled. You. Ting Yongfan stammered. You became an omnipotent expert? Yuan Lan also stammered. An omnipotent expert like Emperor Yu and the Heavenly Emperor of Qin Mountains? Ting Qingshan nodded. Ting Yongfan and Yuan Lan looked at each other. Yuan Lan was stunned and said, "Old man, my son became like Emperor Yu and the Heavenly Emperor of Qin Mountains?" This couple from the countryside could never imagine that their son had reached the legendary omnipotent realm in the land of the 9 prefectures. Who were Emperor Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of Qin Mountains, and the martial ancestor Shiga? They were existences that people worshipped as gods. Ting Qingshan had mastered the branch of internal martial art and reached the omnipotent realm. In the future, he would also be worshipped as a god. My son reached this level? Ting Yongfan touched his face and said, "Oh my God! I didn't expect that I would have such a powerful son." Ting Shou, Yang Dong, Shuixian, and the others were also very excited. The disciples of the Xing-Yi sect, who had gathered outside the pavilion, were cheering. Their cheers resounded in the sky. Their sovereign and the martial ancestor of the internal martial art had reached the omnipotent realm. This meant that the branch of internal martial arts would rise again and reach an extremely powerful level. "Grandpa, are you an omnipotent expert?" Xiuxiu's crisp voice sounded. Ting Qingshan looked down and couldn't help but smile as he picked up Xiuxiu. But Grandpa, what is an omnipotent expert? Xiuxiu stared at Ting Qingshan with her big, innocent eyes. It was obvious that she did not understand the meaning of an omnipotent expert at her age. Ha ha! Immediately, the room was filled with laughter. The battle at the White Horse Lake on the 18th of December had happened a long time ago. However, the people of the land of the 9 prefectures were still talking about this legendary battle. In many restaurants and tea houses, storytellers could be seen talking about the battle at the White Horse Lake and the Flying Snow Battle. After all, this was a battle that resulted in the birth of 2 omnipotent experts. The battle at the White Horse Lake would be remembered by the people of the world even after 10,000 or 100,000 years. Not only that, the Wanxiang sect even wrote a book titled, The Battle at the White Horse Lake. In the East Flower Garden of the Xingyi sect on the Great Yan Mountain in Yangzhou. Father, look at this book. It's interesting. Han Wu walked into the study with a book in his hand and said to Ting Qingshan with a smile, "What does this book say?" Ting Qingshan put down his writing brush and asked with a smile. "It's like this." Han Wu smiled and said, "This book says that Emperor Yu became an omnipotent expert 6,000 years ago. Then, Heavenly Emperor Qin Mountains became an omnipotent expert 5,000 years ago. Then, poetic sword god Li Taibai became an omnipotent expert 4,000 years ago. Then, martial ancestor Shiga became an omnipotent expert 2,000 years ago. Now, 2 omnipotent experts are born at the same time. On average, 1 omnipotent expert should be born every 1,000 years. After martial ancestor Shiga, no omnipotent expert has been born for 2,000 years. So 2 omnipotent experts have been born at the same time. Ting Qingshan laughed involuntarily. Accumulate? Can the omnipotent experts be accumulated? But father, what you said makes sense, Han Wu said with a smile. Ting Qingshan nodded and said, "Yes, 1 omnipotent expert is born every 1,000 years. Alright, go and practice your fist art. I will finish writing this secret technique first," Ting Qingshan said with a smile. "Yes, father." Han Wu immediately left obediently. Ting Qingshan continued writing the secret technique. Ever since he reached the omnipotent realm and understood the principles of the primeval chaos, he was very familiar with the internal martial art. With a little effort, he could write a secret technique. Ting Qingshan finally understood why the Mani Temple had so many secret techniques. It was because it was easy for an omnipotent expert to create a secret technique. After becoming an omnipotent expert, Ting Qingshan was very relaxed. He spent time with his family, occasionally wrote a secret technique, or picked out the true elites of the Xingyi sect and gave them some pointers. The geniuses of the internal martial art who faced Ting Qingshan were all very excited. Ting Qingshan had become a godlike figure in the branch of internal martial art. A year had passed since the battle at the White Horse Lake, in the heavenly god palace of Qingzhou. On the 18th day of the first month, the heavenly god palace was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was the wedding day of Pei San's daughter, Pei Xuelian, and Pei San's eldest disciple, Li Chao. That day, Pei San had only said it to urge them to get married, and it actually worked. The marriage of these two was a big event in the heavenly god palace. The upper echelons of the heavenly god palace's subordinates all rushed over with precious gifts. Emperor Yu's hall, the Ying family, the Guiyuan sect, and the Snow Hawk Hall also received invitations. After all, Pei San was an omnipotent expert in the land of the 9 prefectures. Who wouldn't give face to his daughter's wedding? Even if Emperor Yu's hall had enmity with the heavenly god palace in the past, they would pretend that nothing had happened. Ying Haitong of the Ying family has arrived. A voice from the reception area resounded throughout the entire heavenly god palace. Brother Haitong. The groom, Li Chao, went to welcome the emptiness realm expert personally. Brother Li, it's your wedding today. How can you be here? For a moment, the heavenly god palace was filled with laughter. It wasn't strange for innate experts to be here. There were also many emptiness realm experts. Those who dominated in other places were very obedient here. Sovereign Ting Qingshan of the Xing Yi sect has arrived. The voice of the reception area trembled. He didn't dare to call out Ting Qingshan's name. Sovereign Ting is here. It's Ting Qingshan. In the spacious great hall of the heavenly god palace, many people whispered to each other. They seemed to be looking forward to Ting Qingshan's arrival. Brother Qingshan is here? A hearty voice rang. Pei San, who didn't show up when the other guests arrived, appeared and walked out of the great hall with a smile. Ting Qingshan, who was dressed in a white cloak, and Li Jun, who was also dressed in a white gown, floated over like a celestial couple. Pei San cupped his hands and shouted from afar, "Brother Qingshan! Brother Pei!" Ting Qingshan smiled and cupped his hands as well. In the land of the 9 prefectures, there were only 2 omnipotent experts. Naturally, there was a feeling of mutual appreciation between experts. Moreover, Pei San was inspired by Ting Qingshan to comprehend the last step, and Ting Qingshan was only able to comprehend the last step after being threatened by Pei San's kick. Sovereign Ting! Sovereign Ting! When Ting Qingshan and Pei San walked into the great hall side by side, all the guests in the great hall stood up and saluted. Ting Qingshan smiled and nodded. In the great hall, some of the young people who accompanied their parents saw Ting Qingshan and were very excited. They wanted to go up and talk to Ting Qingshan, but they didn't dare to. Sovereign Ting is so young. In the corner of the great hall, a young girl who accompanied her father was so excited that her face turned red. Sovereign Ting reached the innate realm at the age of 17. Of course, he looks young. Her father said with a smile. Ting Qingshan naturally sat on the main seat and witnessed the scene of Pei Shuilian and Li Chao bowing to heaven and earth. Ting Qingshan and Li Jun had to come to Pei Shuilian's wedding. After all, Li Jun was Pei Shuilian's disciple. This time, they came to ease the relationship between the 2 parties. Since Ting Qingshan and Pei San had become friends, there was no barrier between Pei Shuilian and Li Jun. Let's go to the bridal room together. With a loud voice, Li Chao held Pei Shuilian's hand and left the great hall. Ha 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 ha! Pei San couldn't help but laugh. Brother Pei, it's rare to see you so happy, Ting Qingshan said with a smile. Shuilian is getting married. I've fulfilled one of my wishes. Pei San looked at Ting Qingshan. When the 2 of them talked, they isolated the surrounding space so that no one could hear them. Qingshan, I'm going to break the void tomorrow and leave the land of the 9 prefectures. Tomorrow? Ting Qingshan was shocked. So soon? If my daughter didn't get married, I'm afraid I would have left as soon as I reached the omnipotent realm. Now that my daughter is married, I have nothing to worry about. I really want to know what is outside the land of the 9 prefectures. Where did you the great Ing Zheng and Li Taibai go? Pei San's eyes were filled with longing. Ting Qingshan was also curious. That's right. Where would one go after breaking the void? That night, Ting Qingshan and Li Jun didn't return to the Xing Yi sect. Instead, they stayed at the Heavenly God Palace. After all, Pei San was going to break the void tomorrow and leave the land of the 9 prefectures. Naturally, Ting Qingshan had to see them off. Qingshan. Li Jun and Ting Qingshan were lying on the bed. Li Jun asked, Pei San broke the void and left the land of the 9 prefectures. You won't leave as well, right? Don't let your imagination run wild. Ting Qingshan gently embraced Li Jun and said, I don't want to leave even if you force me to. Outside the land of the 9 prefectures, there isn't such a good wife and such a good son. Li Jun giggled and said, You're already an omnipotent expert, but you're still so glib. Ting Qingshan smiled and didn't say anything. Oh right, Qingshan. Do you think? Li Jun frowned slightly and said, After breaking the void, where do the omnipotent experts go? I don't know either. Ting Qingshan shook his head and said, I saw a stone tablet left behind by Li Tai. He doesn't know either. This is an unknown path. If one doesn't walk it personally, he won't know where it leads to. However, once he walks this path, he won't be able to return. Li Jun nodded. None of the omnipotent experts in history could return. Go to sleep. Don't let your imagination run wild. Ting Qingshan smiled and said. The night passed and the sky brightened. Ting Qingshan and the others, including the newly married Pei Shuoyan and Li Chaoi, stayed in the open space outside the backyard of the Heavenly God Palace. However, Pei San, who was about to break the void, wasn't here. That's Father's forbidden area. No one is allowed to enter. Pei Shuoyan looked at the entrance of the backyard and said, I only know that it's a tomb, but I don't know whose tomb it is. How old are you? Li Chaoi, who was at the side, smiled and said, Before you were born and before he accepted me as his disciple, Master must have experienced something. Everyone has secret. Don't think too much. Ting Qingshan and Li Jun, who were at the side, waited quietly. After a while, Pei San, who was dressed in black, walked out of the backyard and smiled at the people outside. Brother Qingshan, sorry to keep you waiting. There's no hurry. Ting Qingshan smiled. Shuoyan. Pei San looked at his daughter. Pei Shuoyan couldn't help but throw herself into her father's arms. She knew that once her father left, he would never come back. Pei San hugged his daughter and allowed her to cry in his arms. Tears welled up in his eyes. After all, she was the daughter he had raised. Ah Chow. Pei San looked at Li Chao and said with a smile, I'll leave Shuoyan to you. Don't disappoint me. Don't worry, Master. Li Chao smiled confidently. Pei San nodded in satisfaction. He had watched Li Chao grow up and knew Li Chao's personality very well. Okay. Pei San looked at his disciple, Su Mingta, the king of beasts Wu Ho, and his brother, Pei Hao. Fifth brother, I'll leave first. Pei Hao nodded slightly and sighed. Big brother and the others have all left. If they knew that you reached the omnipotent realm, they would be very happy. Pei San nodded. He felt very complicated. After all, his family had passed away one after another. All right, let's not talk anymore. Pei San looked at Li Chao and Pei Shuoyan and said, Ah Chow, I'll leave my weapon and omnipotent battle armor behind. I'll leave this omnipotent battle armor in your care. Li Chao nodded. Father, where are you going after you broke through the void? Pei Shuoyan wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. You can ask Brother Qingshan. Even an omnipotent expert wouldn't know where he would go after he broke through the void. Pei San smiled and said, All right, I'll leave all the secret manuals and omnipotent battle armors behind. I'll take this set of clothes with me and this small tripod that has always been with me. Pei San took out the black small tripod that looked almost the same as Ting Qingshan's. It has always been with me in my past life and this life. This treasure has a spirit. It will leave even if I give it to you. Since I'm going to break through the void, it won't leave. Come with me. Ting Qingshan nodded. He understood what Pei San meant. In his past life, Pei San was Xiang Fanchen and had this small tripod. After he reincarnated, the small tripod still followed him. Brother Qingshan, I'm leaving. I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to leave the land of the 9 prefectures with me and explore the world together? Pei San looked at Ting Qingshan. Li Jun's facial expression changed slightly. Ting Qingshan smiled at Pei San and then turned to look at his wife. Seeing his wife's worried face, Ting Qingshan held his wife's hand and smiled at Pei San. Brother Pei, to me, no matter where I go, nothing is more important than home. My home is in the land of the 9 prefectures. I won't leave. No matter where you go, nothing is more important than home? Pei San shook his head and sighed. Forget it. You'll have to leave after 500 years. Brother Qingshan, I'll take my leave first. Pei San turned around and raised his right hand. The primeval chaos power flowed into his right hand and he slashed. SSS. Immediately, a huge black hole that was 3 zhang tall appeared in front of him. It was pitch black inside the hole and nothing could be seen. Other people come and go naked. I was born with the 9 prefectures cauldron, and I will leave with the 9 prefectures cauldron. Ha ha! Pei San laughed. He took a step forward and entered the black hole. Then, the black hole shrank rapidly until it became a black dot and finally disappeared. Father! Pei Shulian cried out in pain and knelt down. Teacher! Li Chao, Su Mingta, and the king of beasts Wu Ho knelt down as well. Ting Qingshan and Li Jun stood there. Qingshan, Pei San just left. He said that 500 years are up. Are you leaving as well? Li Jun asked. Yes, Ting Qingshan nodded and said, the omnipotent experts can't stay in the land of the 9 prefectures forever. They can only live for 500 years before they have to leave the land of the 9 prefectures. Otherwise, even if I don't leave, the land of the 9 prefectures will chase me away. This is the rule of the heavens and earth. When the time comes, I'll leave the land of the 9 prefectures just like Pei San. I'm afraid that I'll have to leave with the small tripod. Ting Qingshan's facial expression changed drastically. Qingshan, what's wrong? Li Jun was shocked by Ting Qingshan's facial expression. With a wave of his hand, Ting Qingshan easily carved out a pitch-black hole at the side. Ting Qingshan stared at the hole. It was so mysterious that he couldn't see what was inside. He murmured, I didn't know how the 9 prefectures cauldron appeared in that world. Now I know, Qingshan? Qingshan? Li Jun was shocked by Ting Qingshan's facial expression. Ting Qingshan looked at Li Jun and smiled. Little Jun, I'm afraid I know where the omnipotent experts go after they break through the void. End of the book. The ending of the story of the 9 cauldrons. This was Tomato's 5th book, after Legend of Star Peak, Inch Light, Stellar Transformation, and Coiling Dragon. Looking back at the plot of this book, there was a hiccup in the middle, but Tomato pulled it back. Tomato was very satisfied with the ending of the book and reviewing the plot of the entire book. The world of the story of the 9 cauldrons. Ting Qingshan's world. That was the end of the book. Of course, Ting Qingshan's story was not over yet. He would stay in the land of the 9 prefectures to accompany his family and bring the Xing-Yi sect to greater heights. When he felt that there was nothing left in the land of the 9 prefectures, he would break through the void and leave the land of the 9 prefectures. That was it. That's a different story. The book was finished. Tomato wanted to have a good rest. According to the plan, Tomato would rest for about 3 months. On July 21st, he would publish his new book on Qi. Tomato's 3-month break was mainly to prepare for the new book. The new book would be the one with the most extensive background in the history of Tomato's writing. Just the information that he had prepared would be more than 100,000 words. Therefore, they had to make ample preparations. The genre of the new book was futuristic fantasy. It was mainly about the future. Well, without further ado, the 5th world that Tomato told everyone about, a world about the 9 prefectures, the story of the 9 cauldrons, ended. Let's wait for Tomato's 6th world. A world that was 100 times vaster than the land of the 9 prefectures, a fantasy world of the future. July 21, 2010. Let's all wait for the day when Tomato's new book is released. I also want to thank everyone for supporting Tomatoes this year. Thank you. Let's meet again on July 21st. Tomato, written at home in Yangzhou. April 25, 1:09 p.m. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.